If it's a truck, I mean, I already got the seats, all that. I'm in the process of building a whole tray back there. It's just pulled up. All my food's underneath and it's down. Everything's hidden. I've got no place to store it. And I'm going to roll page off completely, so, and I'm getting low back chairs, and it's always like a whole want to get out on my property. Fun little four-cylinder, so it'll pull itself apart. Granny low, four-wheel drive. You put it in granny, put it in first gear, and it'll go like 3 miles an hour, wide open.
You're right.
But it'll go, up anything.
Hello, good morning. Check, check, check.
I used to have one.
Looks like we're about 15 minutes till the start. Free surfers will be looking for your last ride.
And today we have the round robin of teams. We've got a great swell on hand. Beautiful rides coming off the pier right now. So we look forward to starting at 8 a.m.
So checking the mics. Free surfers be looking for those last rides. Ladies, we're going to be getting underway right at 8 a.m. We'll be starting the show at 7:55. Good morning and welcome out everybody to the Nissan Supergirl Surf Pro, and we'll be back on this thing shortly.
Do you hear that? Well, no, I'm on channel
3. Yeah, that's my 40. Yeah, I put that on the Dodge. It's 36 feet on the bottom and 8 feet on the It's really a goose tip, so it drops down there. And it's built for only Harleys. So I've got these carts that I drive the Harleys up onto, and then they roll into truck 45 degree, 14 Harleys in it. Because I bought it because I was going to get a Harley home. Really? Oh yeah.
3. You had a dream about me, bro? Well, you're not. Okay, that's if you did something,
One of them has a little ramp that folds down. So once you roll the Harley up onto it, it's straight down to the floor. Wheel pegs, and then you flip the back up, and that holds the bike. Then if you roll it up in the trailer, it turns at 45 degrees, snaps right to the trailer. So that is the trailer. That's brilliant. That's awesome. The first year I had it, I made 2 runs to Sturgis. Top floor, to Florida. Home up to Sturgis, go back, get it under load. All of the Sturgis by then, the first year was on that all there and back, and go back, and all the way back. Get a grand.
Really?
Yeah. But it cost me 5.
I was just going to say, yeah.
So, they get $5 grand for 2 weeks work. It's not too bad. Yeah, I should sit in my truck and read it.
Yeah, it's like station to station.
But I turned it down. Working on shop one side, tools all on the other. And then when I put the house out, I all that out. Like else property, I can't all out. Drop that in the property, I camper, work on the house. Yeah. You're not going to roast in that today?
It's fine. I hear you. Thank you for reminding me. I didn't pronounce it sensible. Over on this side of the rail.
And welcome to day 2 of the Nissan Supergirl Surf Pro here in Oceanside, California. Today, a new swell, a new format of teams competition, and at the end of today, one team of 2 surfers will wear home the coveted Supergirl cape. Good morning, everybody. I'm Mark Fuel. Joining me in colour commentary once again today is Ryan Simmons with Rosie Hodge on the beach. And Ryan, what an incredible day. We've come back to the beach. there's a new swell. It looks fantastic.
It really does. So Hurricane Marie moving up the Baja coast is sending us some really south-angled south swell. There's long lefts, but there's also some rights coming in off the pier. There's a little bit of that west swell underground, and we've got the teams format today, where yesterday was more like a normal QS contest or CT, 2 persons in the heat. Today, it's the 2 persons teams competing against each other all day. So 3 rounds of points to gain, and after yesterday, we've got Team Caroline in the lead with 9, Team Lakey with 7, and Team Tatiana with 4. So we'll be watching the points throughout, and more points on offer today. 2 points in round 1, 2 points in round 2, and 4 points in round 3. And those points also is the same for the overall teams.
It's definitely going to come down to the wire. Let's have a look at the teams here. You can see here the overall team. That's rest of the US is in 9, as you mentioned, and California is chasing. The waves today looking absolutely fantastic, and it's come up significantly from yesterday. We saw some amazing performances yesterday. Today is going to be a whole new ball game.
Yeah, and today, as we said, we've got the team matchup. So in this first heat, we're going to see Team Zoe McDougall with Gabriella Bryan, and up against Lakey Peters and Katie Simmers. Katie taking the win in the QS side yesterday. Caroline won the CT side. So this is going to be exciting. Can Katie and Lakey continue the form from yesterday?
And also today we're going to have, in between the rounds, we have the adaptive surfing heats. That's going to be a fantastic exhibition for those athletes. So it's going to be an incredibly exciting day.
Just like yesterday. I mean, I'm on the edge of my seat all day, and today with more action, 4 surfers in the water, it's just going to be incredible. Stay tuned.
Yeah, the team atmosphere is going to be high. Perfect conditions here today, and at the end of today, there will be, for the first time ever, 2 girls will wear that coveted Supergirl cape home. It's never happened before, but make sure that you stay with us throughout the entire day. We're going to be here through till around 4 o'clock. Stay with us, and we'll be back with all the action from the Supergirl Surf Pro.
So I'm going to hold on promoting you this quarter. Cool?
Drop the taco. Get in the car. Does this Sentra feel like a compromise to you? Wait, what? The handling, it's good, right? No compromise there.
Nope.
Watch this.
Brief.
Rear automatic braking.
So if this Nissan Sentra isn't going to compromise, why should you? You're right.
Atta girl.
The all-new Nissan Sentra, with more standard safety features than any other car in its class.
Hard seltzer, a wave of refreshment.
The Nissan Supergirl Surf Pro is being brought to you by the US Air Force, inspiring heroes to aim high since 1947, and by Paul Mitchell Professional Salon Products, a pioneer in cruelty-free hair care since 1980. And welcome back. It is day 2 of the Nissan Supergirl Surf Pro here at Oceanside, California. But we are now in the teams competition, and round 1, heat 1, you will notice the two-person teams are in the water together. And in this case, we have Zoe McDougall and Gabriella Bryan up against Lakey Peterson and Caitlin Simmers. And joining me once again in commentary, Ryan Simmons. This should be a great matchup, particularly given how Katie Simmers ended the day yesterday.
Well, she was on fire right here in her backyard. We're just getting ready to count this thing down. Ladies, stand by. And it's really cool. We've got the priority situation, but it's a team's priority. So once we get into this heat, we'll talk about it a little bit, because if your teammate is down the beach trying to hold off the other competitor, you're going to, and say you lose priority, that also shifts to maybe the other surfer sitting on someone closer to the pier or away. So you're going to have to pay attention to that, and we'll be on top of that throughout the day. Oh my, look at these waves coming in on the middle peak, these lefts. Let's get this thing going. I think we're about ready to start.
30-minute heats. In the purple is McDougall and Brian, and Lakey Peterson and Caitlin Simmers are going to be in white. And it'll be very interesting to see the tactics that are employed here throughout the entire day. It is now a team's competition. Of course, yesterday, the points that were accumulated throughout the day did go towards the team points. It's the first time ever that we have had a team's competition here. In the past, last year it was a World Qualifying Series 6000, a significant part of the World Tour. Of course, this year, COVID-19 has got rid of the majority of of competition.
Here
but
we
we've
go.
got a countdown. 3, 2, 1.
And we're on. Ladies, we are on. So no horn this morning. We'll get that dealt with. And we are underway. So Zoe McDougall out of the North Shore of Hawaii, Oahu, and Gabby Bryan, I think she's Kauai. And then Lakey Peterson and Katie Simmers, Team California. Lakey from up north, Santa Barbara area. And Katie Simmers, the local girl right here, Oceanside, taking a big win yesterday in the QS bracket.
And just was surfing so well, just looked virtually unbeatable through the whole day. And in that final, really dominated from early scoring. I think it was 4 high-scoring rides.
And I think she ended with, what, a 7 and a 7.77, so upper 14, super solid performance from young Katie yesterday.
And, of course, she is the local hero. She's from Oceanside, California, 14 years of age. And you can see there the white jerseys. That's Lakey Peterson, number 3 on the World Tour. Caitlin Simmers, the number 1 ranked North American junior.
Well, look at this.
And significantly different waves today.
A little bit more lined up, but more size, so there's going to be more energy. Yesterday, a bit grovelly, not on the good ones, but some of the smaller waves, you had to really manufacture a score, hoping that your equipment felt good under your feet today. A lot more energy. Could be riding a different board. You never know. Maybe a little less width or thickness.
Well, let's take a look at some of the matchups for today. The next heat in the water, Caroline Marks, Team Marks, with Zoe Benedetto up against Courtney Conlog and Mia Collins. That's going to be a great heat.
It really is, and you know, Courtney and Mia definitely looking to gain some points today. And, whoa, look at this peak.
So first wave, and it is the young star, Caitlin Simmers, knows this wave well. This is a backyard, and just getting a score underfoot. 30-minute heats throughout all of today, and sometimes it's just a matter of just get a wave and then work it from there. So based upon how she was performing yesterday, we expect to see a little more fireworks in that one, but a couple of clean turns there, and the wave's very different today. The swell is probably about double the size than it was yesterday.
Yeah, it definitely is. Nice frontside top turn through the lip, and then a smooth cutback, great style. And not sure if she's nervous. She kind of, she pretty guarded in her emotions.
Yeah, she gave some fantastic interviews yesterday. Extremely laid back, and then gets out in the water and fireworks happen. So extremely competitive, very thoughtful in her approach. And she is teamed up, of course, with the world number 3. Now, let's have a look. This is live.
I think that's Zoe McDougall sitting over here by the pier, so kind of mixing it up. They've got one teammate by the pier and then Gabby Bryan, down the beach. I'll have to see that replay. It almost looked like she got a little cover-up.
That was right near the pier.
And we do have that right coming in off the pier. A lot of long lined up lefts pushing through the pier with the current, but there are some against the grain rights that we've seen in the free surf down the beach.
And this is Lakey Peterson. First hard off the top. Good size wave here. Bang! Gets the tail out, but not able to hang on to that wave. So likely again, nice warm up, but starting with a lot of energy.
And more waves pouring through. Looks like Katie got a 3.33 Caitlin on that opener, and then we'll wait for the opener of Zoe McDougall over by the pier and that opener of Lakey. And Lakey coming undone on that second turn. It would have been a really good wave, but lots of time left, so just early days.
Yeah, and it is always the first heat of the day. And
look at this set.
There's definitely some solid waves here. More walled up than it was yesterday. The swell direction is coming a little bit straighter, but
yeah, hurricane swell coming right up the coast. And usually with the hurricane swell out of the 160, 165. This was McDougall over by the pier. Well, call it a little bit of a head dip there. Could have forced the issue maybe, but I think she was thinking maybe a little cover up and then get the float on the end bit. So just that opener of Katie Simmers, the 3.33, and this was Lakey's replay where she had that really good first turn and just lost the fins. You could see they, on the whitewater, lost the connection and slid out there. But I'm liking the looks of the lineup today. There's going to be a lot of opportunity. So let's see who got priority. Team Purple, ladies, has priority right now, Mark.
So that is the team representing the rest of the USA. It's California versus the rest of the USA. And priority with Gabrielle Bryan and Zoe McDougall on the screen right now is Lakey Peterson.
Yeah, and you got to think today with the teams format, probably a little more nervousness right now early. This is the first heat of the morning, and you've got your teammate out there. So it's that little extra, oh, no, I got to perform. Don't want to let anyone down.
Yeah, and there might have been some tactics devised at the time. But once you get out in the water, they can all get thrown away. And this is McDougall. Big first turn there. Beautiful slash in the pocket. Smooth surfing.
Wow.
Surfed incredibly well yesterday. And that was another beautiful ride. So be 3 scoring rides. This might be the 4th for Team USA.
Yeah, it looks like that one backside turn for Gabby Bryan went 297, but how good was this wave? This is that right pier bowl, beautiful snap through the lip, and another one throwing a ton of water. And then a beautiful cut back to button it up, smiling as she goes along the way. But yeah, she's really turned on in the last 6 months, as have all of the ladies. But you're just seeing a little extra in Zoe McDougall surfing and waiting, probably anticipating a really nice score there for the purple team out there.
Well, right now there's so many waves, it doesn't look like there's any particular hassling tactics that are going on. It's just find the spot that you like the look of the wave. But we did notice that Zoe and Gabriella had separated. Right now, up and riding, this is Lakey Peterson. How is that backhand attack? 2 good turns, and then straightening out there at the end. And incredibly fast turns by Lakey Peterson, really whipping it in the pocket. And as it stands right now, Zoe McDougall is in the lead, scoring a 6 for that last ride. We saw the ride off the point. And right down, now let's go down to Rosie Hodge, who is on the beach with one of the winners from yesterday.
That's right, one of the winners, and at the moment leading the team rankings, Caroline Marks. She teamed up with Zoe Benedetto. It's an epic team. Lakey's in the water at the moment. She's in second. The waves are pumping. What do you make of today?
Yeah, I'm super excited. The waves look super fun. There's a new swell filling in today, which is awesome. Yeah, I'm with Zoe, Team Florida, which is super cool. So hopefully we can stay on top. Should be a really fun day.
Zoe did so well yesterday. I mean, she's such a great young up and comer. What do you think her strengths are?
Yeah, she's a really strong surfer and really good competing, which is great. You know, like you said, she made the final yesterday, so we started off really strong, and hopefully we can carry that momentum into today. It should be fun.
Awesome, Caroline. All the best today.
Oh, fantastic. Thanks very much, Rosie. Great to have you down there amongst all the action today. And I'm loving the lead singer of Aerosmith look with a big mic stand.
Yeah.
It's going to be a lot of fun down there. So Rosie's going to be bringing us all the action as we see Caitlin Simmers up and riding. This is live action. 2 big turns. Has got such great control of her board. And Lakey now in the lead.
Nice snap. Oh, here we go. Gabby right behind Katie. 2 good turns. So let's get some scores. It looks like that 2-turn combo from Lakey on that last wave went 5-3-3. You called it. Zoe's right off the pier, a 6-0. And now we're waiting for that last exchange with Katie and Gabby Bryan, and then we'll see how the standings are breaking out. We're going to have to add up the 2 scores because both surfers will keep their 2 best waves. We'll add them together, and the best 4 scores. Yeah, this is that pier bowl right. Really good turn off the top. And nice combination of a second and third maneuver there from Zoe McDougall. That was a 6, so that kind of set the scale. And then Lakey got the left behind with the 2 really good backhand turns, 5-3-3. So those are the 2 best waves right now in this heat.
And Lakey is on top because she also has a 3.17 for that first right-hander that she got. Here's Caitlin.
Yeah, this was that last one we just saw, and you're right. She's always pushing it just super deep off the bottom, almost catching an edge, coming out of it clean, and then a nice finishing turn, throwing a lot of water, a little tap float. Yeah, so the local girl feeling comfortable, and it really seems like she's always on a good wave.
Yeah, she knows the bank, she knows the tides. She surfs here obviously all the time. It is her home break, and but I get the sense that she's probably confident no matter where she surfs.
Well, she won the U.S. Open Junior last year up at Huntington. I mean, she's been on multiple USA World Junior teams and has made finals in World Games and Junior Games. So, yeah, she's pretty much gnarly everywhere.
And you mentioned her incredible performance there at the U.S. Open. The conditions not dissimilar to
Very
today.
similar. Good call there, Fuely. It really does look like last year's U.S. Open when that was pumping that one day. So we're just waiting on one more score to get typed in here to the monitor for that last wave of Katie. And also looks like Gabby Bryan's getting a solid wave. Ooh, and Zoe over by the pier mark.
So much action. Zoe McDougall once again. Really fast turns. That was beautiful. Cutting back into the pocket. These bowl rights really looking good and finishing off so much energy. Wow. There for the young Hawaiian from Sunset Beach, 20 years of age, ranked 53rd on the World Qualifying Series, and she has represented.
Just picking these rights off the pier and beautiful turn through the lip and really pushing the tail, releasing there. I like how she just stayed on the rail right there. You almost saw how it got a little softer, and then the big finish is that better than the other one. Here we go out the back.
And this is live action, and that is a teammate, Gabriella Bryan, getting it vertical at the end of that ride. And so Zoe McDougall does have World Tour experience, having competed at the Maui Pro. Here's Team Courtney watching on.
Yeah, they're next.
Yeah, they're looking like Team Hannibal Lecter there right now. Yeah. They are going to take down some people today.
Well, they've got Caroline and Zoe, so some of the standouts, obviously, from yesterday. Zoe making the final, or was she in the final versus Katie, right?
Yeah.
So
Caroline
2 finalists,
Marks.
yeah.
Yeah. And Courtney and Mia. So that's going to be a great heat. That's coming up next in 17 minutes and 15 seconds.
Okay, so these scores dropping in. It looks like that last of Katie Simmers dropped in 4.87. Waiting for the third wave for Gabby Bryan, and that last of Zoe McDougall, a 5.0. So with a 6 and a 5, she's leading the heat on 11 points, sitting on her own bank over here by the pier.
And these heats are similar to the World Qualifying Series early rounds where you'll get 4 people in a heat, but you are with your team, so you're really only competing, against the other team and not against your teammate, obviously. As we see Zoe McDougall once again, look at the speed here. Nice check turn down the line. This wave really running down the beach and beautiful finishing turn there. Getting it vertical.
Sorry, Mark, that was Gabby, so they switched
Gabby
on us. They're tricking us because they got the same jersey color. How's that? So she went over there, got a couple rights, and now Gabby Bryan has moved over to the Pier Bowl. And is Zoe out there still? Let me see.
There is somebody else.
Or did they switch? Let's watch this replay. So
yeah, you're right.
Not sure if there was some communication between Zoe, like, hey, come over here. I just got a couple good scores. Gabby Bryan. And just hammering the finish right there. So the points, as we talked about, the teams will keep their 2 best scores, like you said, like a QS heat. So Team Purple will add together 4 scores. If that's better than the 4 scores Team White puts together, then Team Purple will get the 2 points for the team and then 2 points today for the overall team, USA versus California. This was Lakey. Beautiful backhand hook. Nice float. Did she get a finish? Yeah. Oh, and just comes undone again on the end, but she's surfing so well. She needs to button up these finishes.
Right now, it's the team of Zoe McDougall and Gabriella Bryan who are out in the lead in the first 2 spots.
Yeah, so look, Mark, 11, 10.8. That's 21.8 right now. So that's what Lakey and Katie are shooting for. Looks like, Gabby, your 2 scores real quick, 5.37, 5.43. Zoe McDougall has the 6 and the 5. Lakey has the 5.33 and the 3.83. And then Katie Simmers has the opening 3.33 and a 4.87. They're on 17.36. So they're just about 4 points behind.
And on your screen right now, you can see the pair there, and you can see Team Zoe together while Katie Simmers and Lakey are further down the beach. This is Caitlin Simmers. Bang! Huge first turn. Second one, wrapping it back into the power source of the wave. Coming onto the inside, it's sucking up nicely now, approaching the pier. Incredible surfing there by Katie Simmers.
And just picking the eyes out of the lineup right now. That wave was the one you want. It's the big set wave, starts tall out the back and has the ruler edge left. She did multiple maneuvers, and let's watch this thing. That first turn, very aggressive. Deep off the bottom. Oh, wow. That was incredible. She's going to be out on the open face right here. Dials it down just to read the wave, slows up, and actually got that down the line hook up into the lip. And one more float. Beautiful surfing from the youngster.
And that should be a good score, finishing right close to the pier. As you say, Ryan, those lefts, when they line up, really ran well. And it's an 8.
Whoa.
Caitlin Simmers, you got an 8 on the last wave. Up and riding now.
Zoe.
This looks like Zoe. Oh, so much speed on that closing turn.
So Team Purple deciding to now sit by the pier together. And with that 8, that puts Katie in the lead, 12.87. We got to do a quick addition here. Looks like they're on 22 and some change, if my math is correct. Yep.
Yep, in the lead. We couldn't have asked for a better start to today. There's been so much action, so many waves ridden already.
And this is what we wanted, the consistency. The new swell needed to fill in, because if it was like yesterday with these 4-person heats, it would have been a lot of hassling and a lot of downtime. So this is absolutely scripted perfect for the second day of the Nissan Supergirl Pro.
And White has priority now, so Lakey can take any wave that she wants.
And Katie.
Yeah, that's true. Katie could also take the wave. So if you look at their score lines, Katie is looking to get rid of a 4.87. Lakey looking to drop a 3.83. So improving either of those scores will improve their combined position. There's 11 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. But a big score dropped by Caitlin Simmers, the winner on the World Qualifying Series side of the bracket yesterday. And there's a lot of water moving around out there today.
Yeah, there really is. So paddling is going to be crucial today. Cardio. But all these ladies are super fit. They're not really worried about it. But, you know, you surf a half-hour heat in a competition, and it's like free surfing for an hour. So by that third round, these girls are going to be a little fatigued, and you're going to have to pay attention to that. You know, you get to the end of the day, you make the finals, and your body mechanics has changed as far as your energy level, and you have to be aware of that. Oh, these Purable Rights are just stacking. Team Purple sitting over there out of Hawaii. And look at this is a solid set right here. You can see the folks at home, the lines pouring in from Hurricane Marie.
And this is a solid set. There's another one. It looks like whether anybody's going to be in position for this one or they're going to wear it on the head.
There is a bit of a running left. It's a solid one, though. Yeah.
That is a fast left, barreling towards the pier. And but all the competitors just a little bit out of position on this one. Not that it would have given a lot of opportunity. Coming in pretty straight, and it's come low tide. It could get pretty interesting.
Yeah, I think we're rising, right, this morning for a little bit. And then we'll see the tide drop out throughout the day. Low tide around 4 this afternoon.
Okay, and so the scores, just to update everybody, Zoe McDougall, you have a 6 and a 5. You are in second position. Your teammate, Gabrielle O'Brien, you have a 5.43 and a 5.37. Katie Simmers in the lead with an 8 and a 4.87. And Lakey Peterson currently sitting in fourth with a 5.33 and a 3.83. 9 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. And this was a solid set.
Yeah, pretty lined up. So none of the ladies looking to try and better what they have on the board right now. But what a close first battle right here. I mean, any bettering of your backup right now could change the situation because it's 21.8 on the total for Purple, and it looks like 22.03. So about a third of a point separating right now. So if Zoe and Gabby can just better their backups, they're going to jump right into the lead in the teams. And the same for Lakey and Katie, looking to better their backup, and we gave them their scores. Ooh, let's listen. Oh, we love that. It's like when you can hear the guy talking with his caddy before a shot or whatever. What are they thinking?
Yeah, that was Team Courtney there, Courtney Conlog and Mia Collins.
Maybe the coach was given the, hey, cut it. Don't give our secrets away.
That's right. It's too early in the day. Every surfer, we will get to see them surf 3 times each.
How sick is that?
Okay, so each
against
time,
a different team?
Against a different team, yep. So mixing it up. We mentioned the next is Team Caroline against Team Courtney. After that, it's Tatiana Weston Webb and Sage Erickson. Their teams, and then Carissa Moore and Alyssa Spencer. So they'll continue to mix it up throughout the day, and the last round is worth double points. As it stands right now in the individual teams, it's Caroline Marks' team and Lakey Peterson's team who are out in front. Caroline Marks and Zoe Benedetto in the lead with 9 points, and Lakey Peterson, Caitlin Simmers with 7.
So looking forward to that next heat. We've got the standouts from yesterday, obviously Team Caroline, and then you've got surfers who are going to revel in the bigger surf. Mia and Courtney, that's when they stand out. Here we go, Pure Bowl.
Up and riding.
I think that is
turn that
Zoe.
Another big turn.
Wow.
Just really pushing it hard on these rights. And the Hawaiians reveling with a little bit more power and size today. 6 minutes 40 remaining. 30-minute heats throughout the entire day.
They're trying to confuse us. They're almost wearing the same outfit, right? They planned that. But this is Zoe because she's got the Ruka sticker in the nose. Yeah. Beautiful turn, and she is just ripping these Pierbowl rights. And a bigger finish. She's trying to better the 5. Similar to the other 2 waves. Is that better? Touch and go. Judges will make that decision. 6 minutes 10, ladies.
Well, she picked a good wave there because the bigger waves, as we saw, are kind of coming in straight. They're closing out. And that one ran really well, allowing her to put together a series of maneuvers, which is what the judges want to see.
You know, are the scores in that mid-range because of the size of the waves? Her surfing is incredible, but just seeing like that Katie left, big first turn in the lip, that might be the difference. Although you're not going to get the rights on the size of the set. So it's a fine line. She is picking the right waves and doing really good surfing. Waiting on that score. And coming up to that 5-minute warning. So, wow, what an exciting heat.
And with a win here, if they're able to take this, Team Lakey will tie with Team Caroline Marks, at least before they move into their heat.
Well, that's cool. Those are the scenarios that'll be unfolding throughout the day. They get if Team Lakey, like we said, gets the win right now, they move into a tie, and then the pressure goes right on Caroline. They're in the water, and they got to keep pace and try and get that win to move back ahead. If not, if Team Courtney gets the win, we'll have that tie.
Yeah, and interesting that our 2 leading teams are 1 heat apart from each other, so they really get to watch and observe and see what happens. First heat of the day always sets the stage, 4 minutes 20.
Looks like that last score did come in. Zoe McDougall, 5.03, a tiny bettering of the 5.0, 0.03 of a point. I don't think that's enough to get him into the lead, but way down the beach.
Nice turn there. Oh,
Gabby.
Big backhand slash there by Gabriella Bryan. And so the Hawaiians really moving around this entire lineup.
Truly.
As you mentioned before, the only way that we can easily tell on our screens is the stickers on their boards.
Almost.
Same coloured board. This is the 3rd heat today. That's Team Tati and Brianna Cope.
Oh, Brianna grinding.
They have 4 points. They're in 3rd place right now.
You guys are on the mic or on the web right now.
Getting some breakfast, courtesy of our sponsors.
Let's watch that replay. Deep bottom turn. She throws so much water. Gabby Bryan, another one straight up. Wow. And it's a 7. We got to do some quick math here. 12 point, that puts her on 12.43. Add that to 11, 23.46. That looks like they have, Team Purple is in the lead right now with 3 minutes, Mark.
Yeah, but it's literally fractions of a point. So if you look at the low scores of each of Lakey Peterson and Caitlin Simmers, Lakey holding a 3.83 and Caitlin holding a 4.87. And so they're the scores that they want to work on. On the other side, Zoe has a 5.03 and Gabriella a 5.43 to improve their position. Some beautiful waves coming through now with 2.5 minutes to go.
Priority with Team White.
Well, now is the time where, if you can, using your priority.
Here we go.
For the best wave.
Pressure's on Team White right now.
Yeah, this just pushing through.
Where were we at? It was.
It's super close. My math isn't good enough.
I'll do it. I'm good. 23.46 to they were on the same number, 21 and some change. So a point to either Lakey or Katie's backup, add a point, or one of them gets a 2-point better score. There you go. 2 minutes remaining. 2 points better than their backup. what I'm talking about, the wave that they would replace.
And the young Hawaiians have really, come out guns blazing this morning.
Oh,
Team
up the
in
beach.
purple and
the oohs and ahs of the judging panel, just watching the waves down to the south end. Does that signify waves moving into the lineup? We'll see. It looks a bit slow right now after all of those set waves.
Yeah, the energy of the ocean looks like it kind of got sucked out, but there'll be plenty more coming. It's just a matter of, will it happen in the next 1 minute 15? I think usually a good sign is if you look out at the white buoy. That usually signifies if there's some movement in the ocean.
Yeah, you see them going up and down, right?
Yeah, there is. And also on your screen there, you can just see what's happening. It's sometimes harder when the surfers are looking out. 50 seconds,
Ooh.
50 seconds remaining. This is going to come down to the wire.
White still has priority. Let's reiterate that for them. And big set approaching. Looks like Katie having a look, Mark. No, sorry, Lakey.
This is Lakey up and riding. First big turn, throwing a huge amount of spray. Second one, bang. Looking to get rid of 383. A third turn, taking this all the way onto the inside. Behind her, Caitlin Simmers. Look at that. Huge turn by Katie. Wow. Lakey still going on the inside. 16 seconds remaining. It's going to come down to the last scores here.
Wow.
Go in the judges' hands, and we didn't. Behind Lakey, Katie took off on a huge wave, and her first turn was massive. The second one really went for it. So we're going to look at both of those. We'll bring you all the scores. It's going to come down to the wire. It's in the judges' hands. And next in the water, Caroline Marks, Zoe Benedetto, Courtney Conlog, and Mia Collins are going to battle it out.
So since Team Purple didn't get a wave in that last exchange, we're waiting on Lakey. Technically, I think a 6 or better would probably get the job done. And then you're right, Katie had one of the biggest turns. Let's watch. Here we go. This was Lakey. Just hammers that first section. Picked a beautiful one, too. Went on the first wave of the set. Gets a second turn. Her backhand is on point today. Yeah, and then look at this little dual angle. She just hammers it and almost rides out of this huge floater. She would have put another excellent score on the board, and you saw Lakey finishing right there, Mark. Wow, we're waiting on the numbers. Did they pull out
right
at the end?
Literally in the last 30 seconds. So Lakey needed to improve on a 3.83 to add to their points to get them closer or beyond Team Zoe, and Caitlin a 4.87. So
scores dropping in for Lakey.
One more judge. Score yet to drop. Will they do it? It's going to be the combined scores that, of course, matters at the end of the day. Still deliberating on Caitlin's wave as well.
She could better the 4.87 with the one huge turn.
The highest score so far of the heat before those waves was Katie's 8. And let's see.
There's Zoe coming out of the water. Great surfing from the purple team. Go ahead, Mark.
And Lakey drops a 6.5. A 6.5. So that does improve your score line. Now, can Caitlin Simmers improve on a 4.87? It's certainly looking like she's going to for that huge turn. A 4.97. So in the last two waves of the heat, Caitlin Simmers takes the top spot. Lakey Peterson, third overall behind Gabriella Bryan. We're going to have to work the math.
I think it's enough. 24.7-ish to the 23.46. It looks like Team White has done it, but we'll confer on the math. And when
And we'll take a short break here, come back with all the results, and with Caroline Marks, Zoe Benedetto, Courtney Conlog, and Mia Collins.
When we founded Paul Mitchell nearly 40 years ago, people would ask, John Paul, why do you want to make hair care products? I tell them, I don't. I want to make super hair care products, but it's more than that. It's hair color that makes you feel like $1,000,000 and passionate people doing what they love. It's giving back, treating the planet kindly, and supporting the professional hairdresser. To me, it's not just about hair care. It's creating something beautiful for all of us.
Hotel, a tapestry collection by Hilton.
The Nissan Supergirl Surf Pro is being brought to you by Nissan. Choose Nissan today for great offers on their most exciting lineup ever. Shop nissanusa.com and by the United States Marine Corps. Since 1775, winning battles for our nation and for all its people. And welcome back to round one of Heat 2. Caroline Marks, who won the World Tour side yesterday, and Zoe Benedetto, that team up against Courtney Conlogue and Mia Collins. Both those surfers looking for redemption here in waves that do suit them. And we saw an incredible first heat that came right down to the wire. And those official results coming up soon. But Ryan, what a way to start today. And we have some serious waves on hand and some committed surfers.
I mean, you really couldn't have asked for a better opening heat where Team Purple came out just swinging because they knew they had to up against Team Lakey. So it was Team Zoe, and they did everything they could do. They were ripping, and it just so happened that in the end, Team White had the priority, and they got lucky. That set showed up with about 20 seconds remaining. So the only thing I'm wondering is, it's always just looking back, hindsight's 20/20, but why wasn't Team Purple on that wave Katie was on? Because White would have used priority, and it had I don't know where they were in the lineup, but could that have been the difference? All the teams surfed 3 times today, so I'm sure Team Purple will be going back to the drawing board, figuring out maybe how they can play the priority better at the end, but nothing you can do when Lakey Peterson hammers that wave and gets the score she needs.
Yeah, big score, and that's the excitement of this team's format, that it really comes down to both surfers, top 2 waves scored for both surfers, and so, you know, every single wave counts. Here we see Courtney Conlogue, I think.
Oh, no, Mia.
That's Mia, up and riding on her backhand. We saw Courtney earlier take off on a huge wave. Mia, beautiful surfing. Oh, getting radical there. So Mia Collins, that.
Good finish.
A nice, solid opening ride for her. And this is Zoe Benedetto from Florida. And out the back, that is Courtney, of course, on the biggest wave, as you always expect. Just loves to charge. And Caroline Marks yet to catch a wave that we've seen.
So just looking, even though Zoe rode that last wave, priority is with Team Pink because Caroline, excuse me, sitting out the back, and Courtney and Mia rode waves, and they're paddling back out. So Pink in priority. Caroline patiently. Oh, looks like she might have got an early wave. I see that a score yet to drop on my monitor, but over here looks like young Zoe up and riding. Quick snap and a little down carve on that oncoming right coming off the pier.
And Zoe had a good day yesterday.
Oh, great day.
Incredible surfing throughout the entire day. And came up against raging Caitlin Simmers through those rounds.
Yeah, seemingly unstoppable. Coming up next, Tatiana Weston Webb, Team Tati with Brianna up against Sage Erickson and Tia Blanco. So waiting on that opening. Looks like the first of Zoe, a 2.0. She's going to get a second score, that last one we just saw. Having a paddle. No rides. Mia Collins opens up with a 4.5 Mia, riding that Timmy Patterson shape. She grew up riding dear old dad's boards, and just in the last year and a half, Mia deciding to ride the Timmy Pattersons, and he's on fire right now, obviously. Italo. He's got Italo under his wing, and Mia. Ooh, Courtney Conolog, the big backhand snap fuelie, 6.67. And I was wondering where the judges were going to go with one big turn on the sets, and they loved it up into the good range.
It was a committed turn on a solid size wave, as you expect. Courtney loves the big waves. She's performed incredibly well, including taking victory at the US Open in massive conditions. So these sort of straight on, hard breaking waves really suit her. Huntington Beach is her regular training ground, so very, very similar setup.
Yeah, when the wave punches, she punches back. That's Courtney.
And that 6.67 just showing the power in the turn. Caroline Marks of Team USA being patient. We expected to see on something significant. She did take the victory yesterday, maximum points for her team.
So a stacking set. Are we going to see her running left? There's a bit of a shoulder on this Pure Bowl.
Oh, and that was a paddle. Was that Mia, I think? Was on the edge. And this is likely...
Oh! Pitted! And the float.
Mia! That is...
No, it was Courtney.
No, that was Courtney. It was, wow. Pulled in and then went for a floater at the end. This is... So... Team Courtney just charging here. And...
Well, you called it. This is where they revel. Courtney is just frothing right now. She probably pulled up this morning 5:30 and was just on it.
And wow, she traveled some distance there as well. I probably traveled on that wave about 200 yards. And she's right down closer to Mia. And there you see Mia on the right.
Yeah.
Sitting, and Courtney paddling back out. And in between them, I think that's Zoe. It's
yeah, I think Caroline's. Is she still down the beach, or did she move over?
She's sneaking around somewhere. Where it's a big play field here this morning, and we don't always see all of it on our screens.
I think Caroline, there she is. She's down on that left where Lakey got that wave in the end of the last heat. So kind of down the beach looking for these long stretched out lefts.
And that was the first barrel that we have seen in the competition so far.
Ooh.
Wow, close to the pier. Huge turn there by Mia Collins. Massive backhand gouge. Really close to the pylons.
Yeah, be careful.
Fully committed turn. And now, actually, whoa, and she's just
racing through.
Scooted through the pier. Off your screen at the moment, but she literally caught a whitewash and went through the pier. Is now on the other side and paddle back out. So just showing the power of these waves today. 20 minutes and 30 seconds to go. And as it stands, Courtney Conlog with a 6.67 and a 4.17 in the lead. Mia Collins was second with a 4.5, but that was before that last dramatic wave. It's going to come in at a good score, I believe. So Team Courtney is going to be out in front. And a 6.23, Mia. A 6.23 for that committed turn right near the pier. Solid wave. Zoe Benedetto has a 2 and a 2.5, and Caroline Marks yet to get a score on the board with just under 20 minutes remaining. But remember, Caroline Marks in the final yesterday didn't have a scoring ride until about 10 minutes to go, and then she won. So you'd never count her out. Extremely experienced, despite only being 18 years of age. Qualified as the youngest woman ever to make the World Tour at 15 at the time she qualified.
Yep, eclipsing Tyler Wright when she did it at 16.
And now number 2 in the world.
So the barrel wave for Courtney, 417, and the big backhand snap Mia, 623. So the low for Mia, a 4.5, and the low for Courtney trying to better, a 417, and they're on a pretty commanding lead, up in 21.57 right now.
And back all surfers now back into the lineup. Mia has made it back through the pier. There's sometimes a bit of an escalator that you can take beside the pier that'll carry you out quickly. So they're all in the lineup, all in position for the next set to come through. 18.5 minutes remaining. And Mia, one of those surfers who knows this wave really well. She's been competing here since 2012, I believe, was her first year. And her best results are 9th in 2016 and 2017. Hailing from Newport Beach, just 21 years of age, and that huge backhand turn really paid off. Let's see if she gets another opportunity.
Yeah, she's going to stick over by the pier bowl.
So on your screen, Caroline Marks is the furthest over on the left. Then you have Courtney Conlog, Zoe Benedetto.
Yep, they're on the
in
screen.
the middle there, and Mia Collins off the screen further north, closer to the pier. And Courtney stalking Caroline Marks, putting the pressure on. And there's the pier, and that is Mia. Mia, you got a 6.23 on your last wave, a 6.23. You are in second position behind your teammate Courtney Conlog. And now Caroline Marks taking a look at this one, deep on the inside. What's she got? Off the bottom hard, bang! Huge first turn. So it's a one-turn wave. But that will drop into the scoreline. And you can just see her compressing down on the bottom turn. And then driving hard off the bottom and into the lip for one turn. And so now priority is with Team Courtney. Priority with Courtney and Mia. And in position, Caroline paddling out, and it looks like Courtney down the beach. What she got here, and hollow wave, not able to paddle into that. And this is Zoe Benedetto, takes it instead, up on her backhand. The youngster picking off a solid ride and surfing it all the way through from Palm City in Florida. So that is likely going to be Zoe's best wave so far today. Currently holding a 2 and a 2.5. A little over 15 minutes remaining. And the sweep of the ocean, really strong today, Ryan. Constant paddling is going to be involved.
It's like a river. Yeah, you got to paddle upstream all day long. We might even see some ladies, if they get a long one, get out and run if it's early enough in the heat to conserve the energy, do a light jog way down the beach. Bit of a left on the south corner. Look at the girls warming up for the next heat.
Yeah, that's Tatiana Weston-Webb, currently 4 points in the team's competition and surfed so well yesterday. And she'll be reveling in these fast left-handers, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And
her teammate, Brianna Cope, but also from Kauai, is probably going to be loving the conditions today.
And this current is so strong. Zoe Benedetto got her best wave so far, a 3.43, but she has literally been battling against the current since she's right down up against the pier.
Little reprieve right now between the sets.
Yeah, she'll be able to scoot back out now, but it really shows how strong this current is. It's Caroline Marks on your screen. So, Caroline, we're still waiting for your score.
It came in, Mark. You don't see it? Okay, it's a 5.7, Caroline. 5.7 on your opener. Solid frontside snap on a set wave.
So, it's Courtney Conlog, Mia Collins in the top 2 spots, Zoe in 3rd, and Caroline Marks currently holding down the 4th position. 14 minutes remaining, plenty of waves. And you mentioned earlier that it's 30-minute heats, but 30-minute heats in these conditions is a lot of physical work.
Wear you down.
You know, you're paddling against the current, you're fighting your way through the sets. You know, if there's a lot of adrenaline, you know, if you take off on a solid wave, there's a lot of adrenaline at the end of the ride.
And actually, you know, thinking about the team's format today, I bet even more nerve-wracking a little bit, more adrenaline, knowing that you have to compete for your competitor, your teammate. So just that little extra. Oh, look at this on the south corner.
This is Courtney coming around. Bang, huge first turn, straight into the second. So fluid, so powerful. The third turn. And there was no wasted energy between those 2 turns.
And the judges love that. Straight off the bottom, in the lip, 3 times. Looking like her Stamp surfboard, looking really good. She's had a great relationship with Tim Stamps for many years. Let's see if she betters that 417, Fuely.
And Courtney has won here twice. 2-time Supergirl Pro champion. Courtney come around. Bang, huge first turn, straight into the second. So fluid, so powerful. The third turn. And there was no... Well, that was me in a replay. That was interesting.
Great job. And it came in at a 6.5. 6.5 Court. So you now have a 6.67 and a 6.5, putting Courtney on 13.17. Mia Collins on the 10.73. Do some quick math. 23.90. So they're way out in front, but still with 12 minutes remaining. And Caroline got the 5.7, and Zoe got her best wave. They're now looking, Team Pink is looking for a good ride here, both of them. Who's got priority? Well, they do have priority. So this is time to strike for Zoe and Caroline.
And Caroline doesn't have a second score at all, so you would think that her taking the wave.
Okay, there you go with the strategy.
Would likely be the best move.
Does she get the first pick of the next good wave?
Yeah, but Zoe does hold a 2.5 and a 3.43, so we'll need to get rid of both of those to move up ahead of either Mia or Courtney, because the only score that they have that's under a 5, Mia's second wave is a 4.5. Everything else is in the 6 plus range. 21.57 to 10.20. So more than 10 points. And we've got 10 minutes and 43 seconds. Some good lulls between these sets. Longer period swell than yesterday, but a lot more powerful. And more waves in each set. Yesterday too, so this is likely Caroline Marks and an in and out. So that is going to be a low score for her second wave. That wave really ran, but it was closer to the pier. And for Caroline Marks, too far south to take advantage of that. Priority now is with Mia Collins and Courtney Conlog, but Rosie, you're down there amongst all the action.
That's right, I've got the two Hawaiians and arguably one of the most exciting teams of the whole mix. I mean, just so great to see these ladies working together. Carissa Moore, the 4-time world champion, and then we've got the hopeful Vahidi Enzo. That's just been amazing to watch. Well, Carissa, you've matched up with one of your best friends, a little protege of yours. How stoked are you to be surfing with her?
I'm so stoked. We've been on a trip for about 2.5 weeks now, and we've had a great time. It's been fun watching her surf, and she was like carrying the team on her back yesterday, so I'm hoping to contribute a little bit today. It'll be fun to be in the water together.
And Vahidi, for those, the last couple of weeks, what have you guys been up to? Where have you been so far?
Yeah, so we kind of just started. We went to BSR Wave Pool. We stayed there for a couple nights, and then we flew out to California, and then we got to visit Kelly's wave pool for a little bit, and we just kind of been surfing everywhere, lowers once in here, but the crowd kind of can get a little frustrating, but just kind of practicing all over.
Definitely be pretty brutal, but I want to be on the team Carissa because that sounds pretty mental. And Riss, obviously this year it's a little bit of a different season. You won the world title last year, but how good is it to just have time at home and have time to kind of mentor people like Vahidi?
Oh my goodness, it's been a lot of fun. It has been a different year, but I think everyone's had to shift a little bit and kind of adapt. And this year hasn't been so bad. I've gotten to spend time with this one, my family at home, my husband, my dogs. Got to visit Kayla a few times here in California, and it's just nice, we're on the road so much, to have that extra time to just be with family and kind of settle into a home routine, so yeah.
You guys were in your little team bubble huddling there. I mean, this morning the waves are great. I mean, obviously it could be pretty tricky, you got to pick the right one, but what's the strategy going up into the lineup?
The strategy is to rip, find waves and rip. No, the waves are actually, definitely bigger than yesterday. There's a bit of current, and some of the waves are kind of fast, so I think it's just finding the right sections and then pushing it hard when we do get the opportunity.
Shred, punt, rip, all of those things. I want to see that all from you ladies out there. Good luck. Thank you guys.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Rosie. That was fantastic. There has been some waves ridden, but what a great interview. And I want to be on Team Carissa as well. Vahidi traveling with her, surfing Kelly's wave pool, surfing lowers. It sounds like a lot of fun.
Yes, please. Jeez. They've been everywhere, but what a fun trip.
Yeah, and Vahidi has been ripping. She made the semis yesterday, was knocked out by Zoe Benedetto in that semi-final, but absolutely ripping the under-12 US champion. And as Carissa mentioned there, she was knocked out in the first round in a big upset yesterday, and so looking to redeem herself for her team today. And we know how well she surfs in waves like this. So just to update you, Courtney Conlog is still in the lead with priority, but Caroline Marks scored a couple of waves, and this is Zoe Benedetto. Nice first turn. Smaller wave, but one that's giving her something to work with. Onto the inside, bang! Now, this should affect the scoreline. She was holding a 2.5 as her low score, a high of 3.43, and the waves that we didn't get to see is Caroline Marks 6.27.
I think that was right at the beginning of the interview. It was a left. She had a couple turns, solid. 6.27, Caroline putting her on 11.97. The last of Zoe just dropped in 4.03. That adds to the 3.43. We've got a paddle. I think Mia.
That's Mia.
So we'll do some quick math. We've got 23.9, Team Green on 23.9, and now Team Caroline is moving up, and they are sitting on 19 and change, so they still need a few points. Will we see what we saw in the first heat, the flurry at the end and the flip-flop of the rating standings? Here we go.
This Courtney pulling in, picking that and not able to find the exit, but going for it. Courtney's low score is a 6.5, which is a pretty big score, so looking for a significant wave. Zoe increased her score with a 4.3. Priority now with the pink team Marks, and 5 minutes and 5 seconds remaining. Just over 5 minutes, and Mia Collins still holding a 4.5. in her scoreline as well. But Zoe did improve the team position right now, and Caroline, her low score of 5.7. So very close here still. The difference really...
4.2.
Yeah.
I just did the quick math,
There you
Mark.
go.
4.2. They've got a lead. So it's 2 points on either of Caroline or Zoe's backup better. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. So it's 23.9 and 19.7. That's where you get the 4.2 separation. So really cool. Who's got priority? It looks like Team Caroline in the pink jersey. They hold priority. And once again, ladies, you're about 4.2 points down. So whoever needs to better, looks like you said it, Zoe's back up the 3-4-3. Add to that, Caroline looking to put more on that 5.7. They've got priority, sort of similar situation to the last heat. And Team Lakey did flip the script on that last exchange.
Yeah, it really did come down to the last two waves. And Team Courtney, 0 points.
Ooh, wouldn't have thought that, right?
No, not the way they're surfing now, because both surfers eliminated in the first round yesterday. So, but a lot of points up for grabs today. And Team Lakey, right now, they are tied with Team Caroline.
Oh, yeah. With that win, they got to the 9 because they were on 7. So you never want to root against anybody, but maybe a little bit today.
Yeah, $40,000 in total money
40,000
awarded.
Ah.
So 3 minutes remaining. Waves starting to come through the lineup here. There's the green team there together.
Ooh, out front, Mark.
Having a look here. And this is Mia looking to replace her wave, improve their lead. Nice second turn. And finishing it off cleanly right next to the pier. You got to see the pylons there. Can't get any closer than that.
Trying to replace the 4-5. So we'll stand by for the score.
And awesome tactics there by Team Courtney. Courtney kind of shadowing right beside her almost. I guess the tactic there was protect each other and got that wave. Will it increase their lead? 2 minutes and 10 seconds remaining here.
Let's watch the replay.
Looking to replace her wave, improve their lead. Nice second turn. And finishing it off cleanly right next to the pier. You got to see the pylons there. Can't get any.
Well, Fioli, the score drops in. She betters it by 0.30. It's a 4.8, so job well done. And that puts it a little, so 4.5 now on the total. Add that 0.3 to the 4.2, so a little tougher on Team Caroline. They still hold priority. 1 minute 40, ladies. More sets pouring through the lineup. Good thing about hurricane swell, pretty consistent. Going to be a lot of waves all day.
And here goes Courtney taking a look at that, opting not to go. With a minute, with a minute 16 remaining, there's about 4 points difference right now. And if you look at the scoreline, then that would mean Zoe getting around an 8, or for Caroline, nearly needing almost a 10.
Yeah, so, you know, quick math, it says that, yeah, each surfer is what I'm trying to say, needs to get a wave, and looking at the 2 point plus bettering of the wave. To have one do it, a little bit tough with time call winding down. Oh,
it's 35 seconds.
Little lockup on the monitor there.
What incredible, exciting surfing, this team format, really delivering what we had hoped for.
Yeah.
And we're going to have this throughout 3 rounds today. And that is Team Lakey alongside Coach Mike Parsons. Yeah, this is to see, will they be in equal first place on the team's competition?
3, 2, 1, and that's the horn. So it looks like Courtney Conolog and Mia Collins are going to get that ever important 2 points. Wow, what a show. Courtney got barreled twice, came out of the 1. Mia, solid, powerful surfing, and it just seemed they were in rhythm from the beginning of the heat with the waves. Caroline and Zoe surfing incredible, but just not finding the correct waves in that 30 minutes. But they'll be out again in the second round, and they're doing, well, they are leading, or tied.
And great surfing still by Zoe and Caroline Marks, but the tide really changed with Mia Collins getting that left hand, a huge backside blast right next to the pier. We'll take a break. There's Mia Collins, and when we come back, it will be Heat 3 of Round 1 of the Supergirl Pro of Surf for 2020.
So I'm gonna hold on promoting you this quarter. Cool?
Drop the taco. Get in the car. Does this Sentra feel like a compromise to you? Wait, what? The handling. It's good, right? No compromise there.
Nope. Watch this. Breathe.
Rear automatic braking.
So if this Nissan Sentra isn't going to compromise, why should you? You're right.
Atta girl.
The all-new Nissan Sentra with more standard safety features than any other car in its class.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world. Always connected, but somehow alone. Trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
Back to the Nissan Supergirl Surf Pro, which is brought to you by Power Crunch Protein Energy Bars and by White Claw Hard Seltzer. And now Heat 3 of Round 1, and it is Team Tati, Tatiana Weston-Webb and Brianna Cope up against Sage Erickson and Tia Blanco. California versus the rest of the US, 30-minute heat. And we're expecting more great surfing. We just saw Caroline Marks served her first defeat of this competition. She won every heat yesterday, 3 rounds, and was just served a defeat by Courtney Conlog and Mia Collins. And now we have Lakey Peterson alongside Caroline Marks leading the team rankings. And on the screen right now, that is Brianna Cope, and up against
Tia.
That's Tia Blanco of Puerto Rico. And wow, reset here. That 2 high energy heats.
Yeah, I'm stoked. What incredible surfing this morning. And we talked about it yesterday. When you get the waves, you get the surfing, right? Sage opens up with that 6.50, 6.5 solid opener for the blue team, Sage and Tia. And was there maybe a little collective sigh of relief when, I hate to say it, when Team Caroline didn't win, because they would have been starting to run away with it. So everyone, all the teams, you know, not stoked that one team isn't getting too far away with a little more points on offer today.
Yeah, and Courtney's team really needed that victory because they had 0 points coming into today. It's Sage Erickson. This event, she's won here a couple of times before. It just seems like every year Sage Erickson comes to the Supergirl Pro and just performs at her absolute best. And she's opened with a 6.5.
Yeah, and why is the reason, you know? Why is Oceanside, you know, her spot where she's got 2 wins before she feels good maybe down here? And maybe that confidence in getting that win early, you know? There's Caroline.
Well, still smiling.
Always.
Yeah, despite, you know, she knows she's got 2 more rounds to go, and had some big scores, but came up against a rampaging team of Mia Collins and Courtney Conlock. Okay.
Tia
up and riding. The goofy footer racing this wave. Is she going to be able to get around? No. But that will put a little score on the board. And her first wave of today. And what will Brianna Cope and Tatiana West Tia up and riding? The goofy footer racing this wave. Is she going to be able to get around? No.
Gonna see a little bit of that today. You know, you gotta commit. Oh, look at this. Really good wave. Stacking up. Tati deep off the bottom. Cracks the lip. Nice carve back. And then this is where transition into the oncoming right. And she's finishing solid. So, well, she looks like she's going to be on rhythm today.
Looking really strong.
So priority sits with the blue team. Sage opened up with that solid 6.5. Brianna yet to ride a wave, and Tia a throwaway, and then now we'll get a decent really good
score.
wave. Stacking up. Tati deep off the bottom. Cracks the lip. Nice carve back, and then this is where transition into the oncoming right, and she's finishing solid. So, well, she looks like she's going to be on rhythm today.
And if for people at home, if it sounds like we are repeating ourselves, it's because we're replaying the wave as called. At least that is what we're hearing. So you might think that we have really good memories and we know how to say the same things for the same wave, but when we're showing the replay at the moment, you are hearing our live calls. So Tatiana Weston Webb, number 6 on the world ranking, and will be representing Brazil at the Olympic Games.
Yeah, so Tati growing up in Kauai, but she's got the Brazilian mom, so she's got the dual passports. That's like Tia growing up pretty much all around the world because her dad was in the Coast Guard, and congratulations to him. He just retired, Simon, Lieutenant Commander. I think 25 or plus years in the Coast Guard. Thanks for all that he did, since we have the military vibe this year as the sponsors.
Let's go down to Rosie on the beach.
The team that's arguably having the most fun, Mia Collins and Courtney Conlock from just down the road in Huntington Beach. Mia, what a performance. Take us through that heat, because I know that you're right there for some of Courtney's waves.
Yeah, so we kind of had like a good strategy to kind of hug the south end, and Courtney was deeper than me, so I thought if I stayed to the side, maybe I could catch some of the corners and she could catch the deeper ones. So I started off quickly and I got a good score under my belt, and then I shifted towards the pier because the current's a little strong. And then I just saw like all the way up the beach, Courtney drop into this big set and pull in like fully sideways, and I was just like, yeah, Courtney. And we're talking like that's like the first time we've ever rooted for someone else in our heats, and it was just really fun. And I ended up getting a good backup next to the pier, like one solid hit on a closeout, and I kind of got caught like by the pier most of the heat, but Courtney got another really good left up down the beach, and I think she got like a 6 something on that one. I can't hear that now. Yeah, it was a little hard to hear. We were just so in the moment, and yeah. So it was super fun, and we caught good waves, and we had really good communication out there too, which was nice with having a teammate. And I don't know, do you want to add anything?
Well, yeah, it was really fun just cheering Mia on. I saw a couple like nuggets. I'm like, go Mia! It was just so fun to just share a heat with someone and work together. It was really cool.
Well, solid teamwork, but
I didn't surf for probably around 10 months. You know, I would sneak a surf or 2 in, but it was definitely too soon. And now just being back in the water, I'm just kind of getting the wheels rolling and just having fun. You know, I feel really fresh and just ready to get out there and put the jersey back on. It feels great.
And maybe for people that are unfamiliar with what happened, do you want to talk us through what happened with that injury?
Yeah, I ended up sustaining, 3 concussions in 7 months. The last one was in Portugal, and it was at Super Tubos in one of my heats, actually. Ended up breaking my surfboard with my back. I thought it was a backboard. Joking. But ended up, having to do 33 sessions of neurofeedback, long recovery, was in 3 appointments a day. It was a long road, but super happy to be back and feel better than ever. It definitely took a while, but I got there.
I've got one last question for Courtney before I get back to Mia. But Courtney, you're one of the toughest, most resilient athletes there are, really. And I just want to ask you, because the way that you came back, you paddled. What distance was it?
Well, it was supposed to be 32, but you know how I roll. I did 35 because we picked the wrong line in the ocean. It's not like a road where, it's a straightaway. But I ended up doing a 35-mile paddle from 2 harbors to Huntington Beach Pier. And the reason I did it was I just know with everything going on, it's tough, challenging times, and I know people need inspiration. I needed inspiration. I needed a challenge that really pushed me and just showed me what I was capable of again. And I worked really hard for 8 weeks, and I did it in order to raise awareness and support for Feeding America and a better chance as well. And so it was such a cool experience. I did it with my brother and my buddy Landon, and who would have thought I would have been doing a 35-mile paddle in August. I definitely would have thought that. Not last year.
No, not even slightly surprised, but welcome back. We're so stoked to have you back.
Thank
and
you
what
so
a great
much.
message. And Mia, just to team up with someone like Courtney, I know you both grew up in Huntington Beach, but to have someone like Courtney to look up to, and who's the future generation coming out of that place?
It's been so fun working with Courtney and seeing her out at the pier. It's always been inspiring to watch her surfing, and she was one of the first female surfers when I was younger to where I drew my inspiration from. And I think it was actually over at South Jetty. I think it was like a Prime, like a Surfing America contest, and that was one of the first times I saw you and talked to you, and you were just super cool. So it was nice to have a female surfer that I could look up to and also be from the same place that I was in. And since then, there's been so many other young up-and-coming women surfers at the pier and in Newport, and it's so cool to see. Like, I never had that girl posse that is so prevalent nowadays, and it's really cool to see that, and also be sort of transitioning into the, what little girls look up to now rather than just looking up to people like Courtney, and it's been a really fun journey.
Yeah, both of you are so awesome. We can't wait to see what you do in the rest of this round robin. We'll send it back to you guys.
To take a break and listen to that interview. Just to update everybody, with 17 minutes and 45 seconds remaining, Tatiana Weston-Webb, her score that we saw before the break, 6.23. Sage Eriksson just dropped a 4.03 to go with her 6.5. Tia Blanco a 2.83 and a 0.83, and Brianna Cope yet to have a scoring ride. So the ocean definitely went quiet there. There's 17 minutes and 20 seconds. Sage Eriksson way out in front right now, and I think Sage has a hand up. Sage, 17 minutes, 14 seconds remaining. You have a 6.5 and a 4.03. You are in the lead.
On that one. Yeah, it was a little hard to hear. We were just so in the moment, and yeah. So it was super fun, and we.
So we'll just repeat that. It looks like Sage, if she's looking for some timings, there's just under 17 minutes. You have a 6.5 and a 4.03. You are in the lead. Tia, a 2.83 and a 0.83. Let's see. It looks like
Brianna
Cope up and riding.
Good first turn there in the lip. Nice wrap carve, and then smashes the end. Solid opener from Brianna Cope for Team Tati. Both of those girls hailing out of Kauai.
So Brianna, that's the first wave under her belt, and a good strong one. And make sure you check out her film, Surfing to Cope. It's available online.
Who's coming up next? Carissa, Team Carissa with Vahiti up against Alyssa and Sam Sibley, the defending champion from last year's Supergirl Pro. That'll be a good matchup. Carissa's definitely going to want to get one back since Alyssa took her out yesterday in that opening round.
Yeah. And here's the replay here, Ryan.
Beautiful first turn. She waited almost 15 minutes to get this first wave, and it came in at a 5.73. Nice dismount there. Brianna, solid opener. And Tati sitting on that 6.23.
So Team Tati has 4 points. Team Sage needs some points, coming into today with 0 points. And is this Brianna on the inside looking for a second ride? And a little less energy in this heat from the wave perspective. Let's have a look here.
Brianna again.
This is Brianna up and riding again. Nice backhand turn. So going from 0 waves to getting 2 on the board very quickly. And that is good tactics, because Tatiana has a good solid wave, a 6.23 in her scoreline. So that'll be 2 waves on the board for Brianna. 14.5 minutes.
Let's watch that last one. Clean runner left on the inside. I think a good decision to go on this wave. Quick snap. Nice down-the-line hook, and then a whitewash climb to just add a few more to the board there. It's a 3.83. So just like that, Brianna Cope turns around, goes 5.73, 3.83, and the black team with a little bit of an edge right now, but priority with the blue team. Sage looking to replace a 4, and Tia looking for a good second score with just a 2.83 right now and then a throwaway. So maybe some tactics. Look, Sage has 2 scores, letting Tia go. So the girls are communicating.
A hollow wave off the bottom. Nice turn. And again, big re-entry there for 2-time ISA World Junior Champion.
No,
World
Open.
World Open Champion. And that, you're right, good tactics there. Tia needed to get rid of a low score of a 0.83. It's looking like most of the activity is going to occur in the last 13.5 minutes of this heat.
But Tia did get second in the U18 in the World Junior in 2015 when it was held right here when Team USA won their first gold medal. Let's watch this replay. Scrapped into it. Nice snap under the lip, and then great to get the finishing hook. It's a 4.5, 4.5. So looking at the team totals, 10.5 and 7.33. That looks like 17.86. And Team Black sitting on about a 15.8 or around there. So Team Blue in a slight lead right now. And there's the youngsters, Team Alyssa, coming up next. Alyssa Spencer and Samantha Sibley pretty much battling against each other since they were wee grommets of 11 years old once they came onto the scene. But now they're teammates.
Yeah, it's going to be great to see, and it could definitely be. There were upsets yesterday. We may see some more today. 12 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. There's only about 2 points in it. Team Sage has the edge, but Brianna Cope sitting in that second spot. And Sage opened up straight out of the gates with a 6.5. Back that up to the 4.03, giving her the lead over here. And there is Tatiana Weston Webb. She's got 1 score, but it is a 6.23. It's solid. There we see priority is sitting with Team Tati. Priority with the team in black. And Brianna Cope quickly got her waves, a 3.83 to go with a 5.73, putting her in second position. And as the tide has come up a little bit more,
I think we're nearing the high tide in the morning.
We're seeing it slow down a little bit, but we actually believe that the swell is going to peak or push a little harder around midday today. So we're expecting solid waves throughout the entire day. And Ryan, that's Rosie's interview that she did with Courtney and Mia. There's so much good information there, great energy between those two.
I mean, yeah, it was really cool to hear how they were cheering each other on, rooting, telling each other where to go, and both of those girls super open and communicative, so that's really cool to see, where some teams might be a little more reserved based on their personalities, but, I mean, Courtney and Mia, they're just like happy-go-lucky, energy-filled, and so really cool to see in that interview.
Yeah, but they had a plan.
Yeah,
and
true.
And they executed the plan really well.
And they took out one of the main teams, so probably a look at. So once again, Sage trying to better a 4.03, Tia trying to better a 2.83, Brianna, you're trying to better a 3.83. Tati yet to ride a second wave, so whatever she adds in that second score line, it'll go right to the total, and we know it's 1786 for Team Blue right now to 1579, so about a 2.5, 3-point differential, so a little bit closer in this heat.
And yet another beautiful day here at Oceanside.
Yeah, I woke up where I live up in Huntington Garden Grove area, and it was foggy at my house, and I'm 25 minutes inland from the beach, so I was a bit scared, like, oh, is the whole coast fogged in? But luckily, it was just that North County, Huntington, Newport, and then once I got around Dana Point, it was all good, smooth sailing. We don't want any fog delays today.
Well, yesterday, yeah, we were off for a
half hour.
A little over, half an hour as the fog rolled in, and we went on hold because we literally couldn't see the surfers, so the judges couldn't either. Okay, up and riding. This is Tia Blanco, and in and out. Hailing from Puerto Rico, representing.
Yeah, so I think going back to that, I think she was born there. Her dad might have been stationed at some point, so born there and then moving. I think they lived in Hawaii and then they were in California, because I know when you're in the Coast Guard, you move around a lot to the different ports. So that's why Tia will be competing if she can make the Olympics for Team Puerto Rico. And I think there might be one more shot at it, like you were saying. Either the Pan Am Games or the next ISA Worlds would be the last effort to get into the Olympics if they're not already qualified.
Yeah, there's. You're right. It's a Pan Am Games, and I think it's May at this stage is the plan. Of course, had to be postponed from this year, so there are a few spots. There are already. I think it's 8 women provisionally qualified for the Olympic Games. 4 of them are here. Carissa Moore and
Caroline for Team
Caroline
USA.
Marks.
Tati.
So, 3 here. And Tatiana Weston Webb.
Surfing for Brazil.
Yep. All,
is there a
qualified.
second surfer for Brazil yet? Confirmed? Silvana Lima?
Silvana Lima.
Okay, cool.
Yep, is
cool.
Is provisionally. Now we've got some
there we go.
action in the ocean with 7.5 minutes remaining.
Tati.
Let's take a look at this. Wow, she needed this wave up into the lip. Oh, just digging a rail there, but keeping the speed and cutting out. So she got a score on the board, though. She did need something, and that was priority that she used there as well. So 6.23.
Well,
she was already holding down.
Mark, it was only 2 point something or other separation, so she might get a little score. Let's see how that plays out. Could be enough to put Team Tati in the lead momentarily with now just 7 minutes. Here comes the score, and then we'll do the quick addition.
Well, Tia Blanco has a 2.83 as her low score. And so that's an obvious area of improvement for her. A 3.13 for Tatiana Weston Webb. And that was that nice first turn.
Yep.
It was really that one turn, but it was a solid backhand gouge. And this looks like Tia, and she's looking to get rid of the 2.83 with 6 minutes 15. 2 big turns.
It was that close. I'm looking at the points. It's 18.92 to 17.86, so about a 1 point separation. So Tia just looking to better the 2.83. Luckily, there's 6 minutes. She probably would have done just that. Nice little snap, and then maybe just tries to get a little too much out of that end bit. But the tide has risen, and you saw with Tati's wave, it's starting to slow up a little bit, where in the first 2 heats it was a bit quicker, a bit zippier. Now it's sort of changed. Softer out there right now, so you're going to have to adjust. Wow, good pier bowl right, and actually, why not on the way back out?
Yeah, on a backhand, on the inside bowl, nice first turn, and cutting out of that wave. So wait for that score to drop. She didn't improve the situation on that wave before. And so still on that, having that scoreline so close. This heat is so close. Just over 5 minutes remaining. Sage Ericsson's been sitting very patiently.
What is Sage looking to replace? A 4.03. So ladies, Team Blue, you're down a little over 1 point. Team Black in the lead, 18.92 right now to 17.86. And everyone trying to better their backup.
And they're our leaders. That was Caroline Marks and Zoe Benedetto. Equal 9 points with Team Lakey. And they are coming up in the first heat of round 2 again. And we're really going to, I think, feel that team atmosphere with all the teams on the beach at the one time today.
Look at this.
4 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. 4 minutes 20. There are literally fractions of a point in this right now. Tia did not improve her situation on that last ride. Up and riding. Oh,
Sage
that was
doesn't
Sage.
go.
Oh, and Tia.
So Team Blue looking over the edge, maybe feeling a little nerves. They just need, I mean, if each of them can better their wave by a point, it would be enough. But also Black looking to replace. They've got some low scores. Tati just needs to better a 3.13, and Brianna trying to better that 3.83. And it's pumping swell from Marie coming up the coast. Look at this. Team Black in priority, Fuely.
Wow, the energy is back with a vengeance.
Oh, yeah, big set.
And let's see if any surfers are in position. It doesn't look that way.
Tough.
It's a solid wave. It's interesting. You know, this angle from the pier is a fantastic angle. It doesn't show exactly the scale and size of the wave because it's being shot from above. When you're back down here, that's a better view. Look at that.
I mean, I'd call it like six feet on the face, maybe even a little bigger on some of the sets.
Definitely overhead.
3 to 4 feet, you know?
Yep, definitely overhead those sets. So and a lot of power. You see this one just streaming through the pier. So 2 minutes and 50 seconds. 2 minutes and 50 seconds remaining.
It would really be cool if all 4 surfers got a wave and bettered their scores, and then we just saw how it shuffles out, because it's only about a point, 1.1 separating the teams right now. Team Black in priority, looking to better the low scores. You guys are up by 1 point. Could you hear me out there? I know that a few of the surfers have said they can't hear. Thank you, ladies. Probably when there's waves breaking, there's a lot of noise, so that's why right now a little bit of a lull. I'm glad they were able to hear. So it looks like maybe some tactics. Brianna has moved out of our screen maybe to go sit next to Team Blue.
Well, Brianna looking to replace a 3.83. Tati to replace a 3.13, Sage a 4.03, and Tia a 2.83.
So what do you do? Try and better or hold off? Kind of fun. Ooh, paddle.
Well, used priority there. Priority has changed. Priority with Blue.
Whoa, did that just switch everything? Because now they're down and they get the choice of the next wave.
And we're seeing the current now start to increase as well after that set. Oh, we've got some waves in the lineup. Tati on the inside, up and riding. Got some speed here. What can she do? Come around the section. Big turn, carving back. And again, another turn. There's the speed that we saw yesterday, all the way onto the inside. This wave lining up well. How can she finish? Strongly. And she was looking to get rid of a 3.13. Tia Blanco out the back has got a speed run here. Nice solid wave. Looking towards a pier. And a strong finish as well.
Well, here we go.
And
Brianna
her,
carving right now, and comes unstuck. Does Sage get an opportunity? Because Tati kind of lit up a running left, and then Tia behind working hard to get the 2 turns. That's exactly what we wanted to see with 38 seconds remaining.
Wow.
And we'll get those replays soon. Stand by. 30 seconds, really waiting on the 2 scores. Tati and Tia, priority with blue, because Brianna rode that wave. It would have went back to Team Black, but now it switches back to Sage since she's out there. 15 seconds, Fuely.
So close. Once again, it'll come down to these final scores. Will Sage get a chance with 8 seconds?
Or Brianna?
5, 4, 3, 2, and up and riding. She's up, Brianna Cope. Nice turn, looking to replace the 3.83. Will that be enough? So once again, we will have to wait for these results.
Well,
Tatiana Weston Webb dropped a 5.4, a 2.7 for Brianna. That's not going to change. So Tatiana Weston Webb finishing in the lead.
But a 4.93 drops for Tia. Here's Tati on that runner left, and super smart to take this wave. And it ended up running the bank, and she got a really good score. We're going to have to add it all up here. Well,
and as you mentioned, Tia's wave is going to count as well. Incredible surfing. There's Tia Blanco, Brianna Cope. Well done, ladies. Fantastic surfing. And coming up next, it's Team Carissa against Team Alyssa.
And that heat actually just started, just to let everybody know that heat is underway.
In the yellow, Carissa Moore and Vahiti Inso, and in the red, Alyssa Spencer. And your defending champion from last year, Samantha Sibley. So we're going to take a break. We just got confirmation that Team Tati took victory there. Gets another 2 points on the score. And when we come back, it will be the world champion in the water up against the defending Supergirl Pro champion from 2019. Stay with us.
At Paul Mitchell, we believe in the beauty of giving back, protecting our forests and waterways, feeding families in need through sustainable community gardens, and ensuring that our products are always cruelty-free. Big or small, there's beauty in making a difference every single day. That's what connects all of us together in a deep, meaningful way. Join us. Live beautifully.
White Claw Hard Seltzer. A wave of refreshment.
Hey, welcome back, everybody, to the Nissan Supergirl Surf Pro, being brought to you by Nissan. Choose Nissan today. For great offers on our most exciting lineup ever, shop NissanUSA.com, and by the United States Marine Corps since 1775, winning battles for our nation and for all its people. And we are underway here in this first round of the Round Robin Teams event. And we have Carissa Moore and Vahiti Inso, Team Carissa, up against Team Alyssa with Alyssa Spencer and Samantha Sibley. And another incredible finish to Heat 3, where that last wave of Tatiana Weston Webb was enough to sneak black and get the win and the 2 points. So Heat 4 in the water, you can see right there, the yellow jerseys up against the red jerseys. And coming up next, our first adaptive heat. So ladies in that opening adaptive heat. We'll get the names shortly. Who, I'm not sure. I know the 8 surfers, but not sure who's going to be in that first heat. We'll confirm shortly. So already a couple minutes off the clock. We have a paddle right here. Looks like Vahiti Inso out of Oahu. It's the master and the pupil with Carissa Moore, 4-time world champion, and her protege, Vahiti Inso. Looks like Samantha Sibley, last year's champion, getting an open score here, opening score. Looks like we have a paddle on the south corner. Alyssa Spencer. Nice carve. And plugs the nose and comes unstuck there. So I know the 8 adaptive surfers in the draw. We've got Liv Stone. Yeah, so Liv Stone, Team California with Elena Nichols, Quinn Waitley, Sarah Betancourt. We have a rider up. Looks like Carissa. And then for Team USA in the adaptive, we have Hannah Love, Darian Haynes, Faith Lennox, and Eugenia Wittenberg. So not sure who the 4 surfers are in the first adaptive heat, but we'll confirm shortly. Probably 2 from the one team and 2 from the other, but before I start calling any names out, ladies, stand by, adaptive heat 1. So we'll get some of those opening scores. Here's a replay of Alyssa's last, running left. Nice smooth setup carve, and just a little behind that one, maybe a bit late. You saw the nose plug. But early days with just 5 and some change off the clock. So Samantha, your opening score, 4.33. Opener for Alyssa, 3.0. Looks like Samantha up and riding here. Live action. Nice snap. Carissa, your opener, 5.33. And for Vahiti, it's a 0.83. And that last score of Samantha, 4.13. So the red team with 3 scores on the board, albeit mid-range. Carissa's got the best wave right now, 5.33. And the priority is with the yellow team.
.22 minutes and 55 seconds remaining. And incredible surfing here. This is the last heat of round 1. And following this heat, we are going to have an adaptive surfing heat and some great athletes. In that, we had the first adaptive surfing demonstration here at the Supergirl Pro last year. And it's going to be in this first one, Darian Hayes, Faith Lennox, Lyra Dodling. But right now, this is Vahiti Inso. There we see the speed that she displayed yesterday. And up and riding, carving turn there.
Yeah, Alyssa.
Just looking so strong. And Alyssa needed a second score on the board. Sam Sibley, her teammate, has 2 already. And Liv Stone also will be in Heat 1 of the adaptive heats. We'll be also joined by Charles Shucker Webb. Look at this.
Yeah, Alyssa, speedy carve right there. Wow, powerful too. And the late float, waiting on that score.
So 2 goofy footers in Team California. Sam Sibley took victory here last year at just 17 years of age. Looking down the beach, Carissa Moore, currently sitting in 3rd position, has...
That's a priority change, though. So priority shifts to red. Priority shifts to red. And I think we have a huge set from the south. Hurricane Marie dishing it out. Last of Alyssa, 5.93. So the red team, they each have 2 scores. They're in the early lead. Early days, though. Couple runner lefts on the end, but no one in position. That was a good one. Seems like some of the first waves of the sets, Fuely, have a, like Tati on the end of the last heat, picked the first wave. Had she waited thinking, oh, I'm going to get a bigger one, she wouldn't have got the score.
Yeah.
So very smart for Tati in that last one to take that first wave.
Yeah, hard to know with this swell as well whether, what's going to hold up, particularly the bigger sets. We've seen some come in and really just really be very walled up. Courtney Conlog in her heat did get a solid one that she was able to pull into that
was cool.
Held up long enough that she was able to come out.
I don't know why the barrels don't score higher. She only got a 417. It wasn't the deepest barrel. It was a running barrel, but I don't know. I love the barrel. Here we go.
And this is Carissa Moore, the world champion, 4-time world champion, current world number 1. Powerful backhand surfing, finishing it off clean, and that is her 2nd scoring ride. She has a 5.33 already. And Carissa Moore, 2018 Supergirl Pro Champion, and will be representing the United States at the Olympic Games at the end of July next year. And with 19 minutes and 20 seconds, we'll go down to the beach with Rosie Hodge.
Yeah, boys. We got Brianna and Tati with us, and Team Kauai. It's pretty cool how that worked out. Brianna, just give us a little bit of an overview of what it was like in that heat with a teammate in the water.
Yeah, I really just felt like I was a young kid with Tati again. We were hyping each other up, maybe a couple, go, Just a lot of good vibes, and we're having a lot of fun.
And Tati, yesterday was a huge day. Today is stacked up to be another. How are the energy levels feeling?
Tired. But I'm tired, but also amped because I have my teammate who's amping me up in the heat. We're just having tons of fun. It's really special, this kind of format, and imu Kauai.
We're just having fun. I love it. Well, Bree, the swell's expected to get up there a little bit. The top of the tide's going to start draining.
Uh-oh.
How you ladies going to sustain this energy level?
We're both from Kauai, so we're ready. Bigger the better.
Well, there you have it, guys. These girls are having a lot of fun. I like the relaxed approach. Calm but wild.
We're used to seeing, and that's what's great about these team competitions, the camaraderie that comes out. Certainly when they're in the water competing against each other, it's pretty fierce, but here they're really getting to pair up, and another interview that is really highlighting that they're enjoying being back in competition, but they're doing it in a way that they're also having a really good time.
What a fun format. That's exactly what we were expecting, and it's playing out perfectly. Last of Carissa Moore, 5.67. So that's going to help the yellow team right now. Oh, look at this. Priority with Team Red, and Alyssa up and riding. Big snap on the backhand. Found a nice open wall and through the whitewater, but maybe some nerves there coming unstuck on the end. Nice first turn, had a second carve. She's trying to throw away a 3 for Alyssa. And let's watch that replay right here. She has a really solid backhand, and you can see with that first turn right there, showcasing it. And it gets a bit tricky in the whitewash. Your board will cavitate. It looks like she just was a bit mistimed on that end turn, but the score came in at a 4.8. So Alyssa on the 10-7-3, add to the total of 8-4-6. So they're sitting on about a 19 and some change. And Carissa on the 11. And Vahiti needs to get going here, just sitting on a 2-8-3 total.
Coming up to the halfway point almost, 16 minutes and 10 seconds to go.
Yeah, so once again, coming up next, the first heat of the adaptive competition. It's going to be Darian Haynes in the blue, Faith Lennox in the pink, Lyra Dotterling in the white, and Liv Stone. So Darian, Faith, team USA, and they're both from Hawaii, up against the Cali girls, Lyra and Liv. And that's stand upper limb. And then in Heat 2, it's going to be Elena, Sarah, Quinn, and Eugenia, and they'll be after the end of round 2. And we're bringing in Chaka Webb to call the action. Longtime adaptive surfer. He's made finals, I think, down at Oceanside multiple times in the adaptive championships.
And Liv Stone finished first here last year, and Faith Lennox second.
Wow, okay.
So have some experience. It's a little bigger today than it was on the final day last year. But these truly are amazing and inspiring athletes.
Yeah.
So really, really looking forward to seeing this. And adaptive surfing is not yet in the Paralympics, but a lot of these surfers and athletes, a number of the competitors have actually represented at Paralympic Games, but in different sports.
Okay.
But they're all really working hard to get adaptive surfing into the Olympic Games program for I think it's France in 2024.
Well, let's hope that they can make that happen.
14 and a half minutes. Priority is with yellow, and Carissa Moore is in the lead, courtesy of 2 5s, a 5.33 and a 5.67. And Vahiti Inso currently sitting in 4th with just a 2 and a 0.83.
So maybe this is where that mentoring comes in, but who's going? It looks like Alyssa.
Wow. That was a huge last turn, and yeah, you're right. It is Alyssa with that kind of pink purple board, and both both Sam and Alyssa goofy footers.
Yeah, and Samantha, she's got a white surfboard. She had that orange board that she won on last year that she had a bunch of good results, and it was the magic board. I remember that, watching that final. And here we go, more lines approaching. So Samantha, you have a 4.33 and the 4.13. Alyssa trying to get rid of the 4.8. Vahiti with just the 2 and the throwaway. And then, as you said, Carissa on a couple mid-5s, pretty solid for her. She's looking to better that 5.33 right now.
And Team Alyssa in the lead, looking for the maximum 2 points for a win, up and riding. And then look at that turn, was just so well timed and placed.
So Alyssa looking for the big finish. Is that going to better a 4.8 though? It's a set, pretty solid turn. Judges will decide that.
The opportunity here is for Vahiti.
Ooh.
And she's in position and up and riding. A nice wall in front of her. First turn really sharp. Racing down the line now. Into another carving cutback. Still pumping. And it's going to have a strong finish here. Oh, slams it at the end of that ride. and completes the turn. And also Team California on the wave behind also scored a wave. So both those waves are likely going to count here, certainly for Vahiti, who had a 2 and a 0.83. Now out the back, Carissa Moore up and riding on a backhand. First turn, and just gets a little loose. That wave didn't have enough power to push her back down into the face of the wave, but she does have 2 solid scores, 11.5 minutes remaining in this heat. Both teams looking for some points, to get points on the board. Carissa Moore eliminated early yesterday. Vahiti making it through into the semi-finals. And Sam Sibley also eliminated early yesterday. We'll wait for scores to come in. Great action here today at the Supergirl Pro of Surf, which is a celebration of female empowerment and providing opportunities to young women across a variety of sports, including snowboarding and surfing and gaming. And speaking of which, if you check out on Twitch the Supergirl Gamer Pro, that is on Supergirl GP on Twitch and on Facebook Gaming at SG Gamer Pro, and on Twitter at SG Gamer Pro, or online at supergirlgamerpro.com. And we'll wait for the scores to come in. And we've just looking out at the action. We're going to call it live. Is
this it?
We have some waves coming into the lineup now. And is this Carissa? It is, up and riding on a solid-looking right-hander. What can she do? Huge carving cutback. Now again, another turn, whipping it round, and a third turn. Will she get a fourth? That is a strong ride, looking to drop a 5.33. And there are more waves coming into the lineup with 9 minutes and 20 seconds remaining.
So it looks like, not sure, did you give Vahiti got a 5.0? Now she's trying to better the 2. Waiting on that last score for Carissa.
So a significant improvement there for Vahiti. And just to wrap up on the Supergirl Gamer Pro, and we're back at 12 noon Pacific time. It is back on live and goes all the way through to 9 p.m. tonight, and it is the final, and the preliminaries were held over the last 6 months. Up and riding now.
Looks like Alyssa, Mark.
Alyssa, long line in front of her. What she got here? Oh, just not able to get round and get any clean space, but she does have 2 good scores. Sam Sibley with a 4.33 and a 4.13 in a better position to improve the scoreline. And Vahiti did a great job scoring that 5 and now has a 2.
Well,
but a 6.13 for Carissa.
And what that does, 11.8 for Carissa, add that to the 7, that puts them on 18.8, and it looks like Team Red sitting on about a mid-19. So less than a point separating the teams right now. So 19.19 to 18.8, that's 3/10 of a point. So it's anyone betters a score by just anything, and that'll change. Right now, Team Red in a slight lead. Carissa is coming back right now. And Vahiti has a 2 she can better. So Team Yellow, here she goes, the youngster.
Oh, Vahiti just looks so sharp. Nice turn off the top. Whip it fast. Again, cutting back. Such incredible style for somebody of such a young age. And Now going out the back, that was that's
Alyssa.
That's Alyssa. Huge carving turn. 2 layback slashes. We just switched over. Vahidi was still riding that wave, but on screen, wow.
Yeah, and you didn't even see, I don't think you got
Didn't
her
see the
first
first
carve.
turn.
Huge, big carve out the back from young Alyssa. And they were going to need to answer because Vahiti throwing away a 2. They were only a third of a point behind. So we got to wait for these scores now before we get ahead of ourselves and see how it all plays out. But wait till we see the replay of that last of Alyssa Spencer. And now Sam out the back, looking to better the 4-1-3, but Carissa's got priority.
And there is a set coming into the lineup, and Alyssa is in underneath the pier.
Yep.
She's just ducked out the other side.
Use that north side channel. Let's watch these replays. This is Vahiti. Picked a little runner, clean one. Nice carve. Still waiting on the score. I didn't really see what she did at the end, so I'm anxious to see. Nice wrap cutty. And with the higher tide, the ladies are getting a bit more open wall, and oh, she comes undone. Would have really put a nice finish on that, and then maybe we'll get that wave of Alyssa.
Yeah, it was a bigger wave, and this is live. You can see some solid waves coming through. Both Alyssa and Vahiti opted to go through the pier and use the current to get back out in the lineup. It was actually a good move.
Yeah.
At the end of there, because those waves.
You don't want to be on this side, the south side of the pier with the south swell banging against it. You want to slide over to the north side. Let's watch. Here we go. Here we go. This was that set wave mark, and watch this first turn. Just really picking the spot, laying it back. And I thought this might have been the end of it, and that turn was even gnarlier. But with this higher tide, look, the wave softens up and gives her the ability to get the end turn. It's an 8-3-3, and Vahiti gets the 4-3-7. So Alyssa 14.26 plus 8. That's, what is that, 22 and some change. And then Carissa 11.8 plus the 9. They're on 21. So it looks like Team Red has taken the lead, and it's very close still.
Yeah, incredibly
How fun
close.
is this format, Mark?
Yeah, Carissa's right-hander that we saw before that last set was the 6.13, so that was her best ride. 3 good turns, but as you called it, Alyssa Spencer, 3 big, solid, committed turns on that left. The 8.33, it's the one of the best waves of the entire competition. Yesterday, Caroline Marks had an 8.5, so that might be the second best. And
so it looks like we have 22.72 right now, Team Red, to 20.26 for Team Yellow. So it's 2.5 separation. So here we go, down to the wire, 340. But Team Red has priority right now and a slight lead of about 2.5 points.
Once again, every heat has come down to the last few moments. The last couple of waves have always counted. On your screen, that's Vahiti paddling back into the lineup. 3 minutes and 15 to go. California needs some more points. If Spencer and Sibley can take this, then California and the rest of the USA on the overall regional points will be tied.
We've been talking so much about the individual teams that I almost forgot about the 8-person teams, Team USA versus Team California. And yeah, it was Team USA ending yesterday with a lead, but look, you go Team California, Lakey won, Team Courtney won, Team USA, Tati won, so 2 of 3 to California, and if the youngsters can hold on, it would be 3 of 4 in the first round, and that's why the points would swing back. 2.5 remaining. Priority with Team Red, ladies. Team Yellow, you need to better by a little bit. You're down 2.5, ladies. And Sibley could really better that 4-1-3.
And it was Alyssa Spencer who took out Carissa Moore yesterday. And Imagine just going back-to-back 2 days in a row, taking out a 4-time world champion and up and riding.
Sibley.
This is Sam Sibley, last year's Supergirl Pro champion. Big turn, 2 big turns. She's looking to drop a 4.13 to extend their lead. And we could see another upset with 1 minute 40, 1 minute 40 remaining.
Let's break it down. Nice left running, clean open face, deep bottom turn, quick snap, and then right into the finish. Could be a little insurance there, Mark.
Well, it might actually be. We'll see. A 4.13 was a low score.
I can't remember that wave. I'm trying to compare real quick. But that was a nice set. Turned the rail over and then got the finish. Standing by for the score for the defending champion when it was the QS 6000.
Yeah, it was an amazing performance by Sam Sibley last year. It was 17 at the time, and rocketed her up the WQS
sixth,
standing.
I think you said,
yeah,
right?
From 63rd to 6th at the time, and finished outside the top 10 at the end of the year, but she did get another win under her belt at the Ruka. The Ruka
Pro
event.
Junior
Pro
at the
Junior.
56, yep.
So defended her title there, so really set her up for a fantastic year, and definitely remember, you know, the youngster was the first time there's been an all goofy footer final. She was up against Tatiana Weston Webb in the final, and they'd been hanging out together. In fact, Tati had been coaching her through
riding the same boards, riding those sharp eyes, Marcio Zuvi.
So it was just a great moment, and to see. Let's see, the scores are in.
Well, 10 seconds, and we're waiting on the score. We're going to count this one out. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that ends it. We're still waiting on Sam's score, but I think it was enough for the red team even before we get the score, because they were in the lead by 2.5. So congratulations, Team California coming back.
And evening out the scores, and another upset served to Carissa Moore. Incredible surfing here at the Supergirl Pro. That is Carissa Moore. But that was a little late. That one won't count. And coming up next, we are going to it tied up the score line. We'll take a break, but stay with us, because coming up next we have the adaptive surfing heat here at the Supergirl Pro for 2020.
So I'm gonna hold on promoting you this quarter. Cool?
Drop the taco. Get in the car. Does this Sentra feel like a compromise to you? Wait, what? The handling, it's good, right? No compromise there.
Nope.
Watch this.
Brief. Rear automatic braking. So if this Nissan Sentra isn't going to compromise, why should you? You're right. Atta girl.
The all-new Nissan Sentra, with more standard safety features than any other car in its class.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world. Always connected, but somehow alone. Trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
The Nissan Supergirl Pro is brought to you by the US Air Force, inspiring heroes to aim high since 1947, and by Sunbum. For those of us who live and love in the sun, trust the bum. Learn more at sunbum.com. And welcome back to Oceanside. It's 2020 and we have an actual surfing event happening here. Of course, using all of the relevant COVID-19 protocols, but we have an exciting moment because for the second time, last year was the first, we are getting to see adaptive surfing. And first heat in the water is the stand upper limb, and it's going to be Darian Haynes of Hawaii, Faith Lennox also representing Hawaii, Lyra Dodling representing California, and Liv Stone, our winner from last year, representing California. She'll be in the black. There you see the colours on your screen. And joining us in commentary, welcome again Charles Chaka Webb, who runs the US Open Adaptive Surfing Championships. Chaka, it's great to have you back here again this year.
Thank you. It's a very pleasure, honored to be here. Super blessed that you guys are including the adaptive meet. This is one of the biggest women's events in the world, so super honored to have the girls out here.
So there we go. We're back. Welcome, Chaka. You were saying very wise things. So let's talk us through the who's in the water, and then we see some assistants in the water as well. And there are different divisions in the adaptive surfing as well. So take us through that.
So we have Darian Haynes, who's from Hawaii. Last year she won the U.S. Open Adaptive Surfing Championships in the women's stand-up upper limb division. Competing with her in that same division is Faith Lennox. And Liv Stone also is in that division. Now, Liv this year actually won the AMP Surf Paralympic, the Parasurfing Championships down in La Jolla, which the ISA puts on, and that's a precursor to helping the adaptive surfing get into the Paralympics. So these ladies are really setting the pace for adaptive surfing, and this division in particular, the stand-up division. Now, Lyra, she's a staunch surfer out there ripping, but she also is very versed in the sled hockey.
And this is Lyra right there, and gets herself a nice wave. Now today, the waves are significantly larger than they were last year when we did the adaptive surfing heats.
You know, fortunately for these ladies, they've got to experience Oceanside Pier at the U.S. Open Adaptive Surfing Championships the last 3 years. We didn't do it this year, but the previous 3 years, the waves were pretty mackin'. So they've dealt with these conditions before. So I think that they're pretty well aware of it, and I think they're fully prepared.
And this is Darian Hayes, who has been doing an incredible job traveling the world. I think when you look at the number of competitions that she has competed in over the last year, she's competed in South Africa, Costa Rica, Hawaii, England, Wales, Spain, Tenerife, Bali, Florida, California, and Japan. She's like one of the best traveled surfers I've ever seen.
And really, honestly, she came to the U.S. Open Adaptive Surfing Championships in 2019, and all of that experience helped her to win that championship. So it's been a great journey to see these women over the years elevate their surfing from traveling and surfing different breaks and surfing different conditions, and then seeing them apply that to competition. It really makes a huge difference. So her traveling is helped her tremendously in competition.
Yeah, well, both Ryan and I feel fortunate to have watched and been involved in some adaptive surfing contests. Ryan, I think that you were down.
Yeah, well, I got to announce the USA Championships at Oceanside, I think, in 2013, 2014 when Chaka competed. You were in the wave ski, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and so that was cool. That was kind of my introduction to the adaptive, and I got to meet all the crew, and it's just such a feel-good event, and you can see it's insane that they're out there just charging. And then I was down at the ISA Worlds the first year they had it in 2015 when Jesse Billauer won his first gold medal. So
I was actually
and then I was there the next year helping out a few of the athletes, like getting in the water and helping them, like save them, push them in. And look at this,
Faith Lennox.
There you go, Chaka, take it away.
So that one didn't offer much for her, but Faith has been doing a bunch of really good stuff. She placed second at the ISA event this year, and she also placed third at the U.S. Open in 2019. So she's been lighting it up. She surfs Maui, and her and her dad, Greg, are staunch surfers, and they're out there training all the time. And And she's got some work to do, man. She really had the lead at the ISA and going into that, and Olivia just kind of made the most of all the waves that she got, and Olivia really put a stamp on that and took the gold home for herself. So her and Faith are really good friends, and they surf together all the time. So this is one of the friendliest rivalries, but one of the most heated, and we're going to be able to watch that as this sport grows through the years. So, and on the right there, you see some of the water help. You see Kevin Olenek, and you see Adam Land. Adam Land is a Stoke for Life representative there, getting the people out in the water. And Kevin's son Parker is a real ripping surfer, and Kevin's always out there making sure his son's safe in the water. And he's one of the more awesome fathers that's out there helping his son live his dreams and his hopes to become a Paralympic surfer as well. So.
Looks like we have a few first scores here, Chaka. First of Faith, a 5.0. First of Lyra, a 2.33. And I think she was getting walked down the beach. And then Liv, you opened up with a 2.5. And just waiting on Darian's first score. Looks like we have a paddle here, Faith. So fun conditions out there. Girls are going to have to deal with the current, but they're doing a great job and already getting a bunch of waves out there.
One of the highlights for me here last year was not only that it was the first year that included that, was that we were sitting here announcing the heat, and Bethany Hamilton showed up and was unannounced to me, but she's a great mentor to Faith and to Olivia and all the girls with the upper limb appendages. But Faith and Olivia specifically have had a lot to do with her, and she's had a hand on getting these women into where they're at.
Yeah, this is great stuff. Perfect conditions here. But right now, let's go down to Rosie on the beach.
Yeah, this team is on fire. I mean, Alyssa, we haven't seen too many excellent scores. You got one of them in that heat. Talk to us about the conditions and the waves on offer.
Yeah, it was definitely a little bit tricky to find like a good wave that ran like all the way down the line. So I was super happy that I was able to pick up that wave that ended up being an 8. And yeah, it just kept on giving it maybe like 2 good sections. And then I was like, oh, maybe I can get around this next one and get one more. And I was able to. So yeah, it was super fun. But the conditions were definitely tricky out there with the current and just waves all over the place. But yeah, both me and Sam ended up being able to find a couple good opportunities.
Such a good display of power surfing from both you ladies. And Sam, this beach must hold so many special memories for you. One of the biggest wins in your career coming from this location last year.
Yeah, I did win last year. That was probably one of the biggest days of my life, probably the best day of my life. So yeah, I have a lot of good memories out here at the pier. I love Oceanside. Shout out to Oceanside.
Well, you guys are making it look so fun. And Alyssa, right now we have the adaptive heat going on in the water. How cool is it to be at an event with such a dynamic group of ladies competing?
Yeah, it's so inspiring watching these girls out here. I mean, they're absolutely amazing, and yeah, I can't wait to go sit on the beach and watch them surf.
Well, ladies, thank you for your time. Good luck in the rest of the event.
Thank you.
Shaka, we've got some scores in. So Faith Lennox in the lead right now, and Faith was second here yesterday. Just 12 years of age right now? 12 or 13?
Yeah, 13. I think she's 13 now.
So a young surfer. Darian Haynes is in second. Liv Stone in third, the winner here last year. And Lyra is in fourth. But for the people at home, as we look for the next wave to be ridden, explain the different divisions and how the surfers are bracketed in those different divisions.
So adaptive surfing has a lot of divisions it's usually based on their disability. So with the women that are out here today, it's upper limb stand mostly. Lyra is a double amputee above the knee amputee. But right now, as it is, classification has turned out to 8 divisions, and those 8 divisions are recognized worldwide by the ISA, the U.S. Open Adaptive Surfing Championships, Hawaiian Adaptive Surfing Championships, and now the English Open, which just happened actually yesterday. So that happened at the wave pool in Bristol. And international travel wasn't as great as it's going to be for that event next year. That event's going to really blow up next year. But through classification is where the divisions really are drawn, and that's how we draw a level playing field for each athlete. Because in each division, an athlete's disability might not be as severe as its competitor, So we want to make sure that that's an even playing field for everybody. So we try to base that on classification.
And you guys have really worked on that over the last few years, because I know when it started, like in 2013, 14, 15, there was only like 4, right? So you guys have meshed it into where the same disability is surfing against the same disability, and now we have the 8 divisions, so it's way better.
Yeah, it's really it's better for the judges, because it's really hard for a judge to weight a scoring system between a prone surfer and a stand-up surfer, or a kneel surfer and a prone surfer. So what it's done is it's really leveled the playing field for the athletes, but it's also made it a lot more productive and legitimate for the judges to score it.
And just an example of that, I remember seeing like a leg amputee versus an arm amputee, and that wasn't fair because someone with 2 legs will surf a little better than, obviously. So we formulated the 8 divisions, or you guys have, and it's made it a lot fairer and easier to judge and watch.
That's correct. Honestly, it makes it a lot more fun for the athletes as well, because going into it now, they get to surf against somebody that surfs their style and surfs like them, and it's really hard to say, hey, I'm going to put an upper limb amputee against a lower limb amputee, because a person with 2 ankles obviously is going to be able to maneuver a surfboard a lot better than a person with 1 leg.
Yeah. But they are real athletes. If you look at a number of the competitors, they have competed at Paralympics. They have gold medals. Representing their country, and they train. Like you have to train. Doesn't matter whether it's a disability, an injury, or you're completely able-bodied. You've got to train for this stuff.
Yeah, and I'll be honest with you. Some of the most tenacious athletes I've ever worked with have been adaptive surfers. They're just they're more competitive than the next person. And they train just as hard, because they have to go out here and take a beating just like everybody else. So,
Looks like Liv got a second score, guys. 4.0, Liv, on your second wave. Who's this? Looking at it.
Well, that's Faith, I think. Is that in the pink? Yeah, Faith Lennox, 12 years of age.
Long wave here.
Yeah.
Good wave choice here. All the way into the... And that was a good scoring ride. That'll be a second ride.
Whoa, and she has that 5 already, so she could be jumping into the lead here where Liv took the lead with the 2.5 and the 4. Darian, your first wave finally came in 3.03, and I know she works with Doug Silva a lot over there in Hawaii.
Wow, Faith just dropped a 6.17. So that long wave for Faith, 6.17 plus that 5 gives her 11.17 with a good lead.
And here's that replay. Good entry into the wave, and you're right, she did pick a good one. Fuely, those medium-sized waves that run the sandbar. A lot of open wall, came in at the 6.17. Faith, you're in the lead, now trying to get rid of your low of 5.0. And you can see the stoke. She's like smiling, laughing while she's driving down the line. Had she pulled that last turn, that would have been a huge score.
So Faith has done a lot of work here in Oceanside over the last few years. The first year she came, it was really big and she was quite intimidated. But last year she came out here and she really turned her fear into focus. And she just overcame all those obstacles, and it's paying off. It paid off for her at the U.S. Open Adaptive Surfing Championships with a second place, and it's paying off for her here. So she's having some fun.
Yeah, and it's so inspiring to see the stoke. And Faith started surfing at 5 after being inspired by Bethany Hamilton, who was here with us last year, Shaka. And the work that Bethany has done has really inspired so many of these young ladies.
One of the stories that resonates with me from Faith, and here's Liv on the replay.
Yeah, break it down. She got another good wave.
Nice turn. Liv's really putting some action on that short board. She's been surfing a lot at Terramar lately, which is a local break. She's been surfing here at the pier to get ready for this event. One of the stories that resonates with me from Faith is that when she was young, her dad told me that she used to come home and wonder, why she had only one arm. And so once she met Bethany, and she got to spend some time with Bethany on Maui, she came home and said, "You know what, Dad, I'm stoked that God made me this way." So that was something that always resonated with me. Faith is very humble, and she's very stoked. she's just an amazing human. Her family's awesome. So her dad Greg and her mom Nicole are just amazing people. So good friends of Stoke for life, and we're just blessed to have the opportunity to work with them.
Yeah, we feel very fortunate to have you all back this year. And right now, Faith Lennox has the edge over Liv Stone, which is a reverse of the result from last year. They placed first and second in the other way. So for Faith Lennox here, a victory would be certainly very sweet. There she is, your leader right there, and it is incredible when you hear those stories and the inspiration behind them, and the fact that here are athletes, here are people who are dealing with a challenge, but kind of face it in a way that there's no second thought that they can't do something, and I think that's where people really connect to their stories, and Faith is one of those great surfers, those great athletes who has not let anything stop her doing what she wants to do.
Yeah, and it's gonna, like I said, it's gonna be fun to watch this rivalry because Liv just dropped a 5.17, which gives her a 9.17, and she's breathing right down Faith's neck right now.
Yeah.
So, again, this rivalry, these two friends that train together and surf together, they're growing this division. And we get to see it at the U.S. Open Adaptive Surfing Championships. We get to see it at the ISA event. We get to see it here at this event. These two girls chopping it down and just going at each other, but in the most friendly, respectful way. It's going to be great, again, to watch them grow this sport over the years. And this is just the beginning. These girls are so young. They're 15 and 14 years old. They're 13. And so this is just the beginning for these ladies. And so I can't wait to see them compete for a gold medal. And compete for numerous more championships. This is going to be something fun to watch.
And like you said, they're going to be pushing each other's level, and all of the younger girls coming up and seeing, just like what we've seen, Caroline qualifying for the tour and paving the way for Alyssa and Sam, and seeing that it can be done. Look at this, Darian Haynes.
Don't forget about Darian, man. She's the most traveled veteran surfer in this division. So she won the U.S. Open Adaptive Surfing Championships last year. She beat Faith and Olivia. She really is showing her mettle of traveling all around and surfing all these different waves and surfing all these different conditions. It's really showed up for her. She surfed all three of the U.S. Opens that have been held at this event here that we've put on, and the conditions were very difficult each year. So she's really coming along as a surfer, and winning that championship really drove home for her all the travel and all the experience.
Well, she's such a competitor because I think you said she won 2 years ago, right? The ISA, I think, or
Darian's. I don't think she's won I think that
fourth.
Yeah.
Okay, but last year she went out in the first round, and I was down there watching, and you could tell how it affected her, and so you could tell the competitive roots run deep with Darian Haynes.
For sure, and she wants to, because she sees these young girls like Faith and Olivia coming up strong, fast, and she's put in her work. She's, I think, 22 or something like that, so she's put in her work over the years, and she's done a lot of work with Access Surf Hawaii and the Hawaiian Adaptive Surfing Championship. She's been surfing that event for many years, so she sees these young girls coming up and setting fire to it, and she's like, hey man, I'm not ready to give up my seat at the top here. We're going to have to battle. So actually all three of these girls are really setting the precedence for this division, so it's fun to watch.
Let me break it down real quick. Faith Lennox, you're in the lead, trying to better a 5. Liv Stone in second. You need a 6.01 to get into the lead. Darian, you're looking for an 8.14, your last wave, a 2.77. And Lyra looking for the 8.84. Lyra, your opening wave, a 2.33 with 10.5 remaining, Fuely.
And there's some sets coming in as well. It looks like some solid waves. And while they're approaching, we'll look to call the action live. And we'll see, this set, look, surfers right in the lineup there. That looks like Lyra just getting over to the side of that we saw on the screen. But there is a bigger one behind it. And this wave about 6 foot face and just cleaning everybody up here. We'll see if anybody turns around and takes it. No, I just saw Darian also just duck diving underneath that. And Shaka, talk us through what is involved in getting surfing into the Paralympic Games? Right now, surfing for the first time ever will be in the Summer Olympic Games in Japan, but it is a different process between the Olympics and the Paralympics. So can you give us some insight into that?
Yeah, first the Paralympics has to be accepting new sports. So that's a big thing is when they're accepting new sports. Another thing is that the IPC, the International Paralympic Committee, has to recognize that sport. So that's the one thing that classification did for that, for the IPC, is last year they came out to the U.S. Open Adaptive Surfing Championships. They were taught the classification and through Dr. Mo Johnson, who's our director of classification, and now she's the director of classification for the ISA. And they basically walked through the classification and how the minimum requirements are met. And the IPC said, hey, this makes a lot of sense to us. And they transferred that over to the ISA, and now that and so once it's recognized by the IPC, now all the Paralympic Committee has to do is accept new sports, and that'll be there'll be time for that, I think, after the 2024 Paralympics. So hopefully at that point they'll say, hey, you know what, and surfing has to carry it into the Olympics. So the main sport that is in the Olympics has to carry the Paralympic sport with it. So it was a big deal that that surfing got into the Olympics to help adaptive surfing get carried into the Paralympics with it. So that was a big thing that the ISA did, and Fernando Aguirre really set the pace for that and helping adaptive surfing to try to reach this milestone.
Yeah. A few doors that you got to open before you get there, and a few of them have opened, so
Absolutely.
Getting closer.
And it's not, we can't do it by ourselves. Adaptive athletes need help. And that's one thing that the ISA did, was they kind of kicked that door down by getting surfing in there, and now they're trying to help adaptive surfing get into the Paralympics, and that's a big deal. What we're trying to do with the U.S. Open is we're trying to carry it to a professional level, so we can get paychecks. We're the only adaptive surfing championship that carries a paycheck for each podium finisher. So we're on both levels. We're trying to get it to the Paralympics, and then we're also trying to keep it at a professional level where we can get big sponsors to buy into it and say, hey, you know what, these guys are true athletes and they deserve sponsorship. They deserve to be paid when they travel around and do these things, because we're doing the same things that everybody else is doing. We're training 5 days a week. We're out in the water getting our butts handed to us every day too. The beating's not any different for a disabled athlete than it is for anybody else.
Probably worse.
Yeah. So,
working just a little harder, right?
For sure. And you see some of these people, you don't see it right now because all these ladies out here are independent in the water, but coming up you're going to see Quinn Waitley, who is an assisted surfer, and so of course the beating's even worse for her because she needs assistance in the water. So it's a double beating because her water support's going to take that beating too.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of work that goes behind it, and it's not a it's a team effort for sure, because everybody, when I come to the beach, I have to have somebody take me from the beach to the water, get me on my board, and if I fall over on my board and I need some help, somebody's got to assist me up there. So there's a lot that goes behind it.
Yeah, I'd say that in those situations the beatings are probably far worse, and just the commitment that it takes to put yourself out in the water despite any challenges that may exist in front of you. Super inspirational stuff. And 6 minutes and 10 seconds to go. Surface in the water. We did just see Darian Haynes get another wave on the inside, but Faith Lennox holding down the lead. There's a big set approaching the lineup here. A little over 5 minutes to go. It's a solid wave. Looks around about the 5-6 foot face size, and the tide it's definitely peaked.
Yeah, I think it's dropping out now.
Yeah, so it's got that feel about it's going to get a little bit heavier here. The next heat, which after the next round, we'll have another adaptive heat, and that is going to be Alana Nichols on the wave ski and Sarah Betancourt, Major Sarah Betancourt, who'll be on prone, and then prone assist Quinn Waitley and Eugenie Wittenberg. So we'll get to see some more adaptive surfers coming up at the end of this next round, and we did see Caroline Marks getting ready.
Team Caroline up against Team Sage in that next round, so different matchups in round 2.
5 minutes remaining, surfers. 5 minutes remaining in the water. Oh, and a paddle there. That was Lyra paddling for a bomb. not able to get into that.
So as you guys were talking about the Paralympics, in the next heat you do have Elena Nichols, who's a 3-time Paralympic gold medalist.
And in the next adaptive heat we're going to see is Alana Nichols is a multiple 3 gold medals. In fact, was the first US female to win gold medals at both the summer and winter Olympic Games, and has won a number of awards. I think that she was Sportsman of the Year for her state one year overall. So incredible athlete. So we're looking forward to seeing her big set approaching now with 4 minutes and 15 remaining.
Yeah, Liv's out the back. She's out there on the south end looking to get a 6:01. Very attainable to try and take the win in this heat. Faith holding on to the lead.
Wow, that was a solid wave.
That was a nice left that came by there.
Yeah. And Shaka, tell us about the different conditions that you guys have had at the Adaptive Championships.
Well, you have anything from, we've got a few really nice contests. One that we hold here, of course, and you can see the conditions that we deal with here. But the U.S. Nationals is normally held at Oceanside Harbor. That's a whole different ball game right there. That's a pretty heavy beach break. The Hawaiian Adaptive Surfing Championships is held at Queens in Waikiki, which is one of the most prestigious, awesome waves that we could ask for. As an adaptive surfer, you don't have to deal with the beach break, and you get a really beautiful lined up reef
long,
wave.
smooth rollers,
Yeah.
Very
super
contestable.
Good wave.
Cool.
Yeah. So that's a great place, and Access Surf Hawaii holds that event. We look forward to that every year, and we missed it this year because of the COVID, but we're going to be going strong for that next year. The ISA holds their event at La Jolla. It's a wave that it doesn't offer a huge amount of opportunity for adaptive surfers, but this year the break was in March. It actually caught a really decent swell and was able to showcase some of the surfers in the right light. So there's a lot of different venues that are hosting events right now. One that we're really looking forward to that just happened yesterday was the English Open, and that happened at the Bristol Wave Pool.
Ooh.
And we can't wait for that place to open. It opened up and did the event yesterday. And here's Darian in blue, riding one on the inside.
Yeah, she's looking to come back. She needs a bigger score to drop a 2.77, as you said. That competitive fire, not wanting the youngsters to run away with it all.
And even with 2 minutes left, she's probably going to turn around and paddle back out and try to better a wave. She's pretty tenacious. But the Bristol Wave Pool, it was built from the parking lot to the beach side to be accessible for adaptive surfers. In the building of that venue, they planned on holding adaptive surfing championships there. So we're really anxious to get the whole community there to be able to surf there. They put on an event there yesterday, that adaptive surf championship, that really showcased that wave and what it's capable of and what adaptive surfing can look forward to at a wave pool.
Yeah, which is fantastic, because as more wave pool technology gets built out all around the world, if all of the wave pools could take the same approach, it's just going to expand and open up the possibilities for all surfers and anybody that wants to get into this healthy lifestyle sport to participate. So
adaptive surfing, it's not about who can paddle out through these type of conditions faster. It's what happens on the wave. And so at a wave pool, you don't have to deal with that. You just get your waves, you put them on a perfect wave, and they showcase their talent. So that's a big deal.
Well, down under 1 minute, Faith Lennox holding on to a slim lead over Liv Stone. Liv, you need a 6.01, 45 seconds, and then we're kicking off round 2. Team Caroline up against Team Sage. 35 seconds, ladies.
And we saw on the screen a moment ago, that was Team Tatiana and Brianna Cope cheering on the wave of Darian Haynes. So all of the surfers enjoying the show here. 20 seconds remaining, and Faith Lennox is holding down the lead. Liv Stone, you need a 6.01.
Lyra almost going on that pier bowl, but she's starting to get a bit close to the pier. 5, 4, 3. We're going to count this out. 2 and 1. So it looks like Faith Lennox taking the win in Adaptive Heat 1. Solid performance from all of the ladies. Great to have Charles in here.
I will be joining you again.
Yeah, bro, I'll come back up.
Later in the afternoon. So blessed to be up here with you guys.
Awesome to have you here, and that was an incredible heat. Faith Lennox, second last year, taking the win today at the Supergirl Pro for 2020. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, it's going to be round 2 of the team's competition with Caroline Marks and Sage Erickson.
For a long time, we had to prove ourselves. But we always knew what we were capable of. We knew when the time came, we would be ready for anything. Our numbers keep rising. And so do we.
Hotel, a tapestry collection by Hilton.
Welcome back to the Nissan Supergirl Surf Pro, proudly brought to you by Nissan. And the United States Marine Corps since 1775, winning battles for our nation and for all its people. And welcome back, and we are underway. The heat has started, and it is Caroline Marks and Zoe Benedetto in the pink up against Sage Erickson and Tio Blanco in the blue. USA versus California. And what a heat.
And after, look at that, it's tied in the teams event. And then you've got Lakey and Caroline teams on 9. Team Tati in the second position. Team Tati Brianna on 6. And Team Alyssa got the 2 points, so they're on 3. So they still have a chance. If they can win round 2 and 3, that would add another 5. And here we go.
And up and riding further down the beach. And Ryan, that was fantastic. The first adaptive heat. Congratulations to Faith Lennox. And up and riding.
Looks like
Sage. Nice first turn. Oh, big turn and whipping it back. And that was very radical, just like the last heat. She starts strong.
And you talked about it. There's just that little extra spring in Sage's step this weekend, and we can see it. It's possibly the magic board, but the work done in the off season. Just something that you can see there's a little extra. And with that whip on that end bit there, pretty sick. Yeah, congratulations to all the adaptive athletes. Faith, Surf and Solid. This is that replay. Quick little backhand tap. And then this is where she just blew the tail out the back and pretty much full control. You know, the body did some funny stuff, but perfectly timed.
Yeah, really kept it tight in the pocket, and a little bit of a head dip there as well, a cover up, but really nicely executed turn. And That comes in at a 5.67. And this is your heat in the pink. Caroline Marks, world number 2, and Zoe Benedetto up against Sage Eriksson, currently ranked number 12 in the world, and Tia Blanco, 2-time world ISA champion. And both of these teams suffered a loss in round 1. And so looking for the points here. At the end of the day, we will have a regional team champion. It'll be either California or rest of the US. Right now they're tied. And then there will be the 2-woman team that takes the Supergirl Capes home.
The title. So it's exciting. We've got the team matchups. It's back to square one, 11-11. And we have about 4 teams in the mix for the overall. So no 2-person team running away with it. It's probably going to come down to that round 3, and that's exactly what we want. So looking at some first scores, Sage, the 5.67, Zoe, 3.17, Caroline, it's a throwaway, an up and down. And priority sits with Team Caroline in the pink jerseys. Looks like we've got some of that Southern Hemisphere swell, hurricane swell. I can see it right about the buoy, a little mid-size set. Coming up next, get ready, Team Tati versus Team Lakey. So Tati Brianna up against Lakey Katie. What a matchup.
Yeah, this round-robin format is fantastic because we get to see, these incredible surfers multiple times in each day. So 3 times today each team surfs and points awarded up and riding. That is Sage again, has found a good runner closer to the pier. 3 good turns, so in the first 5 minutes, gets 2 solid scores under her belt.
She is really turned on the backhand, and what I'm noticing is Sage hailing from the points, her front side's always been her strength, but look at where she's been working on the backhand. Real tight in the pocket there. Perfect style, keeping those knees bent so you can get that compression, and then a nice float climb finish. Solid scores coming in, Fuely.
Oh, it's going to be a big score for Sage Eriksson, a 6.83. A 6.83 and a 5.67, way out in the lead right now. Zoe Benedetto needing a 9.33, and Caroline Marks and Tia Blanco in combination right now. And I'm wondering whether Sage Eriksson has been able to benefit from when she competed at Rumble at the Jungle. She was on Kelly's team and now signed by Outerknown. I wonder if she's been getting some practice up there. Tia Blanco now, her teammate, up and riding. Look at this wave sparkling. Big first turn. The fins got way loose. Really committed turn there for Tia.
Yeah, good call. Maybe Kelly's giving her some pointers.
Yeah, or even, she's been able to get more practice on that left-hander on the wave pool.
Yeah, well, I mean, surfing a 700-yard long wave all day, every day, if you can, get up there. I want to get up there.
Yeah, that was a great event, the Rumble at the Jungle. And just great to see surfing competitions still able to happen during this time of challenge around the world. And for those of you who are watching, very different to last year. Normally there's thousands, but right now, up and riding. Paddling for this one. Is that Benedetto? This is Marks. Working this through onto the inside. See the finish. Wow, big speed run on this one. There's the turn. Finishing this off strongly. We heard Mike Parsons yesterday talking about how they've really been working on Caroline Marks' forehand during this off-season.
Seems like everybody's working on the weaknesses, or what they seem to be the weaknesses, because we know her backhand is so gnarly. Let's break this down. Deep bottom turn right here. Beautiful rail gouge. Wave kind of fattens up here through the mid-zone, feeling the tide. Softens up. You can see just biding her time, rail to rail. Keeping everything controlled, the arms, the lower body, and then the beautiful finish from young Caroline there. Scores are in, 5.63. So that'll get Team Caroline in the pink jersey back in the hunt. Sage has the 2 really good scores. And Tia and Zoe looking to put some better numbers on the board.
And what magnificent conditions we have here today. A new swell. And we had just a slight bit of wind for a brief period, but now it's gone sheet glass again. We don't have the fog like we had yesterday, although...
Ooh, don't even say it.
Yeah, I don't want to jinx us here. It's 11 o'clock, so yesterday...
At noon.
It was noon that we had to go on hold for about 35 minutes.
There's something about a fog delay. You know, it comes in, it's like kind of menacing. You're like, oh, man, I wanted to watch good surfing. But luckily, it was only a half hour.
Yeah, and it allowed the competitors at the time to come in. I think it was 7 minutes and 15 remaining. Lakey was behind at the time and was able to get back out on the restart and then take the victory over that one. But today, looking like it's going to stay pretty much like this all day. The swell still coming up. Okay, up and riding. This is Zoe Benedetto, Marks' teammate. Big turn, the young Floridian. And again, another sharp turn. And 3 just to finish this off. Oh, 4. Still going. So Zoe on fire, coming off the back of a win from last weekend in Jacksonville, the Void Pro. And only got the call up on Wednesday.
Yeah, and had to jump on a plane, fly out here, and we talked about it. They were just here for a few weeks, surfing, training, and drove out. Mom drove out and then drove home. Here's that replay. Nice rail gouge. Working this right on the south end of the contest area. There's a little bit of a channel down there. And that score came in at a 4.07, 407.
So moving up. So with 20 minutes and 20 seconds remaining, let's go down to the beach. We have the winner of the first adaptive surfing heat today. Over to you, Rosie.
Thank you so much, guys. Well, we have to congratulate Faith Lennox. What an amazing performance. Last year finishing up second in this event. This time taking the top honors. You got to be pretty happy with your performance.
Yeah, thank you.
And we're so stoked to see you ladies back here. Like I said, it's the second year. How important is this event to you?
It's really important. I'm so glad that I can come.
And it's such a good vibe having you ladies in the water. It just seems like there's such great camaraderie. How cool is it, you know, getting to California and surfing with your friends?
Yeah, it's so much fun. I love, just surfing with them.
And you started surfing when you were 5 years old in Maui. I mean, that's pretty amazing. So tell us about starting at such a young age.
Well, I started here, and then we moved to Maui when I was 8. And here was kind of hard because all the wetsuits and it was so cold. And then when I moved to Maui, I surfed a ton, and then I just got better and better.
Well, you're in your element out here in the waves that we have on offer today. It's pumping. There's a solid swell. Did you feel comfortable?
On the sets, I was kind of scared, but I'm like, it's okay.
Well, you handled it so well. Congratulations on the win, Faith, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much, Rosie, and congratulations. Faith, clearly a big moment for that young lady, and such an inspiring performance, and we look forward to seeing her surfing for many years.
So during the interview, Team Blue got a combo of waves. This was Tia. Ooh, nice front side gouge from Tia Blanco, cutting back. And the score already dropped. It's a 5.73 as we watch the replay. And the conditions are really good right now, Fuely. And this wave even reformed for her. And then behind her, Sage got another wave as we're watching the finish to Tia's 5.73 right there. And so they had the 1-2 punch. So we're waiting on okay, so we might not have a replay on Sage's last wave, but we will get a score.
And Tia really milked that wave for all it was worth. And a good solid score. Now looking to replace a 1.23. But the pink team has priority. Caroline Marks a 5.63 in a scoreline. And
Yeah, and they seem to be trending in the right direction. Zoe Benedetto opening with the 3, then getting the 4. Caroline, a 0, then a 5-6-3, and then backed it up with a mid-range 3. Yeah, stand by, Sage. We're waiting on your last wave. I think I saw a little hand wave out there, so the competitor's trying to get the information in between these sets when they might be able to hear better. 17.5 remaining. Priority is with the blue team. And Sage, your third wave is dropping in right now, trying to better a 5-6-7. Yeah, it's coming. Stand by. Yep.
Well, first score is in, and it's a solid first score. One more judge's score yet to come in, and she may well have increased. She has a 6.27 to go with your 6.83, so you have extended your lead. And now Caroline Marks needing a 7.47, Zoe Benedetto a 9.03, and Tia Blanco needs to replace a 1.23.
Yeah, so the blue team has just crept over the 20-point mark and some change, and then the pink team, Caroline, sitting on about 16, right around just under 16 points, 15.96, I think. So fairly close, but with some low scores on the board. Once we know, though, when these ladies better the backups, it's going to tighten up here.
Yeah, around about 4 points. So even if Caroline Marks, if she can get a 7, same with Zoe, then that would even it out. There's Lakey Peterson checking out alongside Mike Parsons, because right now Lakey's team is tied with Caroline's team on equal points. Ryan, 9 points for each.
Yep, Lakey. Yep. So we've got the overall team competition, 11-11, and then we have Team Lakey and Team Caroline going into round 2 tied on 9. Team Tati just behind on 6, and then Team Alyssa with that last heat win got them to 3. So those are the 4 top teams, and then the tie in the overall team competition, it's game on.
Yeah, and then on round 3, it's double points. It's 4 points for a win, and so any edge that you can get in this round or any recovery, and that was just, was that Sage?
No, it was a free surfer. Okay. Guy rode a long one, so yeah, he's doing the right thing.
He's getting he knew 15 minutes remaining, 15 minutes, Sage in the lead.
Yeah, on these hurricane swell, you could drop in down at Buccaneer and end up at the pier in the blink of an eye. Woo!
Yeah, long waves, and especially after the sets, there's such a strong push towards the pier that when you do get one of these waves, you cover a lot of distance very quickly. There's Team California, Sage and Tia side by side.
Yeah, chatting it up.
Scheming.
Look at this. Who's got priority? Blue. Looks like Tia's going to go, Mark.
And Tia up and riding on her backhand. Nice looking wave here. Good first turn. There's the second. This wall really lined up well. 3, perfect timing. And a 4th. Wrapping it further round. 5, backhand turn. 6. So Tia Blanco looking to get rid of a 1.23. I'm not a judge, but I would expect that is gone.
Lethal backhand when she turns it on right there. Tia coming on strong. That was a really good wave, and maybe a little chatter. Sage already has 2 6s, knowing that was perfect execution of the team format.
Yeah, you take this wave.
Break it down, Philly.
As you can see here, it was set up on the first turn, and then each turn got a little stronger. There we go.
Yep.
The third one, a bit more vertical. And then coming around the section, and this one, whack. Getting it right up and just cleanly finishing off. Rapid succession.
Beautiful
and Tia
surfing.
Blanco drops a 6.27. A 6.27.
So now they're on 25.1. We got Zoe up and riding, live action on the south end. Working the backhand. 3 or 4 slash carves, looking to finish here. Gets the float. So with the 25.10 to the 15.97. About, they've extended the lead pretty solid.
Yeah, significantly. Zoe likely is going to improve on her situation. She had a 3.17 in her low score, and she dropped a 4.23, Zoe. She's underwater right now, a 4.23.
Yeah, and here's that replay. Glistening wall. Oh, good first turn. I missed that. And this is when the wave softened up, and it was just the rail-to-rail carving, but great finish. You can see here, cutting back, sticking with the flow, and then getting the finish. Nice late float. It's a 4.23, bringing her total to 8.3. Add that to the 8.73, 16.73, ladies. Still 8.5-ish, 9 points behind. So they're just going to keep working with just under 12 minutes.
So the difference of that 4.23 of Zoe's and the 6.27 of Tia?
Well, Zoe had the really good first turn, and then the wave sort of turned, and sometimes when they go out to sea, you don't get that angle bending at you, where Tia's right had the angle coming at her and the ability to sort of drive through the inside and off the bottom, off the top, like you called it, 4 or 5 times, where after the really good first turn, I mean, Zoe's whole score was pretty much the first turn, and then the wave just went a little bit out to sea. Looks like we got Tia up again.
It's Tia again, racing down the line. And
little animation.
Yeah, you can see the little bit of frustration there. It was, it wasn't a claim. And on looking at round 1, it looks like the world qualifying surfers have dropped the highest scores. Gabriella with a 7 plus. So from Team Zoe, up and riding now though. This is Caroline Marks ducking under cover there. Oh, this wave. Can she? It was. Am I in the tube? Am I out of the tube? What should I do? It was one of those waves, really hard to read, very fast.
We all know as surfers, when you're like running right along the lip line, but just behind, it's always a little frustrating. So, well, you know, the QS surfers getting the bigger scores in round 1, maybe a little less pressure where they feel like they can let their hair down, knowing that they don't. Where the CT surfers, they're the big dogs. They're coming in. Maybe all eyes are on the top names, where the younger underdogs feel like, okay, I can let loose a little bit. I got something to prove. I don't know. Maybe.
10 minutes remaining. 10 minutes. Sage Eriksson in the lead. Tia Blanco in second. Sage, your low score is a 6.27. Caroline Marks, that last wave didn't change the position. You were in third with a 5.63 and a 3.1. And Zoe Benedetto, a 4.23 and a 4.01. But yeah, Ryan, I think this has always been a stage where the young guns come out to play. And also they do get to also compete against the world's best, because it is year after year you get the world's best coming, as well as the up-and-coming surfers and the junior surfers. And with 90, usually there's 96 surfers in the field, it's really giving a lot of opportunity. This year it's an invitation only 16, but again we've got that great mix of the world's best. You know, the top 3 in the world are here, as well as Tatiana, number 6.
Yeah.
And then you've got some of the top QS surfers and some of the best in the
juniors,
country, juniors.
Yeah. So it's a really good mix of all 3, the CT veterans, the QS warriors that are knocking on the door, and then a handful of the best prodigies from 13 to 15 that are going to be on the tour very shortly. Here we go. Never count out Caroline Marks, and we saw that yesterday. Finding some open wall, big speedy jam right there, coming around the corner, just attacking. And one more fin drift carve, and she's going to just shoot the pier. And is this the comeback trail of Caroline right now?
Wow, that was super animated. You can see her there. She's in between the pier, looking to, she'll probably have to exit now as this set rolls through. But that could be a game-changing wave. She was needing a 7.47 to move up into the lead. She gets a 6.4.
Here's that replay. A little bit lined up, so she had to do a little down the line work, but oh, that was sick. Mixing it up a little bit. And then a big carve, a little fin drift snap. And then the wave was offering one more. Nice for the section. Beautiful surfing. It's a 6.4, bringing her total to 12.03. Add that to the 8.30. They're now on 20.33, and we know Sage's team 25.1. So now they've cut it down. Now they were 10 behind. Now they're 5 behind. Wow.
Yeah. So now Zoe is looking to replace a 4.23, but Sage and Tia in a strong position and can improve their lead. It'll need a big score from Sage, something over 6.27, and for Tia over a 5.73, having a 6.27. So 6 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. We're expecting this one to come down to the wire again every heat today.
Wow.
It's been amazing.
It's just worked out really good, the way the seeding and then the teams played out, and then the fairness of both teams. We've got a paddle.
Up and riding and in and out. That was Zoe. That was Caroline Mark's team partner.
Because it could have been lopsided and it could have been already decided, but not the way it worked out. So really good to the format, the decision to use this format, and one of the most exciting events I've been a part of.
Yeah, it's really great to see the atmosphere that these team events creates. You know, you've certainly still got all of the competitiveness that is natural, that's innate in these surfers, but just the opportunity to be able to have a team member, and the interview earlier with Courtney and Mia, where they were saying getting to cheer somebody else on as opposed to looking at them going, oh no, my competitor has got a better wave, was really unique.
All right, well, 5.5 minutes remaining. Now my mind's working. I'm like, oh, is the WSL going to decide to do a fun specialty event, maybe one man, one lady? I mean, I know we're here at the Supergirl. It's all about the women, but that would be cool.
Yeah, the Rumble at the Ranch.
That's what they did. Okay.
It was mixed up
they
that
already
way.
Did it.
So that was really cool. More teams here competing. So 5 minutes and 5 seconds remaining. 5 minutes, 5, and
we know Team Caroline, you're now about 5 behind. Team Blue is in the lead, but Team Pink is coming on strong. 5 minutes, 5 minutes.
So let's go down to Rosie, who's on the beach with a special guest.
That's right. We've got VP of Tours and Competition with us, Jessie Miley-Dye. It's so great to see your face under all of that. And also so great to have women's competition back underway here at Oceanside.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, like, we feel like we know what everyone's doing because we see each other on Instagram, but there is something about getting to be back on the beach, and, you know, it's great to have live contests again.
The general consensus from all the women is just that it's so good to be competing. I mean, from what you've seen throughout the event, you know, who's been training and who maybe needs to do a bit more work?
No pressure. No, it is. It's actually great to see, you know, everyone that has, it's very obvious who's been working really hard, you know, and who, I'm not going to say who hasn't been working hard because everyone deserves a break, but I was really impressed yesterday actually with Katie Simmers, you know, taking out the QS division. I thought she's been surfing really well, and it's just actually really nice to be here and watching all of the young girls who have obviously been using this time to kind of like try and get the jump on everyone on the CT. That's actually what I love the most, and I think that, you know, they've all been working really hard.
I totally agree with you. Some great young talent coming up the ranks. Well, Jessie, thanks for your time. We got a scorch of a heat in the water, so we'll send it back for live action.
Fantastic to have Jessie on hand here, head of the sport for women for the World Surf League, and of course she herself came onto the World Tour as a rookie in 2006 and had an incredible year, finishing 4th as well as winning the World Junior Championships and the World Qualifying Series in the same year. So she knows what she's talking about.
And I love how Rosie put her on the spot.
Well, Zoe had a scorcher of a wave.
Yeah.
There, and wait for the score to come in. And
it looks like they dropped it at a 3.9. Looked good from here down the beach. It was quick, 2 turns. So she's still looking to replace her 4.07 with about 2.5 remaining. Caroline trying to better the 5.63. Is it? Yeah, we're still in the same total where they're about 5 points behind. It's actually about 4.7 behind. So they've closed the gap.
Well, let's see if this is where some tactics come in.
Yeah.
So Sage came out blazing.
And they got priority. So the pink team needing about 4.7 to add. So is it another wave per surfer? Or if Zoe, since she has the low score, she could get the 8 point something or other or the 9 and get enough.
Yeah, it's gonna be tricky because Caroline would need to replace a 5.63. She'd need something in the 9s in order to do that. And Sage Eriksson, look at her scoreline, a 5.67, a 6.83 and a 6.27, really setting that bar and setting her team up for success early with 1 minute and 34 seconds remaining. And they built on that together, up and riding.
Is that Zoe?
This is Zoe on her backhand. Big backhand slash, and the nose just digging in there. And she was looking for a big score. So now it's up to Caroline Marks. Can she pull out a huge score to overcome the lead of Team California?
Well, you gotta feel there might have been a little pressure in the team's event. She's been on point all weekend long, but to have to dial it down with a minute left, we're watching that replay. She did go big and just caught. It's that the waves are softening up a little bit, and you got to be cognizant of that. It's not as steep and fast as it was earlier. So you come out of those turns, and it's a bit slopier. So it's catching the edges on some of the ladies. 35 seconds. Caroline went for a huge rotating snap air out the back. I don't think we got it. It was just after that wave of Zoe. 30 seconds, ladies.
Wow, and Team Marks coming in near the top of the rankings. Here we go.
They did get it. So this is what she was attempting. Whoa.
Wow. Ooh.
I mean, could that be a 10 if you do a huge air on a set? I don't know if they're going to go that high, but...
Well, 10 seconds remaining, though.
Count
that
it down.
might have been the last chance. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And so Team California take the lead.
Wow.
Sage Eriksson and Tia Blanco. Now, there they are. Team on the screen congratulating each other, and they get the points on the board. And Team Marks coming into the top of the rankings at the start of today have suffered 2 losses in these first 2 rounds. But don't forget, double the points in round 3.
Yeah.
They definitely still have a shot here. 10 seconds until the next heat in the water. But we'll take a break, and when we come back, it'll be Team Tati up against Team Lakey. Stay with us.
So I'm gonna hold on promoting you this quarter. Cool?
Drop the taco. Get in the car. Does this Sentra feel like a compromise to you?
Wait, what?
The handling, it's good, right? No compromise there.
Nope.
Watch this.
Breathe. Rear automatic braking. So if this Nissan Sentra isn't going to compromise, why should you? You're right. That a girl.
The all-new Nissan Sentra with more standard safety features than any other car in its class.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world. Always connected. But somehow alone. Trapped by illusion. We offer another path where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling. United by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
When we founded Paul Mitchell nearly 40 years ago, people would ask, John Paul, why do you want to make hair care products? I tell them, I don't. I want to make super hair care products, but it's more than that. It's hair color that makes you feel like $1,000,000 and passionate people doing what they love. It's giving back, treating the planet kindly, and supporting the professional hairdresser. To me, it's not just about hair care. It's creating something beautiful for all of us.
The Nissan Supergirl Surf Pro is being brought to you by Power Crunch Protein Energy Bars, light, healthy, and delicious. And by White Claw Hard Seltzer, crafted using seltzer water, 5% alcohol, and a hint of fruit flavour. Grab a claw and welcome back. And Tatiana Weston-Webb and Brianna Cope now up against Lakey Peterson and Caitlin Simmers, who has been on fire. And this is round 2, heat 2. And Ryan Simmons, there is some rivalry between these two teams, and Brianna Cope has come out firing.
Sick. Looks like we have live action right here of Katie. Couple good frontside carves here. These rights are reeling through. She's been on point all weekend. Obviously winning the QS division yesterday in the individual. And they won their first round heat this morning. So pretty much untouchable as of yet. But Brianna did open up when we were at the break with a 6-1-7. So for Team Tati, they seem to be having a lot of fun, and it's showing in their surfing.
Yeah, and this is a really important heat because with the... Let's take a look here first. This is Brianna. She has been ripping today. Ryan, getting loose there.
Yeah, that was committed. Oh.
Working it all the way through onto the inside. And the big score, the 6.17.
That's how you want to start. You get a wave like that, it feels really good. 6-1-7, and that'll bolster the confidence. Huge.
And Caitlin Simmers got a 5.33 on her first wave, a 1.17 for Lakey. And yeah, it seems that the sixes in the score line are really important. Let's take a look here at Lakey's wave.
Setting it up, little inside runner left. And you can see what I was talking about. She's in the lip, but as you're coming down, it went so slopey, there was really no quarter pipe to ride out of. So,
and a really critical heat, this one, because with the 2-round losses by Team Caroline, this is putting both these teams in position. This is Tati. Wow. Getting loose, cutting back right into the pocket, and coming out because yesterday Tati finished second to Marks. And so right now, Team Lakey and Team Tati are the two top teams. And here they are going up against each other. Both Lakey and Tati's teams won the first round this morning.
Is this the points that were before this round? Was it 9-9-6?
Yeah.
Okay, so
that was at the start of
round 2.
So Caroline, you can see, will have now moved down. So
they'll stay on 9.
That was Lakey.
Live action.
Big hard finishing turn there. So we'll definitely improve on the 1.17. 25.5 minutes or so remaining in this heat. 30-minute heats throughout the entire day. And there has not been a slow heat at all.
Oh. Let's watch this last replay. Lakey deep off the bottom. Nice backhand snap there. And projecting into the oncoming section and really aggressive right there. That was beautiful. Where did that score? Yet to drop in, Lakey. Stand by for Team Lakey. They're on 9 points, tied with Team Caroline on 9, and that's where you were saying if Tati and Brianna can get the 2 here, we'll have the 9-9-8, and it'll be 3 teams really close, and we still have that third round where 4 points are on offer for the win.
Yeah, and then we have teams like Team Sage who are making a late charge.
Yeah, if they can win round 2.
Yeah, which Sage just did.
Just did. And if they can win round 3, we'll have to do some math. But it looks like that last wave of Lakey, 6.43. 6.43, Lakey.
California coming back strong overall. We're way behind at the end of yesterday.
They got the 2 first heat wins. We were thinking, oh, they're going to run away with it. But then 4 in a row for Team USA, I think, or even 5. And then California won the 8th heat.
So, Caitlin, you 23 minutes and 25 seconds remaining. Your first score was a 5.33. And your team member, Lakey Peterson, just dropped a 6.43 and a 1.17. So Lakey in the lead. Caitlin, your score of 5.33 on that first wave. Tatiana, a 3.17 on your first ride. And Brianna Cope, a 6.17. Certainly anybody's heat right now. And so Caitlin keeping an eye on the time and on the scores. And different tactics here, it looks like, for this particular heat. And that is the winning team from the last heat, Team California. Big down on the beach, they gain some extra points and going to get in position to have a chat with Rosie.
Had a question. Some of the competitors were wondering, and I got the answer, if a teammate snakes or burns takes off on a teammate, will there be an interference? And the answer is no. So if that comes down to it and one of the surfers needs a score but the other surfer on the same team is in a better position, you might have to just go. Wow. So that'll be the communication between the teams in the water, but just wanted to confirm that for some of the competitors that were asking me. So teammates can go.
That's a good clarification.
Totally.
Because we hadn't ever thought about, can you drop in on people?
And so a teammate can drop in on their own teammate with no infraction.
Yep.
And I like that.
That is really good tactically to be able to use that. Okay, spinning around here.
Ooh.
This looks like Tati.
Yeah.
Big slash in the pocket. Look at the speed. Wow. Oh, huge turn. Very quick reaction there. It looked like the wave was going to keep peeling and all of a sudden it shut down. Her reaction time to be able to get into the lip was amazing, but just couldn't. Really got the bounce there, but the reactions.
Yeah, she is surfing quicker, and she's always been real reserved but powerful. But now that she's got the speed in her surfing, she's gone to another level, and let's watch it. Big frontside snap, and you can see she's going to catch the outside edge just a bit there on the landing. Here we go. We're going to swing right into some live action of Lakey Peterson.
On a backhand again, using that backhand attack. Got a decent score before on this left-hander, a 6.43, and now this is going to be another good scoring ride. That was a long left, really lined up nicely, so right there at the pier you can see, ending at the pier. So that was probably about a 100-yard ride, something like that. So she'll definitely get rid of the 1.17. She was already in the lead. And 20 minutes and 20 seconds.
Yeah, here we go. Lakey on this running left. Wow, she has done such good work on her backhand. We know her forehand's been so lethal, but now with Lakey having, I'm going to say equal to her forehand, her backhand, she's done the work with Parsons. And you're seeing just a new attitude and style in her backhand beach break surfing.
Yeah, and it's interesting that both Mike Parsons charges, Caroline Marks, who's a goofy footer, and Lakey Peterson, who's a regular, working on their backhand. But right now, let's go down to Rosie with Team California. Oh, we'll just call this, and we'll come back to you, Rosie. And Tati just blew the fins out the back. So, Rosie, you're down there with Team California.
Sage and Tia on fire, and they have pushed Team California into the lead with that win. Sage Erickson, obviously you've won here a few times, made the final. I mean, you've been so consistent, but how special is this event?
Yeah, after not competing for so long, I'm just so excited to be in a jersey. And, I love competing in California and it feeling, at sense of ease and at home. And it was so exciting to know that Tia was going to be my teammate. And I love just human interaction, right? And so the fact that we can kind of strategize and just focus. You know, I mean, I guess it's kind of complicated because you got to focus on yourself, but at the same time, there's a lot of dynamics that goes into the other person, and so I really feel like we got the hang of it in that heat.
Yeah, we've been loving the team element. Tia, I've seen you ripping out at low, seen a couple edits of you surfing, but without competition, where have you been focusing your energy this year?
Yeah, honestly, it's just been so nice to kind of press the reset button and to focus on things in my surfing, work on a few things, and kind of fall in love with surfing all over again. And yeah, this is just such a great event to get back in the mix. I'm so stoked to be partnered with Sage. I've looked up to her for so long now, and yeah, this is so fun.
We love having it. Love having you ladies here. Sage, I mean, the same can be said for you. You're obviously qualified for the tour, then went back on the QS, had an amazing run there, got back on tour this year. So you've kind of had like a start-stop kind of season, but you've been training hard.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm always into constantly evolving and learning, and I'm probably I've done probably the most falling off and getting back on that most people do, but I feel like I learn a lot with those challenges, and yeah, I love the QS too. You know, people kind of hate on the QS sometimes like it's a grind, and I think anytime that you get to be in a jersey and compete, you're learning and growing, and so I'm excited to be back on that world tour, and I can't wait for Tia to meet me on there one day, and she's such a beautiful girl and amazing talent, so her backside's on fire. So,
yeah. Team Cali all the way. Well, well done, ladies. We'll let you get ready for that next round. Send it back to you guys.
And what wonderful competitive fire there. We really got to see at the start of the interview when Rosie let them know that that California's taken the lead. So up and riding, live action. This looks like Tatiana coming round the corner, gets some open face, beautiful turn, fins out the back, and just a one-turn wave, but is looking to throw away a 3.17 into the scoreline. Lakey Peterson, you are in the lead with a 6.5 and a 6.43. Tatiana in second. Lower scores. Brianna Cope opened up with that 6.17 and looking for her second score. And this is her up and riding now. Big first turn. Nice wrapping cutback. And that wave going soft, so she'll get a second score on the board. And Caitlin Simmers, you opened up with a 5.33, needing a second scoring ride. But Ryan, that interview really showed the competitive fire that those competitors have. Let's take a look at the replays first.
Here's Tati, set wave, stuck behind the first portion, and this was a really good turn in the lip, but unfortunately the wave didn't really have much on offer after that. The last wave of Lakey came in at a 6.5 Lakey, that two-turn combo on the backhand. Well, yeah, I mean, can't say enough good things about Sage and Tia. They're both beautiful, and they're both ripping, and, you know, they're kind of coming on strong. They had the slow start, but now they're gaining some momentum, so it's going to be exciting to see them in that last round where it's all about 4 points.
And this looks like this is Katie Simmers. Oh, nice getting the board up into the lip. Second turn, third turn, recovers well. It is really hard to recover out of a turn like that when the wave hits your board halfway through the turn. Incredible balance. That is Brianna.
Yeah, behind her.
Behind her on a separate wave. So we've got a flurry of action. And now up and riding, is that Tatiana?
Sure is.
Just looking into the glare here and getting another score. So that's 4 waves ridden in quick succession. And we'll wait for those to drop in. But yeah, you mentioned the story there of not just competitiveness but also resiliency. This is the first wave of Caitlin.
Yeah, she waited a long time. She had that opening score right in the beginning of the heat, so 14 minutes have gone off the clock. Might even lost a foot and was able to get it back on there just to make it complete. So cleans it up. We're waiting on that score from young Katie. And last of Brianna, 303. Tati's had a lot of waves, but surfing good. Lakey, you have a 6.5 on your last, and a 6.43 is your low. Katie Simmers just dropped a 5.73. Match that up with a 5.33. And we have Lakey in the lead, 12.93. Katie Simmers, 11.06. Quick math, 23.99. Wow. So almost 24 points. and we have Brianna and Tati around about 15. So, but Tati only sitting on a pair of 3s right now, and with 13:40 remaining.
Yeah,
some work to be done.
Yeah, Tatiana just got a 4.07 on that last ride, and Brianna Cope a 3.77, and so both improved your score line, but right now around about 4 points behind. That was the tail end of Brianna's wave. That was the 3.77.
Yeah, so we're 23.99, so call it 24. We'll just round up for the sake of right now. And then those last few scores did get Team Tati to 17.78.
Yeah, but that 24.
Ooh, that's solid.
For a Californian team, that's one of the highest combined scores we've seen so far today. Taking a look at that ride, and we've still got 13 minutes remaining in this heat, so we've got plenty of time for bigger scores to be posted. And these left-handers continue to just stream down here. Great conditions, great waves, a new swell.
And blessed that there's a lot of corners. It could be a lot more walled, but I think the dredging project that they've been doing for the past few months to add a lot of beach here has really helped the conditions out here. Obviously, when you add sand, it can go either way, though. Sometimes it can ruin the sandbars until you get a few swells to mix up the sand, but they've been doing the dredging project, and waves are going off. You can see then who's coming up next. Yep, Team Zoe and Gabby up against Team Alyssa and Samantha. And Zoe getting warmed up there. Looks like Brianna, Mark.
That does look like Brianna. Looking to replace a 3.77. Nice turn on the first one. Now running down the line. A lot of speed. And just a little layback slash there at the end.
Yeah, really good first rail gouge. Finishing on the inside. Let's watch this replay. I love this first turn from Brianna right here. Looks like she's sticking to the right, so we'll just stay with this beautiful rail gouge. Down the line snap. And, you know, I'll be honest, pretty solid finish there, but might have been able to release the fins there and get a little more action out of it. Still, it's a well put together wave. She's trying to drop the 3.77, so stand by. I'm sorry, she was dropping a 3.03 and got a 3.77. Last of black, 3.77. So that'll extend the lead or their total by a little bit, but they're still going to be behind where we at 17 and change to the 24.
It's about 6 points.
Yeah,
so it's 6 or 7 points. Look at the right here. Up and riding. This is Lakey. Big turn. Blast off the top. And again. Wow. And a foam climb.
Yeah, I love it.
3
the foam
turns
climb.
That first turn. Dynamic.
Yeah, real aggressive. Never easy, too, when it's in the whitewash.
And she was already in the lead. Her low score is a 6.43. And the Californians coming home strong. Let's take a look here. This is Katie. The youngster from Oceanside gets upside down. Second turn, looking for this to wall up. And a third. Will she get a fourth? She does. And a fifth. Oh. And, wow, she really made that wave turn into something. It wasn't looking like much. Her low score of 5.33.
Well, real quick, I want to correct myself. A wave did drop, so the right was better than the 3.77. Brianna, the score had yet to drop. It's a 4.37. So Brianna, 6.17, 4.37. We just saw Katie on that long left. She's looking to replace her low of a 5.33. And behind Katie, this is the last of Lakey. We've got 3 waves going here. Nice first turn and through the lip right there. So we have 3 waves, Lakey, Katie, and then Tati. And I was talking about Tati. She got a running barrel, and I think she broke through the lip. Hopefully we'll get the replay.
Yeah, there was some solid surfing there. And look at these conditions. Just magnificent day here in Southern California, Oceanside in San Diego County. And we want to thank the City of Oceanside for supporting this event and working with ASA Entertainment, and who are also working with the WSL to be able to put on this WSL specialty event.
Well,
and 8.5 minutes remaining, Ryan. Scores are dropping.
Katie Simmers drops a 6.1 on the long left. Lakey's got a good score dropping in. Last of Tati, the running barrel, 4.93. So she does throw away a 3 in that total. Brianna, again, you're right, was a 4.37, and Lakey just drops a 6.97, putting Team Lakey on 25-20-ish, and Team Tati sitting on about a mid-19.
And here goes Lakey. What she got, takes to the air, and the rotation. Oh, so close. Wow. Well, what's interesting about that last exchange is every surfer got a scoring ride.
Yeah.
So the best ride for Tatiana, a 4.93. Brianna added a 4.37. It was the best scoring ride for Lakey, a 6.97, and a best score for Katie Simmers, a 6.1. Just like that, in one, really in one section of about 3 minutes.
So Black did cut down, but White then went back ahead. So you're right. Everyone bettered the score, so that was really solid of Team Lakey to also better their solid scores.
So this is the highest combined score of today. Over 25 points for Team Lakey. That's the highest score of today so far combined. Team Sage, 25.1, the second highest. And so work to be done here with 6 minutes 45 remaining for Team Tati. Right now sitting on 19.5 points, needing round 6.
Let's watch this.
Lakey.
Yeah, dropping in. Heavy section. Did everything right. Just landed a bit out the back. Needed to project just a little to the beach.
And that would have been the first air reverse of the competition so far. So we know what the ladies are thinking.
We've had one blowtail reverse. I think Alyssa Spencer did one yesterday at the end on a little whitewash. But, yeah, we want to see some airs. Never easy in lined up hurricane swell to do an air and not with much wind. But look at this, Fuely.
Up and riding. Again, Lakey Peterson. Wow, getting the tail out. And again, in a heavy section.
Oh, and look at this. Out the front, I think it's Tati.
Oh, she is up and riding. And what a fast runner. Oh, big turn. Well.
Okay.
A lot of action here, Ryan.
Wow. A good wave, Lakey, and then Tati right behind. And we know Tati's a warrior. So, and you can see right there, with only a pair of 4s on the board, that's got to be her best wave. 5.5 minutes remaining. Brianna looking to replace the 4.37. She's got the 6.17, so they're not out of it by any means. Here's Lakey's last. Her coil up on the backhand is so much more solid, and you can see right there.
Wow.
The positioning and her technique. I'm loving it.
That's one of the turns of the contest.
It really is. And then I hope we get Tati's last, because she lit it up on the rail. Front side behind. 5.5 remaining. Standing by for scores. This could be, yeah. Oh, that was the finish. And on the face, before that, she had a mean rail gouge similar. So I expect big scores to drop.
Wow, that was a turn
right?
from Tatiana Weston Webb. Vicious closing turn on a big wave.
Never easy when the lip's already coming down and you go up under, lay it back. My 4.5 remaining. My timer stopped. So we're waiting on scores. Never.
Oh, it drops in.
Go.
Lakey Peterson, a 9. A 9 for that incredible backhand attack. But we are waiting for Tatiana Weston Webb's last wave. A 9, the highest score so far of the entire competition. So a 9 and a 6.97 for Lakey Peterson with 3 minutes and 50 seconds remaining.
So 27.80, and we got to wait for Tati's wave because they're going to jump way up. Stand by.
Wow, and these waves delivering some incredible moments here. You can just see it's so smooth, but we've got some really good corners. And was that Lakey taking a look at that one? Tatiana still paddling out, and Tatiana's scores are dropping in as well. This contest is not over.
There it is. 8.83, Tati. 8.83. She's now in second. She still has the 4.93. We got to do some quick math. 25.59 to 26. Or wait, I added wrong. 27 to 24. So they're only about 3.5 points behind.
And 3.5 minutes to go.
There you go. So Team Tati is in the mix.
Wow, that exchange right then between Tatiana Weston Webb and Lakey Peterson, a 9
and an 8.83.
8.83.
That was the exchange of the weekend so far right there. And your CT surfers lighting up when they had the opportunity. You cannot let the opportunity pass you by in these moments.
Yeah, and really reveling in the pressure
Truly.
of that moment as well. And critical turns in the most critical part of the waves with aggression and with speed for both those surfers, and that's why you're seeing those big scores. One of Tati's scores was a 9 as well.
Yeah. Oh, 2 9s and an 8.5. Averaged it out 8.83 with the 3 judges. And then Lakey, a little more smorgasbord. It went 9.85, 9.5. So it's almost similar.
Yeah. The turns of the contest so far. And we still have one round to go. Of course, really important heat here. Whoever takes victory will get the points. And here we go. This is Katie up and riding. Nice first turn. Oh, upside down. And looking to get rid of a 5.73 for Caitlin Simmons. Tatiana Weston Webb moved up into second position, but still...
the team, needs just a little bit, but they have the low backups. They've got a 4.93. Tati, Brianna's sitting on that 4.37. If they each could drop 6.57s, they're going to take the lead.
1 minute 15 remaining. There is still time.
Yes. And the priority is with Team Black. And Lakey trying to better her 6.97 for reference, and Katie looking to better a pretty decent score of 5.73. And you know, Katie, such a quiet, calm person, but she revels in the excitement of trying to outdo these legends of the sport, the CT surfers. And you could see it right there, trying to go upside down.
Yeah, that first turn with speed, really nice. And then upside down. Not able to bring the board around.
Oh, we've got the youngster heat coming up. Team Zoe McDougall, Gabby Bryan up against Alyssa Spencer, Sam Sibley.
Wow. That
QS Warriors right there.
Yeah.
Although Zoe and Alyssa are the 4th members of the CT teams based on their rankings next in line, moved them up.
And both having competed in at least one World Tour event before. Usually is a wild card. Getting the call up there.
10 seconds, so Team Lakey might just outlast the charge from the Kauaians. 3, 2, 1.
Wow, well, what a heat that was. The best 2 waves we have seen of the competition so far. Both of them in the same heat and extending Team California's lead over the rest of the USA. 15 California, 11 Team USA. Incredible surfing there by all our surfers. And the next heat in the water will be here in just a few moments. We'll take a break and be back with all the action from the Nissan Supergirl Pro of Surf. And welcome back to the Nissan Supergirl Surf Pro, which is proudly brought to you by Nissan. Choice Nissan today, and for great offers, go to nissanusa.com and buy Islands Restaurants. And they have delivered up some magnificent burgers to us right here up in the commentary booth and providing fine burgers and lunch to all of the crew here. So thank you very much. Next heat in the water. Heat 3 of round 2, it's the young guns. Zoe McDougall, Gabriella Bryan up against Alyssa Spencer and Samantha Sibley. There's some alliteration here involved. And up and riding.
Tati coming in.
Background. That was Tati actually from the last heat. Scored the second highest single wave score, but it was the 9 of Lakey Peterson that set the new bar. And Ryan, we're going to have another great heat on our hands here. I think the oldest surfer in this heat is Zoe. I think Zoe McDougall at 20 years of age.
Yep.
Of Hawaii. Gabriella Bryan, her teammate. Alyssa Spencer of Encinitas, and Sam Sibley, last year's Supergirl Pro champion, just 18 years of age.
Yep. I think Gabby probably not more than 18, Alyssa 17, and Samantha, I think, just turning 18.
Yeah, and check out the junior titles here. Gabriella Bryan.
I know.
ISA under 18 World Junior Champ. Alyssa Spencer, second at the World Junior Championships just last November in Taiwan. And Sam Sibley, defending champion from last year.
Yeah, has a QS 6000 in your,
yeah, and
resume.
It's incredible. And then Zoe McDougall actually finished 13th at the Maui Pro World Tour event. So despite their young age, plenty of experience and plenty of titles.
Yeah, and all of the girls, probably 2 full years already on the QS. Maybe Gabby Bryan, maybe just 1 full year, looking to get back out there next year. And we had some opening scores. We're just waiting during the break. Looks like priority sits with the red team.
And the 2 goofy footers, Spencer and Sibley. And Zoe McDougall did get a wave, a 4.17. Zoe. And that is why the red team has priority now. And is this Gabriella?
I think so.
Up and riding. Nice turn in the pocket. Really sharp. And again, lots of energy on this wave. Third turn. And again, wow.
She's
Looking
dynamic.
Sharp. Well, we saw that in the last heat as well. And out the back.
Alyssa.
This is Alyssa Spencer. Good size wave. Big turn. Wow, that was a similar turn to what Tatiana Weston Webb did in the last heat. And this
Zoe
will be Zoe McDougall. Gets a turn in.
Yeah, it's all about the timing. So Alyssa, long speed run, but timing the bottom turn to hit the top part of the wave for the maximum explosion. 1 big turn. It's not going to be a huge score, but it's going to be solid.
Yeah. And Alyssa also an under-16 world champion.
A couple years ago, I think, in Japan, yeah.
At the ISA.
World Juniors.
2018. Let's have a look here.
So this is that last of Gabby Bryan. She lit this thing up. She put away the Buell suit, and she's going in a bathing suit. Water must be warm. And she lit this thing up, waiting on the score. There it is, Gabby, 5.5. I love the torque on that finishing. And look at this, Alyssa Spencer with the big 1-turn, 6.6. So the judge is showing us that big turns and committed sections on the set waves can get you into the good range.
Yeah, that was perfectly executed. As you said, timing's all important. Up and riding now. Is that
Gabby up and out?
Gabby, and in and out. So it'll be... Well, it might be a score, but it won't count at the end of the day. Zoe, you got a 3.6 to go with your 4.7. You are in the lead. Alyssa Spencer with priority now.
And let's watch that nice set wave. So she could have tried to do a turn and fit 2 in, but she just decided to do the 1 big one. And, yep, it was there. 6.6. Beautiful.
Perfect timing on that, and that has put her with 1 wave into the 2nd position. But right now, let's go down to Rosie Hodge on the beach.
A formidable team, Lakey Peterson and Katie. I mean, let's just talk about it. The highest total of the day so far. Lakey, you got the 9. Just take us through that heat because it was awesome to watch.
Yeah, I'm psyched to have Katie on my team. She was ripping out there. The waves were so fun. I think the tide was maybe just the perfect tide for this swell, and everything kind of, the stars aligned for us. So yeah, it was a super fun heat. Everyone was ripping, and Tati and I had a really nice exchange. So it was a good one. We're stoked.
And Katie, the way that the format's working, you guys are out there pretty quickly after that one. So what are you going to do to re-energize?
I don't know. Probably just rest for a little, maybe have a snack, and hopefully it'll still be good for our next eat. Yeah, drink Red Bull.
There's some good food on offer in the back of the tent, so there was no shortage of snacks. But Lakey, see you surf your forehand a lot, but that backhand attack is so lethal. Is that something you've been working on?
Yeah, it's weird on tour. I just don't go left very much, and I think, you know, we're on right points a lot, so that gets highlighted for me, like my forehand carbs. But I've always enjoyed going left and felt like my backhand's pretty strong. So, yeah, I have been working on it, though, to answer your question, but it's hard. I live between Bells and Rincon Point, so I'm going right a lot. But for sure, it's nice to go left and kind of open up a little bit, yeah.
And lastly, Team California pushing a little bit more ahead, so that's got to feel good, too, for the home state.
For sure, yeah?
Yeah, guys, we'll send it back to you.
Great, thank you very much, Rosie, and looking strong there, Team Lakey.
Check this wave that happened during the interview. Alyssa down the line carve. Nice rail gouge, picking the long runner left, and a nice finish. Scores drop in at a 5, 6, 7. So her one big turn scores more than that. Take note, competitors. Great surfing.
Yeah, but that super dynamic first huge gouge in the pocket on a decent sized closeout. But 21 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. Spencer now in the lead, 5.67 for the second ride. Zoe McDougall currently in second.
Looks like Gabby up.
That is Gabby. Oh, wow. That turn, she's just got so much speed. And it really seems that this year in 2020, the speed of women's surfing has come up a notch. Like it's quite noticeable how much faster some of these surfers are. Even like Tatiana, who was always fast, it just looks like it's just increased, just that little bit more. That's so dynamic.
You know, and well, we've got a wave approaching on the. You know, I think that's probably due to a little bit of the time off, as we have a paddle right here. Looks like Zoe McDougall up. Oh, good turn, real crisp. Down the line snap. Beautiful left here, just working it through. Gonna get a lot of points out of this one. What she got? She's trying to throw away that 3.6, but well, we'll get back to my thoughts here in a second. We got another rider up behind. This might be Samantha. Nice frontside gouge. And through the, what I like to call the snow slopes, where there's the water from the wave before. And it's a nice finish there. But I think a little bit this year, due to the COVID, they've had time off and they've been able to depressurize a little bit. I think Sage said that, or Tia, and where they can calm themselves down, where it's not the hustle and bustle of, for the tour surfers trying to do the tour and the QS, the tour, the QS, or the QS surfers traveling around the world trying to get all the points. Now they've actually had a little bit of time to work with their shapers, put in some work at lowers on their equipment, and maybe dial it down a little bit rather than having to be so frenetic in everything.
Yeah, spend a little bit more time on the foundations. Like endurance athletes,
yes,
the rest periods are as important as the heavy workloads. That's where they gain their strength. And I think you're right. Something's happened. The level has come up. But the other thing that is noticeable is how much depth there is in women's surfing now.
So this is that last Zoe. Long left. Great turn right there. The timing was really good. And then just surfing the wave for what it's offering. You don't want to over surf these waves. as the tide is changing and the conditions get a bit trickier. Real quick, just want to give a notice to the free surfers. If you can hear me, you guys are encroaching into the competition area. I know there's a big current, but if you move into the area, if you're in the buoys and you're not in a jersey, just come on in, walk back down the beach. Thank you. So we're going to get all these last scores. Are they all in? Looks like they're all in. So Zoe McDougall on the left got a 3.93. Gabby Bryan, the one turn on the right, a 2.1. And this was Sibley's opener. It came in at a 3.9, Sam. Good first cutty. Then she had to deal with the froth here. And what happens in the froth, why I even bring it up, is your tail cavitates and there's a little bit of air and lift in that white water. So you really have to make sure that you're using your rail, because you'll slide a little bit, and that's what I'm referring to. 17 and a half remaining, plenty of time. Team Red has priority, ladies.
Yeah, really closely matched up here when you look at the bottom line scores overall. Big score for Alyssa Spencer and Sam Sibley. They were just 3.9, another one to come in.
Yeah, like you said, Gabby's got the 5.5, and then Zoe's got the opening 4.17. So some mid-rangers. So outside of Alyssa's two decent scores, pretty fairly matched right yet. 17 minutes. Who's coming up next? Just looking ahead. Ooh, it's the Carissa team versus the Courtney team.
Oh, wow.
That's going to be solid.
Fantastic. Carissa Moore, Vahidi Inso, and Courtney Conlog with Mia Collins. Courtney and Mia.
They lit it up this morning, right? They revel in the bigger conditions.
Had a big win, really.
Yeah.
They got the California team on a roll, and we're definitely having a lot of fun. And then that'll be followed by the adaptive heat number 2.
Yeah, and we'll bring Chaka back in here.
Yeah, we're going to get to see a wave ski, Alana Nichols, and a prone adaptive surfer, Major Sarah Betancourt, and a prone assist with Quinn Waitley and Eugenie Wittenberg. So it's going to be some more great adaptive surfing action. Great angle here. You can see some of the boards.
Yeah, we just saw the Dolphins out the back in a prior shot on the screen there when we pulled it back. Sam, your opener 3.9. She might have been paddling out and may have never heard. 3.9, Sibley on your opener. Look at this, paddle up the beach.
Oh, nice lining up in front of her. This is Alyssa. Good first turn. A lot of speed working down the line. Hitting that oncoming foam with power and precision. So Alyssa Spencer is on fire in this heat.
Wow, it's almost going like side offshore, a little northwest, northeast wind. Look at that up the beach.
Oh, this wave's take us through Alyssa's wave.
Look at this last one. So she's trying to throw away the 5.67. Nice down the line hook. And beautiful finish on the oncoming right here. Kind of rides the rails up in the lip right here. Look, zang. I don't know, it's going to be touch and go. She betters a score.
And plenty more action in the water. That was Sam Sibley just exiting that wave. And I think that we had Gabriella Bryan, I think, as well. We'll look to that. And we're getting to see all of the athletes here staying in their hubs. Here we go.
Yeah, so it looks like Team Purple did get a wave, and it was Zoe. She's got the sticker on the nose because they're wearing similar outfits. And solid surfing. Zoe McDougall on the backhand, hailing from the North Shore. I wish I grew up on the North Shore.
And she's going to drop a good score. Yeah. It's a 4.43. And Gabriella Bryan drops a 2.67. So the USA team improving their situation. Alyssa Spencer still holding down the lead, but we've got one score to come in. It didn't improve her situation, but she is still in the lead. She gets a 5.13. And Sam Sibley 3.63. And as you mentioned, it looks like we're getting a bit of an offshore breeze at some of these waves. The barrels are starting to open up.
Look at this. We got a wave, look like a right out front. Gabby, and there it is, that patented wrap right there with the lipper before. She's feeling it on this wave. Spot on all the way from start to finish. Gabby Bryan looking to throw away a 2.67. I think she probably did that, but let's let the judges do work. We were looking at team point totals. It's 19.8 to 16.77 prior to that last wave of Gabby Bryan, but look at this score, Fuely. It's dropping in. 7.0. Gabby Bryan takes the lead with a 7 and a 5.5. Break it down.
Wow. Hard off the bottom. That turn. Just so much speed, so dynamic. Power in the turn. Judges really looking for that smooth surfing, but also with aggression and speed. And that wave had it all. Gabby Bryan. Gabriella Bryan looking solid here. Currently number 3 on the World Qualifying Series. Had a win last year at the Papara Pro in Tahiti. And showing why. Here's another replay.
Yeah, this was Sam right behind that. Nice backhand hook. Out on the open wall, gouging the defending champion from last year. She's trying to throw away a 3.63. It comes in at a 3.1. And where we stand right now, priority with the red team, and they're behind by a little under 2 points. So it's 21.1 purple team to 19.8. So actually about 1.3 separating. How close is this battle?
Yeah, and 11 and a half minutes, plenty of time on the clock.
I gotta stand up.
This is one of the closest heats that we've seen today.
Yep.
And just to remind everybody at home, this is a teams competition. 2 points for the winning team. And then in the next round, round 3, it doubles into 4 points. And USA are down by 4 points in the regional team competition. So they need these points. And wanting Team Zoe.
Yeah, let's look at the low. So Gabby's got the 5.5, Zoe the 4.17. So that's where some work can be done. Zoe McDougall with the 4.17.
Incredible surfing by everybody in this heat. I mean, look at these scores: a 7, a 6.6, a 5.67, a 5.5. Gabriella Bryan and Alyssa Spencer definitely on fire here.
Yeah.
Their teammates, Zoe McDougall, your low score is a 4.17, and Sam Sibley 3.63. So plenty of room for improvement there, with 10 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. And just want to remind the athletes that physical therapy and massage therapy is available today through the athlete's therapist. So you can go and get tuned up for the round 3 if you haven't yet. But there's been so much action that I think none of the teams have wanted to leave their pod. There's just so much going on, and watching the waves, seeing tactics that are being employed by others. That was on the screen there. That was Zoe McDougall paddling back into the lineup.
And the priority is sitting with the red team. Gabby, your last wave went 7.0. Your right was a 7. You're in the lead. You're looking to replace a 5.5. You get that?
So just to repeat.
Yeah, throw it again.
With 9 minutes remaining, as we see Chris Moore and Vahiti getting ready for their next. 9 minutes remaining. Gabriella Bryan, you are in the lead. Your low score is a 5.5. Zoe, a 4.17. And Alyssa Spencer, your low score of 5.67. And Sam Sibley, a 3.63.
So it's a close heat, about 1.3 separating the teams, but there's still a lot of room to move forward. So it's going to get exciting here in this last 8.5.
Yeah, I'm amazed at how quickly today has gone. We're nearly at the end of the second round. That'll be Chris Moore and Vahidi Inso up against Courtney Conlog and Mia Collins. It's going to be a great heat, followed by the adaptive heat number 2, and then we'll be into the final round. A reminder that this year, for the first time, it will be a team, a single team that will walk away with that Supergirl cape, and it'll be the 2-person team with the highest points overall that will take that home. And that is a unique trophy that all of these women want to experience. We do have a lot of winners here coming back. They come back year after year. Bryan and McDougall right now. This is so close. There's literally a point or so in it. 7 minutes and 15 remaining.
Been a lot of waves in this heat too, and it's still pumping.
And for all the surfers, they're surfing 3 times today. 30-minute heats, and a lot more paddling involved, bigger waves, a lot more energy, more waves ridden. And we definitely want to thank all of our sponsors who have supported and stuck with the Supergirl Pro in its new unique format for this year. And that includes Nissan, the US Air Force, Power Crunch. Paul Mitchell have been a long-standing sponsor of this, and you'll be able to check out all of the action on the TV broadcast, as well as going live on Twitch and online. This will be broadcast later. Okay, up and riding. And that is Bryan.
Yeah.
That was Bryan, Gabriella Bryan. She's got 2 big scores, so that won't change the score line. And now priority goes to the red team with 6 minutes, 5 seconds remaining. 6 minutes remaining. Zoe, you have a 4.17 and a 4.43. Gabriella, a 5.5 is your low score. Alyssa Spencer, a 6.6 and a 5.67. And Sam Sibley, your low score, a 3.63. 5 minutes and 40 seconds remaining.
And the purple team is leading by 1.30 points.
Yeah, really, nothing in that. Nothing in that. Yeah, it's really the... Let's have a look here.
So this was Gabby Bryan down to the south end. Just the one hack, 2.27. Not going to replace the 5.5. Coming up to that 5-minute warning. Yeah, so just looking at the surfers with the lower numbers, Zoe and Samantha really want to put some on their backup score if they can. Priority with the red team.
So this is an opportunity for Samantha Sibley, holding right now the lowest scores, both her scores in the 3s. Because if you look at the scoreline for Gabriella Bryan and also Alyssa Spencer, they've got some solid scores that are over, they're over the 5.5.
Yeah.
A 7 and a 6.6. So harder for them to advance their team scores.
Yep.
Whereas if you look at Sam Sibley, a 3.63, and Zoe McDougall, a 4.17. Lots of room.
Definitely.
Lots of room to move. 4 minutes 20.
Priority with the red team. Oh, and...
I think that was the purple team
Okay.
I believe that was Zoe.
Okay, you're right.
Taking a look at that wave, so red did not lose priority, but...
For a second, it almost looked red from we're pretty far away and looking at it live.
We've got just under 4 minutes, though, and you've got to expect that something's happening. There's some movement, I think. Is it Zoe has moved more towards the pier?
Maybe looking for
paddling
that
back
right
now.
that she was getting earlier.
And now paddling back to the left.
But there are these
Wow.
rights. Oh, look at this. Far bar on the south corner.
Look at that. Further down south than where the women are. But that just rolled all the way through. Crystal clear. Okay, here we go. Red has priority. No one gets it.
Oh.
On the edge here.
Gabrielle
O'Brien up and riding. Fast wave. Nice turn. Another solid turn. And finishing it off strongly. This rides out. That will be...
Is that crucial?
Is that clean? But she already had a 5.5 was her low score. So it was a pretty solid score. More important for Zoe McDougall to see if she can improve her scoreline.
Well, you're right. They are 1.3 up, the purple team. So Gabby Bryan trying to better the 5.5. You see how she swizzled her feet in the wax after that first turn, and the second turn was even better. Unfortunately, came unbuttoned on that end bit. Let's wait for the score. 2 decent turns down the line, pretty solid. The second turn was solid. The first turn was a nice down the line setup snap. 2:15 remaining.
Yeah, and interestingly, you could imagine that the pressure here is on Samantha Sibley, but last year in the final against Tatiana Weston Webb, she had all that pressure and she came back in the second half of that heat. She was way behind and came back to take the victory. So we know that she can handle the pressure. Under 2 minutes to go. The question is, will these surfers get another chance? Will they be served up a wave in the last 1 minute 45? The tide is starting to drop out as well. So the conditions will start to change here as we approach a lower tide. Team Red has the priority. Looks like they are going to use it. Sibley up and riding. Good first turn. And
well, that'll shift priority to the purple team. Waiting on that score from Gabriella Bryan. It looks like it's going to come under the 5.5 with a pair of high 4s already in the board. It's a 5.07, but well,
that won't change the scoreline. 1 minute remaining. 1 minute. Priority is with purple. 45 seconds. This is such a close heat. So close. It's going to come down to the wire once again. 40 seconds remaining.
Priority with Team Purple. Is there anything on approach? Couple waves.
30 seconds.
They're not down there on the south end. They're more in the middle bit of the lineup. Here we go, though.
Okay, up and riding. No. Oh.
Looks like
further down the line. Both cutting out and close to the pier. Wow. So 3 surfers
Gotta
all
count
took
it
a
out.
look at that wave. 3, 2, and 1. And wow, the closest heat we've had all day.
Yeah, I think it's going to be the Team Zoe McDougall just by the narrowest of margins. What an exciting heat, though, from start to finish. So that'll get 2 points back to the Team USA. So we're looking at 15-13. So if you're excited and you're rooting for Team USA, it's now 15 California, 13 Team USA, and Team Zoe McDougall will get nice 2 points to the team.
And so the competition increases. Let's take a break, and when we come back, it'll be the world champion up against Courtney Conlog at the Nissan Supergirl Pro from Oceanside, California.
So I'm going to hold on promoting you this quarter. Cool?
Drop the taco. Get in the car. Does this Sentra feel like a compromise to you? Wait, what? The handling, it's good, right? No compromise there. Nope.
Watch this.
Rear automatic braking. So if this Nissan Sentra isn't going to compromise, why should you? You're right. Atta girl.
The all-new Nissan Sentra with more standard safety features than any other car in its class.
White Claw Hard Seltzer. A wave of refreshment.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world. Always connected. But somehow alone. Trapped by illusion. We offer another path where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling. United by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
And welcome back to the Nissan Supergirl Surf Pro, which is proudly brought to you by the US Air Force, inspiring heroes to aim high since 1947, and Sunbum. For those of us who live and love in the sun, trust the bum. And you certainly need Sunbum today. The sun is out here at Oceanside, California. A magnificent day and incredible surfing. The final heat of round 2, Carissa Moore and Vahiti Inso are up against Courtney Conlog and Mia Collins. And this is going to be an incredible heat. Courtney Conlog and Mia Collins really open up the day strongly this morning. Put in an incredible performance. Had a plan, executed it superbly. And looking out into the lineup, Moore and Inso are in the yellow and in the green, so the colours do look quite similar. Let's just take a look at the replay here, and I think
Courtney.
That is Courtney in the green. Wow, talk about putting it on edge right from the start, coming out of the gates.
Well, bookends, huge first turn and a huge finish. Courtney Conlog. Hoo-wee.
And so you can see the green slightly different to the yellow.
Not much, though.
And that is Mia. Oh, just going for the turn.
Look like the 3 same colors right there, just from this angle, but it's not.
Especially with this time of the day.
Yeah.
So it's yellow and green, and we'll do our best to make sure that we call the right surfer at the right time. So please forgive us if we get it wrong momentarily. But Courtney Conlog coming out, firing. Mia Collins getting a 1.17. Oh, Courtney Conlog. And there's Mia again. Courtney Conlog is going to drop a massive score here.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. A 9.6. A 9.6, Courtney, the biggest score so far of the competition. Backs that up with a little 0.43. Has a 10 in a scoreline already. 9.6 in the first couple of minutes. Wow.
Unbelievable surfing from Court.
And talk about a team that is looking dangerous. They didn't have a great day yesterday.
I was just going to say they didn't really get any points yesterday.
But wow, talk about coming on strong when you need 9.6. But they are up against Carissa Moore, the world champion, and under 12 US champion Vahiti Inso, who's been surfing really well. I feel like the first heat this morning, she didn't really get the waves.
So this is the 9.6 if you just tuned in. For the folks at home, Courtney Conlog, huge first turn, down the line snap, and then upside down in the lip to finish.
Wow.
And you always know when she likes a wave.
Incredible surfing. And that is Team California. Here we go. Nice slash in the pocket. A big turn. Another climb. Oh, Courtney on fire.
Yeah.
Wow. going to put another good score up against the 9.6. There's only 5 minutes have gone by. And we're going to see a big score in Courtney Conlog's scoreline, a 6.67. So just like that, a combined score of 16.27. Wow, and Mia Collins now on a good ride as well. Climbs up and over the foam. Just going to work this all the way through. This is Mia's second scoring wave. And finish there at the end. Yeah, the mean green team. Way out in front.
Yeah, you know, and if Mia can just hustle and get a couple scores, they can really stamp an early, powerful lead. Obviously, that's what she's trying to do. She's going to get a nice little backup to the 117, her opener. Priority with the yellow team. And there it is, Mia, that last wave, a 3.83. So now she'll be able to work off that. Get rid of that one, hopefully, on the next wave.
Now we're starting to feel and see for the first time a little bit of a breeze. Now let's have a look here. That was Carissa taking a look at that wave. Up and riding, this is Vahidi Inso, the young Hawaiian. Speedy surfing, a lot of style. Finishing that ride off strongly. So getting a score on the board for Team USA, the young Hawaiian. Looking smooth there, Ryan.
Yeah, you don't want to let too much time go off the clock, especially for the younger competitors. It just builds the nervousness. So that'll feel good. Get a nice score. Keep pace. And it's a decent score. Drop it in for Vahiti.
And while we wait for that score to drop down, let's join Rosie on the beach.
Yeah, guys, another heat win for Team USA, Zoe, Gabby. Well, Zoe, let's get to you first because you came incredibly close to ending yourself on the Oceanside Pier. Talk us what happened.
Yeah, that was crazy. I was just paddling out and then decided to try and shoot through the pier. And my leash actually got caught around the barnacles. And sorry. Okay, yeah. My leash just got caught in the barnacles on one of the pilings, and it was really deep in there, but luckily a local guy on the north side came and helped me wedge it out of the barnacles mid-set, like there's a bunch of waves coming through. Yeah, it was pretty scary, but I'm good, and my board's good, which is, I was more scared for my board than me, but yeah, it turned out all right.
And you guys won the heat, so you're stoked.
Yeah.
Gabby, some great surfing from you. I mean, the waves are pumping today. How stoked are you to be in this event?
I'm so stoked. It's so good to compete again, and just to be out there with familiar faces is really cool because I haven't seen anyone for like 6 months. I've been in Hawaii, so it's nice to travel again.
Yeah, get out and about. I totally agree with you. And I mean, the ladies have been ripping. I mean, you know, it feels like we've all been kind of in quarantine doing our own thing. What have you guys made of the level of performances?
Yeah, the level of performances is better than when we left off, that's for sure. Everyone's been training, I'm sure, very hard in the off season, so it's really cool.
Well, you ladies are right there with them, so we'll see you in that next round, the final round of the day, guys.
Thank you.
Big performances. Thanks, Rosie. And we're fortunate that Zoe is back in one piece as we see Courtney there looking for a barrel. But, wow, what a scary moment to get your leash caught around the pier here. And it was a pretty big set that she was facing too.
I didn't even know that went down. Did you know that was happening?
I didn't at the time. Saw her paddle through it, but didn't see her come out the other side. So thank you to the local surfer for helping her get untangled as we look at these lefts.
Just look at that thing.
Beautiful, peeling down. Oh,
it's like a left point.
Wow.
This might have an end on it. We got, scores.
This is like Skeleton Bay right now here at Oceanside.
Well, you know what that reminds me of? I think it was 98 when we had the huge swell at the U.S. Open, and didn't Rochelle Ballard, her leash got stuck around the pilings, the barnacles, and she was actually hanging for a few seconds, and it was touch and go. But, yeah, you know, we knew that if the swell was going to be south and running with the rip current through the pier, it's always in the back of your mind. You got to play your cards right when you get over there by the pier. Safety first. It's funny, she was more worried about the board as a service, right?
Must be one of those magic
Well,
boards.
thankfully, no one got hurt, because we did see a couple years ago, Bino Lopez, a male competitor in the QS, hit the piling and right on his face. But luckily, it was just I think he broke his nose. But, I mean, still.
Yeah, but you're going at it at speed. That's the other thing is that when you are riding a wave, you've got significant momentum. So the last thing you want to do is run into a pylon.
Yeah.
So
thankfully,
we've got
everyone's
the
okay.
adaptive surfers getting ready for the next heat.
And that'll
Shaka's just joined us here in the booth. So coming up in the next heat, we have Alana Nichols and Sarah Betancourt. Quinn Waitley and Eugenie Wittenberg will be competing, and looking forward to that. 19 minutes remaining here. Just to update, Courtney Conlog, a massive scoreline of 16.27, a 9.6. Almost a perfect score, and a 6.67. Mia Collins, a 3.83 and a 1.17. Vahiti, we're waiting for another score.
But we never gave her that opener, so go ahead, shout that out to her.
Yeah, a 4.5, Vahiti, for your first score, and another to drop. And also, there's going to be a score coming for Carissa Moore, an 8.67 for Carissa Moore.
Yeah, set left down the beach, Carissa on the backhand. 8.67 for the 4 times world champion.
And that wave, I think, was during an interview. So hopefully we'll get a replay of that for the people at home. But Carissa Moore putting herself within striking range of Courtney Conlog. Still early days, 18 minutes remaining here.
Tons of time.
Yeah, and that wind came up very briefly, and now it's back to nothing. It's California is treating us very well this weekend. Taking a look at this wave, and no one taking that. That looks like Carissa had a look at that wave, an 8.67. Let's take a look.
So this was the big score, and you could tell good timing through that first turn, and very vertical. That was straight up 12 o'clock.
Wow, so similar to Courtney's wave, both on the backhand, both on the lefts. The difference is that Courtney had 3 turns, just got extra space. Great surfing there by Carissa Moore. 2 turns for that 8.67. 17 minutes remaining. And thank you everybody for coming down today and for watching at home, whether you're watching online or via Twitch or YouTube Live, Facebook Live. We feel very fortunate to be able to hold this contest. It's been a long time since we've been able to watch professional surfing here from the natural shores of California. We did have the Rumble in the Jungle happen up at Kelly's Wave Pool recently, but there hasn't been any competition on the coast here since early March.
Yeah, slowly getting back into it. Didn't we just have an event over in Oz, and then Portugal just had a championship over there, so.
And down the beach,
Mia.
This is Mia getting some points on the board, looking to get rid of a 1.17, so that should do that. She was way down south on that one. Yeah, the next WSL event is the Boost Mobile Bulls Pro Specialty event. Is coming from one of the beautiful little islands off Gold Coast. So that'll be fun. I think that starts tomorrow, I think.
Looks like
wow.
Courtney.
Oh, down the beach, pulling in. Oh, on a backhand. Let's just see. We'll get the cameras back in position here. Oh, big backhand slam there by Carissa Moore. And behind her, ejecting out of that wave, I think was Vahiti, was on the wave behind.
Yeah, it looks like we can see her there on for the folks at home paddling back out. Courtney paddling back out after trying to drop straight in and chalk stall and get barreled. She did get a little cover up straight out front during the interview. It was her 3.43. It didn't go into her top 2. And you can see she loves getting barreled. Just pulling into the closeout like a grommet, getting the view. And then we really want to look at Carissa's last wave, and this was it. And she's really stepped it up a level in this heat. A 6.0 still has her in second. A 7.61 would put Carissa in the lead, but let's do some math. Team Green on 21, 22, just over 22. Looks like we got Vahiti up.
Yeah, this is Vahiti. Really great wave lined up in front of her. She's got some nice clean face at the start of that wave.
So it's 22 to 21.77 right now. So another one of those heats where it's within a point or two. Anything can happen. So we're now looking, I guess, at the lower numbers. Vahiti just got the 3.77. That's what you're now trying to replace. And then Mia has a 1.93. So Team Green could move up if Mia Collins could better that low score.
Wow, and look at the top scores here. Courtney 16.27, Carissa 14.67.
Yeah.
I think they're the two highest scores, maybe in between those Lakey's combined score from earlier, but definitely up there in the top three. But that 9.6 is what is giving Courtney the edge.
And you can see a little bit of team chatter right there. And we know Courtney and Mia have been really vocal with each other, and they're loving the team atmosphere. And this is where you need to figure things out and try and better your low score.
Yeah, both of Courtney's waves are better than both of Carissa's waves. So Mia is the one with all of the opportunity right here, because one of her scores is a 1.93. Because team-wise, this is very close. Just under 13 minutes remaining.
And Carissa wants her second wave, I think.
Yeah, Carissa, your second wave was a 6 with 12 minutes 40 remaining. Your low score is a 6. Vahiti's low score a 3.77.
Well, actually, I just redid some math because it changed after that last score of Vahiti. She got a 3.77. It's 22.94. So actually, yellow team is in the lead by 0.91. So just under 1 point. Carissa and Vahiti have an edge. So Mia really the link in the chain that needs to better the 1.93 right now. And this is going to get fun. Look at how much time is left. 12 minutes and 30 still. Plenty of time on the clock. Oh, and we've just got Southern Hemi hurricane swell filtering in. You can see it way down on the south end. Oh, pure bowl right. But who's got priority? Team Green. And this looks like Mia, Mark.
Yeah, looks like they're going to use it. Mia looking to replace a low score coming off the bottom. Ooh, bang. That's Courtney.
No, it's Mia.
No, it's Mia. Okay. And that was a big turn. I'm thinking, wow, she's mimicking Courtney's turn. And out the back,
dual angle.
That is Vahiti. And so that was good tactics by both teams there. So Vahiti and Mia. But Mia, that was almost like a copycat turn of Courtney Conlog there.
How sick was that angle, too?
Yeah, I got confused. I'm like, wow, that's a Courtney turn right there. But it was Mia. Upside down, huge jam.
Similar styles. So easily mistaken. I'm sure Mia's not going to care. You thought it was Courtney for half a second.
And now look at this. The World Tour competitors side by side.
Yeah.
4-time world champion Courtney Conlog, who she was talking earlier about that quite serious series of injuries she sustained and time out. Let's take a look here.
Yeah.
Mia.
Oh, beautiful hack. And pushing. So maybe the little pep talk from team captain out the back settled her nerves. I saw it. Courtney kind of gave her the calm down a little bit. You're freaking out. You got to relax. Here comes a good wave. Don't blow it. No.
No pressure. Wow. And
waiting on that score, Fuely.
yeah, they haven't come in yet.
Nope.
And then there was Vahiti on the wave behind, so really close. 9 minutes and 50 seconds remaining.
Still waiting for the Mia Collins score.
Wow, but it was really that was that first big turn, and the way the wave stood up, just really allowing her to lean into that bottom turn to compress and have a lot of energy coming up the face. But there was no cautiousness in that turn.
No. And never easy to have some low scores and kind of know you need to get it done. So
there's Vahiti.
But that was happening behind.
And let's see what happened here. But look at the scoreline, Ryan.
I go ahead.
It has come in because Mia Collins, a 6.47. A 6.47. And Vahiti didn't improve her situation, so dropping a 1 score up and riding now. This is Vahiti Inso in and out. So Mia Collins a 6.47. So that means that Team Courtney out in front will do some math here, Ryan.
Yeah, if they were down a point and she put that, oh, there it is. So she put about 4.5, so they're up by about 3.5. So Carissa and Vahiti need to put at least each about 1 3/4 point on their low with 8.5 remaining. So what a seesaw battle. Team Yellow had the lead, then Green, then Yellow by a point, and now Green again after that last wave of Mia Collins.
Well, what's interesting, if you look at the second scores, Mia's still holding a 3.83 in her scoreline. Now, Vahiti has a 3.77 and a 4.5 as well. So 3 scores still under 5, and we have 7 minutes 50 remaining, so plenty of time. And the waves definitely very consistent here this afternoon. We've still got 1 more round to go here.
Yeah. It seems like each round the level has risen, where we were talking about maybe they're going to get fatigued, but they're proving us wrong, and we're seeing better surfing. The ladies are adapting to the conditions, and they know they got to bring up the level as you move further into the event. That's what they say. You want to try and peak in the final. You don't want to have your best heat in the semi. So we're in the second round, and we're seeing the performances rise.
Wow, what are Courtney and Chris are going to do to improve on a 9.6 and an 8.67 then. Massive scores here in this heat. Big combined scores. 16.27 for Courtney. 14.57 for Carissa right now. And priority is with Team Courtney. Let's see what's happening here. It looks like
maybe Carissa.
So this is Carissa up and riding on the inside. Big first turn, getting the fins loose, but not completing that turn.
Vahiti.
Further down the line. It's Vahiti taking a look at that left. A little bit more wind on the face of the wave right now. This has just come up. You can just see a slight bump on the face of the wave. 6 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. Another heat that is going to come down to the wire. And just to update everybody on their low scores, Carissa a 6, Vahiti a 3.77, Courtney a 6.67, and Mia a 3.83. They are your low scores.
Here we go, Fuely, one of the sets of the day. Vahiti's going to take this opener.
So nice clean face. Big first turn, wrapped it right around. Now onto the inside. Backs it up, beautiful. Gets the tail loose. And another turn, third turn. Gets a little bit of air there. Great surfing by Vahiti Inso. And then out the back. Was that Courtney?
Yeah, actually Mia got a wave and then Courtney. Yeah. So that was Courtney with the float that you saw on the third wave. Mia went on the second one. We were watching Vahiti. So we're going to have 3 scores dropping in.
Wow, and talk about team play there. That is Team California side by side, Team Courtney. And they both got waves.
5 minutes.
Priority now with the yellow team. Carissa Moore, you have priority. So many waves in this heat.
So I think Vahiti, that might have been her best wave. Solid first gouge. Let's break it down. And then this is the end of it, I think, where she blew the tail, slides around. She had a turn before that. And I didn't see the finish because I kind of glanced out the back. Oh, nice fin drift. She loved it. I like when they show their emotion.
Yeah, a little credit card there at the end. The fins were out. And we're going to have to allow the judges some time here. So there was a lot of activity. Remember, Carissa Moore got the earlier wave, the first wave of the set, and wasn't much in that. But Vahiti definitely, we believe, will have improved her situation, and then we will see whether Mia replaced her 3.83.
Well, it's close. One more score to drop. Courtney not going to replace the 6.67. Mia, it's a maybe yeah, maybe no to better the 3.83 with just about 3.5 remaining, but really looking at the Vahiti score. So this was Mia on that second wave. Deep bottom turn, nice projection through the lip and a bit wobbly there coming out of it just due to the conditions. And then look at that. That was Courtney out the back, Fuely.
Yeah, and you know what's interesting, as we watch those replays, exactly the same thing just happened. Mia got a wave and then Courtney got a wave, and I think Mia's wave was a little bit better than that. We'll see what the judges thought. 3 minutes remaining, 3 minutes.
But there it is. Vahiti Inso's last wave, 5.03. Now putting Carissa Vahiti's total a few more points as she bettered the 3.7. So she put 1.3 on the board for their team. They were down by, what was it, 3.5, I think? We'll do some quick math with 2.5 remaining.
Yeah. It's got to be Team Courtney, though, I believe, in the lead, because Courtney's in first and Mia is in third.
26.57. That just changed. So now Courtney is on 27.30, and Team Carissa sitting on 14.6 plus 9.3, about 24. So they're still about 3.5-ish behind. Yeah. Team Green in the lead. Team Yellow about 3.5 points behind. Priority with Team Yellow. Carissa looking to better the 6. Vahiti trying to better the 4-5 with lines approaching.
Wow. And I got to tell you, I'm really looking forward to the next heat, which is the adaptive heat. Alana Nichols is out there on a wave ski already. And it's going to be a great heat, so stick around for that. 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining.
Ooh.
4.4 for Mia Collins on her last ride. So she did improve her scoreline. So Courtney in the lead still. Carissa in second. Then Mia and then Vahiti. Solid waves coming in now. A lot of power in this swell.
Yeah.
Wow.
Down to about a minute. 1 minute remaining. Still more lines approaching. Priority with Team Yellow. Carissa pulled up shop on that last one just in time. She kind of looked, but she knows how to play the game.
Well, interestingly, the teams are separated now, and Courtney and Mia are hanging by themselves closer to the pier, staying away from the other team. And
let's see an assist.
Yeah, it's well, there's no rules against a push in that we know of. But Mia now has a low score of 4.4, 20 seconds remaining.
So
wow, what a heat.
Looks like Team Courtney is going to outlast the 4-time world champion and the youngster, Courtney Conlog and Mia Collins. We're going to count this one out in about 3, 2, and 1.
And that is the end of the last heat of round 2. And California get some points on the board, but what incredible surfing. A 9.6 and a 6.83 by Courtney Conlog to take the highest score of the competition so far. Coming up next, we have the second adaptive surfing heat. Stay with us for that, and then following that we'll be here for round 3, the final round, the double points round of the Supergirl Surf Pro for 2020. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, it's adaptive surfing with Alana Nichols, Sarah Betancourt, Quinn Waitley, and Eugenie Wittenberg. Stay with us.
For a long time, we had to prove ourselves. But we always knew what we were capable of. We knew when the time came, we would be ready for anything. Our numbers keep rising. And so do we.
Nissan Supergirl Surf Pro is brought to you by Nissan. Choose Nissan today, and for great offers, go to nissanusa.com. And by the Marines, the United States Marine Corps, since 1775, winning battles for our nation and for all its people. And welcome back to Oceanside, ladies and gentlemen, here for the 2020 Nissan Supergirl Surf Pro. And this is adaptive heat number 2. And in this heat, we have Alana Nichols on the wave ski. In the prone is Sarah Betancourt. And in prone assist, Quinn Waitley and Eugenia Wittenberg of Hawaii. Joining me again, Shaka, welcome back to you. And really excited for this heat, Shaka, and plenty of waves on hand. This heat a little bit different to the first adaptive heat we had earlier today.
In Quinn's instance, she has, I believe she has cerebral palsy, so she needs a little bit of assistance there. And you'll see Sarah is not assisted, so a little bit of difference. Eugenia's got an assisted situation as well. And then Elena, of course, is on a wave ski. Elena is the 2017 National Adaptive Surfing Champion in the wave ski division. She beat yours truly, myself, and the current world champion, Jeff Munson. She beat at the Nationals in 2017. So I will tell you firsthand from my personal knowledge, Elena is not one to be messed with in the water. She is a true champion, and she knows what to do out here. She's surfed Oceanside a lot. She's had a lot of local knowledge here. I've gotten to surf with her quite a bit since 2014, and she knows the harbor. She knows the pier. She knows Cardiff. There's a lot of places here locally that she serves, so should be quite a show.
And I've always admired wave ski riders. I grew up, one of my best friends' dads was a wave ski rider and charged big waves, and we've got some pretty solid waves today. So I know that it's not a sport that is as big as it once was, but you've got to be committed to paddle a surf ski in waves of consequence, and that's what we've got here today.
1000%. As a wave skier, it's always dicey on the beach breaks. It's much harder to surf the beach breaks because you can't duck dive. You got to paddle over everything. So Elena also was in the Paralympics in 2016 in Brazil as a sprint kayaker. So her knowledge in sprint kayaking really comes into play when she's sprinting over waves or sprinting in between waves. It really helps her quite a bit. And I'm going to use that as my excuse as to why she's beating me up all the time. So that's my gig. That's my story, and I'm sticking with it. Yeah. But these girls, Sarah Bentoncourt, did really well at the AMP Surf ISA event this year. And she's been ripping it up for the last couple of years. I think a mentor to her is Otter Bailey. And I think she uses some of his shapers knowledge to shape her surfboard. So she's got quite an in there. And Quinn is a local surfer as well. She lives in Coronado, and she comes out for the U.S. Open every year. She's done quite a bit at the Nationals, so she's pretty versed. She won the 2017 Women's Prone Division at the Hawaiian Adaptive Surfing Championship. So you got champions out there on every level.
That's fantastic. And Captain Sarah Bettencourt, U.S. Marine Corps, retired and up and riding. 2 surfers, and that is
looks like Quinn Whately.
Quinn Whately. And Quinn handling that, 25 years of age, from San Diego, born with cerebral palsy, and grew up with an athletic family, one of 7 girls, made her very competitive. And look at this ride all the way to the beach.
Quinny is a total ripper. She's fearless when it comes to the water. And she is one of 4 quintuplets.
Wow.
Quadruplets. I'm sorry.
Hence why there are 7 girls in the family.
Yeah. David's her dad. That's her pusher out there. So when you see the guys in teal, that's the water support. And David, her father, does all the pushing for her at all the events. So it's a real family affair with the Whately crew. You'll see a lot of her water support.
And they've created Team Quinn, a not-for-profit.
Yes, sir.
Whose mission is to give people with any physical or mental limitations the opportunity and ability to go surf.
They do great surf camps out in Coronado, so they lend themselves to Stoke for Life and any other foundations that do adaptive water sports as well. Ooh,
all right. Oh, and a solid wave. That is Alana on the wave ski there and showing her skill. And Alana suffered a snowboarding accident and was rendered quadriplegic as a result. And wow, a good scoring ride there. Now 37 years of age, and as you mentioned, has represented the USA in Paralympics at both summer and winter games.
She's been to, I think, 5 or 6 Olympic games. She's a beast. And yeah, she's surfing on a max ski. And she's showing her form right there. She knows this wave pretty good. And she couldn't quite get out in front of that one, but she's milking it for all it's worth, doing some little turns in the white water, using her paddle as a rudder. You see how she's dragging that paddle to dictate on her leans which way she wants to go. So the paddle work that Elena's putting on is a clinic right there.
Yeah, obviously she's not getting to use the legs for strength in that, but right now, let's go down to the beach with the winner of that last heat with an incredible performance.
That was non-stop action, and we have to ask Courtney Conlog because the 9.6, the best wave of the day. Courtney, talk us through that one.
Yeah, as I saw it kind of rolling in, I was like, ooh, this is a good one. I got the inside. And yeah, the moment that happened, I was just like, I just knew I needed to surf it. And right after that, I was just going, where's Mia? We need to get her ball going. And obviously, I knew I needed a backup as well. But yeah, it was so beautiful out there. I was frothing the whole heat. I was like, come on, Mia, let's go, 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 go. Felt like I was chasing squirrels.
Yeah, bomb squirrels. But Mia, I mean, that was such a tough heat up against Carissa and Vahidi. They've been ripping, but you ladies were just too strong for them. Tell us about the heat from your perspective.
I definitely took a little bit longer to get the ball rolling, and thankfully for Courtney and her great mentorship, we had a little pep talk, and she's like, all right, just start building and come sit here and use the prio. So I ended up getting that one good 6, and it was a set wave, and I just kind of surfed it like I always do and came out strong with that one. And it was so funny. I was down the line, and then Courtney was like, "Come on, let's go, paddle." And I'm like, "I'm coming. I got so beat up by this one set by the pier, and she was just like yelling at me, getting me going, so that really helped. And I ended up backing up my low score again, so we were able to pull through. But I felt so privileged to compete against Carissa out there, as well as Courtney and Vahiti, and it was just such a cool vibe. Everybody was rooting each other on, and I love Carissa, and so it was super fun.
Yeah, it was awesome to watch. And Courtney, we've got the adaptive heat going on at the moment, and it's been so rad just to see, the dynamic field of women here at the Supergirl Pro. What have you made of it?
Yeah, honestly, I love watching the adaptive heats because they have the biggest hearts and they're just going for it. And, last year I kind of took Liv under my wing and just gave her a little bit of guidance, started working with her at the pier and Oceanside a little bit, and just really proud of her. And it's great to see her and Faith really pushing the level of adaptive surfing. And yeah, it's so inspiring, honestly. It made me just want to get out there and have fun with them. It was hard to stay in. I was like, I want to be out there with Liv. But yeah, it's an amazing event. Supergirls put on such an amazing event in previous years, but this year it's phenomenal, coming off COVID and into this. It's just the levity everyone needs.
Definitely. I think everyone that's here to experience the event is enjoying it, but then everyone watching online can also feel that energy, and we'll send it back to you guys.
Choo!
Most fun here this weekend, and that was Courtney Conlog and Mia Collins, and Shaka. We saw some pretty amazing waves on during that break, as well as before the interview. Alana Nichols, her score came in. She is in the lead with a 6 and a 2.83, and we can see her on the screen there getting back into position.
So that's her water assistant, John Afshari, and here we go. What's this? Boogie boarder. What's that? John Afshari is a very versed waterman. He's helped Elena at a lot of events throughout her time, and you can see how he just got her on the board. He didn't really assist her in doing anything other than just steadying her on the board, getting her out of a sticky situation, and then you can see she's on her own. So then she just takes off and she goes. Elena dropped a 6 on her first wave, which was a really nice wave. Dropped in on a pretty good bomb on the second one, but couldn't quite do much with it. Got a 2.83, so she's got the lead definitely. She's just showing her merit out there. She knows this wave. She knows this spot. She surfed it many times. She's surfed the U.S. Open a couple of times. She's done really well there. She won it in 2017 as well. So she knows this wave, and I expect to see her catch a couple of more bombs.
Yeah, and what an athlete. She won a gold medal in wheelchair basketball at Beijing Olympics in 2008, and she's won gold medals in alpine skiing, giant slalom sitting, and downhill sitting at the 2010 Paralympic Winter Games in Vancouver. And as you mentioned, also competed in para canoe sprint in 2016 at Rio. So amazing to be able to train and develop across very different sports. I mean, it's a long way from the basketball court to riding a surf ski.
You know what? It is from the basketball court, but not from a monoski. So a lot of the people that monoski and do downhill skiing or any kind of skiing, sitting down adaptively, it transfers right over to a wave ski. So when the first time that she surfed in Hawaii, I actually saw her surf for her first couple times. And I actually thought it was a dude because she was ripping so hard. I was like, who's the guy on the ski? And they're like, it's Elena. And I was like, what? And so she's got the lean down. She knows how to catch a rail. She knows how to draw a line. So these are things that she learned in skiing, but that carried straight over into surfing. And these are the same types of technical things that you do on a wave ski or a surfboard. You draw your line, you got to catch that rail. And these are kind of things that carried over for her, and it was really a seamless transition for her to step from skiing to adaptive surfing, and she's elevated her the sport immensely. So You can see like how fluent she is when she gets on a turn and she gets on an open face wave. She's very fluent. So, and her paddle work is exceptional.
And a former Paralympic Athlete of the Year, awarded by the United States Olympic Committee. So great to have Alana here. 37 from Reno. She is in the lead, but Quinn Waitley of San Diego is within striking distance. Now tell us about Eugenia as well, Shaka.
So Eugenia comes from Hawaii. It's Darian's mom, so she did a lot of work with Access Serve. She's had a lot of experience at the Hawaiian Adaptive Surfing Championship, but to my knowledge, this is her first event that she's ever surfed. So I'm kind of interested in seeing what happens here with Eugenia. But Eugenia is actually responsible for contacting the Supergirl Pro and getting the Supergirl Pro aware of the women adaptive surfers in some aspect. I'm not sure exactly how that was, but I know she was the contact person with the Supergirl Pro. And there's your leader, Elena Nichols, sitting out there waiting for another bomb to come out.
And she's another adaptive athlete who's using her platform to seek to get surfing into the 2024 Paralympic Games.
Yeah, who else better to head the charge than Elena Nichols to get us into adaptive surfing? You know, she's what I used to call the face of the franchise.
And such commitment across multiple sports. Here she goes, looking at this wave here. It's a solid wave, and just getting herself in position. Also out there, Captain Sarah Betancourt, just seeing she's got one score on the board, a 1.5, and some solid waves coming through the lineup here.
I think Elena's just trying to position herself for that next fiery left that's coming down the line.
And if anybody has not ridden a surf ski and you think it is easy, I can assure you that it is. It takes a lot of strength, skill, and balance, and especially you add in a decent sized wave, and you know, they don't have like the fin stability of a surfboard. You know, when you're sitting on there and there's a lot of foam around you, it's really hard to balance. You tend to go backwards, sideways, every which way except where you want to go.
And I'll be honest with you, Elena taught me something. You know, after all the times that we surfed together and the things that we exchanged, of course, one of the things that she taught me was the way that you can keep your balance best is to keep your paddle in the water. So you'll notice that she doesn't sit a lot with her paddle outside the water. Her paddle's either on the water or moving constantly. And that's to help her keep her balance. Also, though, to position yourself, because as she's facing out at the wave right now, when the wave comes in, she's got to spin around and position herself to catch it. So the way she's going to do that is with paddle play. And so that's one thing that you'll notice about the wave ski. Have a little bit more opportunity to see things like that, little technical differences like that.
12 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. 4 surfers in the lineup. This is the second adaptive heat of today. Earlier on today, we saw Faith Lennox reverse the results from last year over Liv Stone. And
I think that's going to be something you're going to see back and forth between these ladies, you know, from Darian to Liv to Faith. These girls are all going to be exchanging, you know, titles and places. So it's going to be exciting to watch the upper limb women's division for the next 5-10 years, because Faith and Olivia and Darian, they're all really young and they're all just scratching the surface of what's going to happen with them. We recently connected Liv with Dave Dahm from King's Paddle Sports, and Stoke for Life took Liv down there and got her a surfboard. And not only did Dave Dahm, you know, shape the board for her, but he let her come into the shaping room. He let her sand her own board. He let her shape the tail. He taught her about rocker and V and volume and all the technical things that a champion needs to know about their board and their vessel. Dave Dahm from King's Paddle Sports was gracious enough to bring in Olivia and just teach her all of that stuff over the 5 or 6 weeks it took to shape the board. And it was quite awesome to see that process take place, and to see her take that board out and start ripping on it is awesome. So here comes Elena paddling in on this one, not quite able to get into it.
Not able to get down, but what a great process and experience to to be part of that process, and then to take out the board that you've been involved in watching being shaped, and actually surf it.
For sure, and that's the one thing about adaptive water sports is we can't go buy stuff off the rack. So we have to meet shapers that are innovative enough and are empathetic enough to say, hey, you know what, I'm going to take my talent and I'm going to swap it over to this and listen to this athlete and see what they need. And if it doesn't work the first time, to readjust it and to adapt it to their needs. So we always want to give big shout outs to all the shapers that work with everybody, like Dave Dom, with the guy the Max Ski, Ian works at the Max Skis, and guys like Steve Bainey from Infinity Surfboards. He's been a big proponent for adaptive surfing since the early 1990s. He's been doing it for so long. So Steve was actually the first one that really dove into that and started using his knowledge to really help adaptive surfers. So it goes across the board. There's a ton of shapers, the guys that shape for Otter and so many other people, the shapers that shape for Jesse Belauer, all those guys. They've all taken their talent and really listened to adaptive surfers and what they need.
And I think there's a wave coming in here. This is Alana and went for the turn underneath. Now there's a wave behind it. There's Lakey Peterson there getting ready for the round 3. And so Alana is probably in the impact zone right there.
Looks like a wave out the back right here.
2 surfers. Oh, look at this. Yes.
Quinny taking off in pink. Not quite making it out of that, but making the drop nonetheless.
Quinn's been a long-time competitor. I know she's been around for the last few years competing in all the adaptive events.
She's a beast. She's fearless. I've seen Quinn surf some of the biggest waves that these ladies have surfed, and she faces it without fear. And she's done quite well for herself in competitions, like I said, in 2017. Might have been 18. She won the Hawaiian Adaptive Surfing Championship in the women's prone division, assist. And there's a lot of good women out there in Hawaii that are surfing at that event. So Quinn coming out there, the waves were really good. She caught an epic wave. People cheering on the beach. She was so stoked because, she's so humble. She comes out and thinks, I'm not really going to light this up. But then she went out there and scored like a 9.8 or something like that and just lit the whole beach on fire. And you should have seen she was lit up for a month after that. She couldn't believe it.
What's really cool is I was there in 2015 at that first ISA World Adaptive in La Jolla, and she was down there watching, cheering on the crew, and then she made it the next year. So you see the surfers that are not a part of it, and then they qualify and they get in it, and that just shows you how psyched they are, and they want to move up the ladder and get into the bigger events.
For sure, it's the growth of the sport.
Totally.
And it's the competition. It's the heart of these people, man. She wants to compete. She wants to win. And she does, She got a spot on the U.S. team. She was on the U.S. team this year as well. I got to compete in that 2015 event as well.
Yeah, you were down there.
Yeah.
Didn't you make the final?
I did.
Or the semi?
I think
you
I
were
made
in the
finals.
Yeah, I think it was you, Jeff. I mean, you guys were like seated in the final. You guys were dominating back then. But, Quinn got a 2.07, so she's on 6.07, and that moves her into second. She only needs a 4.84 to take the lead over Elena. So, Elena, your last wave, a 2.83. Your best, a 6. Yeah, I hope you guys can get the sponsorship that you need. If you can't get inspired by watching these athletes surf, then you better check yourself. But, yeah.
Looks like they're going to take Quinn down the beach a little bit.
Okay.
Not sure what they're doing, if she's calling it a heat or not, but I think that they might just take her down the beach and get her back out in the water.
Well, let's give her a time call. 6 minutes 40 for the competitors. 6:40.
And that's Quinn's mom.
Okay.
So,
I know she's got a big family, right? A handful of sisters.
Heidi Waitley, and she's got 6 sisters. And
okay.
So it's a big family affair right there, and Quinn's getting dragged down the beach to paddle back out as quick as she can to get herself another score.
Yeah, cool. Well, it'd be nice to see Sarah's out there, and she has a decent opener and looking for a second, and also Eugenia. So hopefully they can get another ride and get the 2 scores in their score line. And this is maybe the time to attack in between these sets, some of the smaller waves.
Yeah, the medium waves are given some opportunities. And Sarah Betancourt's really come onto the scene the last couple of years really hard, and she works real hard. That military background gives her a lot of commitment to the surfing, what she's doing in the competitive realm. And she, you want to talk about somebody that's got a fire.
Yeah.
Sarah Betancourt, man, she wants to go out and light it up every time.
And
so.
she's in the prone without the assist, correct? Okay.
Correct.
So she's out there on her own, able to paddle and catch the wave.
Yes,
where
sir.
the assist, they have people holding them in the lineup and helping them into the wave, and that's okay for that division.
Correct.
Yes.
So that there is definitely a drawn line between the prone and the prone assist.
Okay.
We're mixing it here because we want to showcase everything that these ladies have to offer. So
well, for a few people at home and maybe some people down here on the beach, this might be the first time they've ever experienced this competition with the adaptive athletes.
For sure. And one thing I want to make note of is how important it is for the Nissan Supergirl Pro to support adaptive surfing. We don't take this lightly.
No.
This is a huge event, and this is a statement that this event is making, carrying the sport to a professional level. So we, me as a adaptive surfer watching these ladies out here, I have to give my gratitude to the Nissan Supergirl Pro for including these ladies, not 1 year, just as a, hey, check this out as a novelty.
Yeah.
But, hey, you know what? Let's bring more girls back the next year. Let's have 2 heats this time. Let's showcase the entire sport and all of the women.
Totally.
So, I just want to say big shout out to Nissan, the Supergirl Pro, all the sponsors here that support this event, for supporting adaptive surfing and for bringing these ladies out for this epic event, and checking out these, the waves are really good right now. The conditions are great. And, it's not often that you get to surf a great event at a great venue and be supported by such great sponsors. So
yeah,
thank
well
you so
said
much.
there, Chaka. And thank you to Nissan and the Supergirl for allowing the adaptive surfers to compete. With just 4 minutes remaining, Elena looking to better the 2.83. She's got that 6 opener. Sarah and Eugenia on the 1 wave. Well, there's a military helicopter right there. And then Quinn with 2 solid scores, a 4 and a 2.07. So be lovely to see the ladies get 1 more ride. Make sure you give them a big round of applause for a few of the spectators that are social distancing out there today. And coming up next, the first heat of the next round, round 3, where 4 points on the line. It's going to be Team Caroline Marks, Zoe Benedetto, and Team Lakey Peterson and Katie Simmers going to be battling it out in that first heat of round 4.
Looks like a little medium-sized wave coming through. Maybe
solid
one of the
ones,
ladies can come catch this on the inside.
Is that Sarah?
It's like Sarah Betancourt. Nope, that looks
or
like
it's a
boogie
bodyboarder. Yeah, threw us off there. Get out of the area, bro.
Yeah, bud.
All right, we got more waves. Oh, and a few of the ladies have to push through that set wave.
Eugenia getting that one on the head. So Eugenia really made a good contact in doing this and lining this up with the Supergirl Pro, and the Supergirl Pro, listening and being open to bringing these ladies out here. And a couple of years later, look at this is what you have.
Yeah, it's really cool. And you yourself, having been a competitor in the scene and then stepping onto the other side as sort of, oh, but wait, hold that thought. Look at Elena. Go ahead, Chaka.
Yes. Nice bottom turn. You can see the paddle work. She doesn't want to get too tied up in it. Kind of caught behind it, but definitely made a really nice drop on that. Using her paddle to navigate her way into the reform. She's claiming that one, saying, yeah, she knows she made a really nice drop on that. Hopefully she can get out there. She knows she's going to probably better that 2.83, hopefully.
That's what I was thinking. With 2 minutes remaining, she'll probably try and get out the back. Great wave, Elena.
Look at the smile on her face right now. So Elena recently also became a mother. Not sure if you guys are aware of that.
I knew
but, Gunnar is her son, and his name is Gunnar Owen Alexander Tuscany. And, the initials are GOAT. And so I call him Gunnar the Stunner because he's such an awesome kid. I've never even seen him cry.
Oh, awesome.
So, Elena's father of her baby is Roy Tuscany. He's out on the beach supporting his lady. Roy is the founder of High Fives Foundation. High Fives Foundation does adaptive water sports, but they also do a bunch of skiing stuff up in Tuscany. Truckee. Sorry about that. They're out of Truckee, and they do a bunch of stuff for mountain biking and skiing, and they do adaptive surfing. They take a bunch of adaptive surfers to Maui every year. So High Fives Foundation also sponsors the U.S. Open Adaptive Surfing Championships. So Roy Tuscany and Elena Nichols doing great things for the adaptive surf community.
Well, and that's exactly, and I don't have to tell you, but it takes a village in the adaptive sport. It takes a handful of a group of people put together to make it all happen. So thank you to everyone involved. Look at the score that dropped. Elena, 8.17, extending the lead. Huge set wave, dropping in, solid drop, sticking with it.
And that claim is well-deserved.
Yes.
She knew she had made that big drop and a nice bottom turn, and she claimed that one, and she's paddling in with 20 seconds left. Her work is done for the day.
Elena, that last wave, 8.17.
Great job, Elena. Way to go.
And we'll count it down, Chaka. We're just under 10 seconds. It'll be good to maybe get her in with Rosie, get a few words. 3, 2, 1. And that'll wrap up the adaptive heat number 2. What an incredible performance from Elena, Sarah, Quinn, and Eugenia. And they'll make their way in, and we're going to send out this first heat. Caroline and Zoe up against Leigh and Caitlin. All right, well, as the adaptive surfers make their way in, we're going to jump to a break, and we'll see you back shortly.
Thanks for everything, guys.
So I'm gonna hold on promoting you this quarter. Cool?
Drop the taco. Get in the car. Does this Sentra feel like a compromise to you? Wait, what? The handling, it's good, right? No compromise there.
Nope. Watch this.
Breathe.
Rear automatic braking.
So if this Nissan Sentra isn't going to compromise, why should you?
You're right. That girl.
The all-new Nissan Sentra with more standard safety features than any other car in its class.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world. Always connected, but somehow alone. Trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
White Claw Hard Seltzer. A wave of refreshment.
Hey everybody, and welcome back to the Nissan Supergirls Surf Pro, being brought to you today by the United States Marine Corps since 1775, winning battles for our nation and for all its people, and by White Claw Hard Seltzer, crafted using seltzer water, 5% alcohol, and a hint of fruit flavor. Get on some White Claw tonight, but drink responsibly.
Absolutely, Ryan, and what an incredible adaptive heat that was. But right now, an all-important heat. We're going to talk about this a lot, but heat 1 of round 3, Caroline Marks and Zoe Benedetto up against Lakey Peterson and Caitlin Simmers. And Ryan, the most important heat of the competition so far.
Well, and based on the points, this heat will decide the winner of the two-person team. As the points have played out, it's Lakey on 11, Team Lakey, and Team Caroline on 9, and they just so happen to meet in this first heat of the 3rd round. So we still will surf the rest of the heats due to the points for the overall, and there's some prizes that are going to be unfolding. And there you see it. Team California on 17, Team US on 13, and Team Lakey on 11, and Team Caroline on 9. So with 4 points being breaking down to the winning team, it's up against Team Lakey and Team Caroline, 30 minutes to decide the championship.
Yeah, this is going to be fantastic. But also there is the Team California versus Team US. And at the end of today, if there's any tie, then there will be a tiebreaker heat where one representative from each team, just one, gets sent out.
Ooh.
So, yeah. So,
do or die.
So regardless of the fact that this particular heat is going to decide which two-person team is going to take home or wear home the Supergirl cape, we still have the team competition overall, which is important. Okay, up and riding.
Lakey gonna get it started deep off the bottom, snaps it right there. And, whoa, fin drift snap, so getting us started early. Lakey Peterson from Santa Barbara.
Such a strong surfer. Take a look here, Ryan.
Yeah, well, picking off that running left up the beach. You know, they kind of all starting up the beach with the current pushing you towards the pier, and just went a little high on that end section. It was a tricky end turn, but with early, just 2 minutes off the clock. It's a 3.5, and Zoe Benedetto a 3.0. So, wow, this is the heat for the championship for the two-person team, but there's a lot on the line. There's some money and some prestige and some prizes for the overall teams.
Oh, Katie Simmers just going to town.
Yeah.
Wow.
Little mid-sized runner left, and you could see all 3 turns right there from Katie, jacking the tail through the lip. Solid surfing. Looks like she's fired up.
Yeah.
You know, like sometimes she looks a bit smooth, and then other times she looks like she's giving it 100. And let's break this down. Katie picking the little running left in the glistening afternoon sun. Nice vertical hack coming around the corner. Great style, keeping those arms below the shoulder line and then blowing the fins out. Anxious to see the score. Here it is. Dropping into the computer. And it's looking like it's in the upper middle good range. Good from 6 to 8. It's a 7.5 for Katie Simmers. Lakey cracked a big smile out the back.
As you would.
Yes.
Katie Simmers looking for the clean sweep.
Oh, I guess Caroline got a wave. She goes up in the lip. This is a replay. She's off the bottom. And a nice little fin drift on the oncoming section. Caroline opened up with a 1. She's going to replace, or sorry, she's going to drop a second score with that replay we just saw.
Yeah, and an interesting situation here because Caroline Marks yesterday took the CT side of the draw, and Katie Simmers took the World Qualifying Series part of the draw. So only one, obviously they're on different teams, only one can do the clean sweep.
There you go. Good call.
So, a lot on the line here. Caroline Marks has never won a Supergirl Pro Cape before. Up and riding though, this lady has won before, back in 2011. It's Lakey Peterson. Going to get another score on the board, pushing through onto the inside. Lower tide now. Nice rebound and another hit off the right. And I did bump into Mike Parsons briefly a moment ago, and he seems relaxed because both his charges are in this critical heat. Caroline Marks and Lakey Peterson.
Well, you know, he is probably in the top 5 for surfers' minds throughout the last 30, 40 years of surfing. So he's given his knowledge back to his athletes. Here's that pier angle, take the glare out of it. Nice couple backhand snaps for Lakey. Scores are dropping in.
And worked it all the way through onto this inside.
Caroline, your wave came in at a 4.83. Now waiting for the last of Lakey. No, I saw Caroline's dad down here, Darren.
We spoke about the family yesterday, a big surfing and action sports family.
Just excellent people, that's all you can say. Jack, Dawson, Luke, Zach, Caroline. Did I miss them? How many other kids they got?
There's 6, so I think you got a few more to go.
Who did I miss?
Maybe you got them all. But you know, it does explain why the middle child grew up just being so incredibly competitive, but at the same time, very humble.
Totally.
Confident but humble. It's a great combination.
You know, and maybe that's having the older siblings that kind of smack you around, or maybe not smack you around, but, you know, teach you how not to be. You know,
I'm sure there's some smacking around.
Yeah, you know. You know, these days, though.
Kids will be kids. But, yeah, just a
Is that
great family.
Elena? Great surfing out there. Congratulations. We'll be talking to her, maybe get her in the booth with Rosie here shortly. Yeah, there's Rose.
Yeah, Elena, multi-Olympic champion.
Oh, my gosh. What hasn't she done?
I know. Just incredibly accomplished. And while we wait, Rosie will get in position to have a chat with her. Just an update for surfers in the water. Priority is with White. Priority with Team White. Lakey, you have a 4.73 and a 3.5. Katie, a 7.5, waiting for a second score. Caroline Marks, a 4.83 and a 1. And Zoe, we have a 3, taking off now and in and out. Just see if we have a wave ridden at the left. For those of you who are down here on the beach, we definitely have the glare of the afternoon sun. Staring into the sun here as these waves reel off towards the pier. But one more wave in this set, it looks like.
Okay, it looks like that second wave for Lakey came in 4.73. Again, Katie, your opener 7.5. Who's this? Looks like Zoe.
And Zoe down the beach on a backhand. Good size wave. Big backhand slash. Throwing a lot of spray. Gets round the corner. And another one. Bit of a check turn there. And another turn. She's going to work this all the way through onto the inside. Zoe Benedetto getting a good score here. Her second scoring ride to go alongside her 3.
Yeah, well, in round 2, Caroline and Zoe matched up against Sage and Tia, and Sage and Tia took the win, so that's going to feel good for Zoe to get a better wave early in this heat, this ever-important heat, deciding the championship for the two-person teams, but there's also the next 3 heats that will decide the overall team championship, and there's little something on the line for all of that.
Yep, $40,000 in total prize money.
Solid.
Prize and appearance money. But this is Zoe. This was on the wave we just saw. And that score we know is going to improve her situation because it was her second scoring ride. Katie Simmers. Wow, this was live action. Airdrop there at the end. Yeah, really good timing.
Is this Lakey? Ooh. So, as we saw, we got the looking out the back. Lakey ran down the line. Quick frontside air attempt as Katie did that nice lip line backhand jam. And this is it here on the replay. Bottom turn and snapping it and riding down in front of the lip. Smart. So she avoids the bounce back.
So while we wait for those scores to come in, let's go down to the beach because Rosie is with Paralympic champion and adaptive surfer Alana Nichols.
What an amazing performance from you. Huge congratulations on the win. But firstly, I mean, you're such a well-decorated athlete. You've won 3 Paralympic golds in different disciplines. What does surfing mean to you when you've got so many other forms of athletics that you're so good at?
You know what, surfing is my creative outlet. Every other sport I've done it's so linear, it's so competitive. You know, ski racing, it's just start to finish. Surfing's so creative. It allows me to feel free too. I leave the wheelchair on the shore, I get out in the ocean, and it's truly freedom for me. Yeah.
I definitely can relate to that feeling. And Elena, we've seen surfing be included in the Olympics, but what would it mean to you to see adaptive surfing included in that lineup in 2024?
You know, we're working really hard to check all those boxes, and the IPC the IPC is really supporting us. USA Surfing and the ISA has made it possible. Alex Reynolds, you know, Fernando, Gary, they've all been behind us. If we could get adaptive surfing in there, there's so many younger generations, all the Groms, they just want the outlet. They want to be able to compete, and I want to see it at the Paralympic level more than anything.
totally agree with you. And, as we look into the future, what's next for you?
Well, I'm actually headed to Japan for 2021. I'll be commentating for the Paralympics. Adaptive surfing still, continuing to develop. So as soon as we can, we're all going to get back into the competitive mode and continue to just shred, have fun. Getting down into the water has just been amazing today. So thank you to everybody at Supergirl Pro for having us. It's all time for us adaptive girls. Appreciate it.
And lastly, I want to know, as a mom, how do you balance everything that you got going on? You seem to do it so well.
It's all a facade. I make it look good on Instagram. No, he's an amazing little boy. This is Gunnar. His actual name is Gunnar Owen Alexander Tuscany, so his initials are the GOAT. Oh, yeah. So you know what? Nap times are boss. I work around that. The first 4 months, I know you're expecting, but it's really hard, and then it gets easier. Best of luck.
Thank you so much for your time, and congrats again.
Ah, fantastic. What a champion, Alana Nichols. You are a super girl, a super mom, and what a great initials, the GOAT, Gunnar. And thank you to all our adaptive surfers and putting on such an inspiring performance here at the Supergirl Pro for 2020. Look forward to seeing you back here again next year, and of course we will be doing the presentations at the end of today as well. 16 minutes and 16 seconds remaining. Ryan, let's give everybody an update on where we're at.
Yeah, let's look at those scores. So Caroline, you have a 1 and a 4.83, so you've got a decent score and then a low throwaway. Zoe Benedetto, that last left, the 5.03. She's backing it up with a 3. Hold the phone. Caroline on the backhand. Hooks it there. Snaps it again. And she's looking to throw away that 1.0. Caroline Marks. Solid surfing. So Lakey has a 3.5 and a 4.73, and young Katie just dropped a 6 to back up the 7.5. So it looks like Team Lakey with the early lead, but we know what Caroline Marks can charge, as she showed yesterday. And this could be the beginning of the Caroline charge. So, wow, Katie Simmers winning the QS division. I think pretty much she's 14, the local girl, already on 13.5.
Yeah, it's crazy. 14 years of age, the 2019 Vans US Open champion, and just seems immune to any competition. She's in the water with the world number 2 and the world number 3, and she is leading them both in the point score.
Yeah, it's uncanny, and like I said, when she was 12 surfing for Team USA in the World Games in Japan, she took out Sally Fitzgibbons, and I was like, no way, right? Like a 12-year-old beating a tour surfer, but she's obviously proven that she's beyond just an average little girl.
Yeah, that's for sure, and such an incredible style.
Yes.
So smooth, and Chris Moore was winning at the age of 12 as well, and so surfers like Carissa have shown what is possible. Oftentimes, somebody just needs to show somebody else what can be achieved, and Caitlin following in some amazing footsteps, but the level of the surfing has progressed so much in the last 3 to 5 years, and the maturity that she shows in her competition now. So we can see the team chatting there, Lakey Peterson and Caitlin.
Little check-in maybe, right?
Yeah, Lakey going over, asking some advice, like, wow, how did you get that 7.5? What have I got to do?
I love it. Oh, there it is, real quick. Last of Caroline, 5.37, 5.37. So, well, we know what she knows what to do. Just keep moving in the right direction. 4.83, 5.37. Zoe Benedetto trying to get rid of her 3. Team White in priority right now. Couple waves approaching, and this is for the win for the two-person teams.
And Lakey, of course, posted up a 9 in her last in the last round.
Yep. 2 big backside turns.
Huge backhand blast. And Caroline Marks capable of anything at any point in time, but Caitlin Simmers holding it down with two big scores, a 7-5 and a 6. Okay. And
couple running left, smaller, you know, but I think in this ever important heat that is going to decide the two-person win, they're going to be waiting with 12 and a half minutes remaining. Actually, a little less than I thought. Hadn't looked at the clock in a while. Who's got priority? It's Team White. So is Lakey in line with that 3-5? Does she get the first choice? Possibly.
Yeah, that would be the smart tactic to eliminate your lowest score. Doesn't matter which team members. And there's some fantastic little lefts peeling off here. And just a reminder to everybody, if you've joined us, the reason why this is the heat that is going to determine which team of two takes home the Supergirl Cape is because Team Lakey is in the lead with 11. Team Caroline 2 points behind with 9. And in third, Team Tati and 6. There's 4 points up for grabs for a win in this round. Therefore, only Team Caroline are within striking distance of Team Lakey. Tati, the best that they could do is a 10, and so they would still be behind Team Lakey even if Team Lakey didn't get any more points. So it's down to the team of 2, but then we have USA versus California. So every heat, every point does count through to the end of today, and we've got 3 more fantastic round 3 heats coming up after this one. Tatiana Weston-Webb and Brianna Cope up against Alyssa Spencer, and Sam Sibley is next in the water. And that is like a replay of the final here last year where Tatiana came up against Sam Sibley in the final.
Really cool matchup. So even though this heat decides the winner of the two-person team, we still have the overall points, and it's pretty close. Yeah. And I remembered the 6th child. It's Sundays with Victoria, and she don't get mad at me, Victoria.
Well done. Well done. 10 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. And while we have a little bit of a lull here, I just want to again thank all of our sponsors, including Beach Break Cafe, who have been serving the Oceanside community since 1988. Great food, great friends, great service, and a great place to go after you've come down here to Oceanside and had yourself a morning surf. And if you're down here at the event, don't forget to post about the event on social media, and you can tag us at Supergirl Pro and use hashtag Nissan Supergirl Pro. And if you're into gaming right now on the Supergirl Gamer Twitch channel, the finals are happening right now all the way through to 8 p.m. tonight. So check that out.
Yeah, and if you're heading out to your local surf shop around your local break and you need to buy some sunscreen, make sure you get Sunbum and support the brands that support surfing. Sunbum doing it right, always supporting the big events, multiple events, a lot of the junior events. And thank you to Sunbum, keeping us covered.
And Lakey, you have priority. There's 9 minutes remaining. Your low score is a 3.5. The high score a 4.73. So Caitlin Simmers holding down the top 2 scores in your team, a 7.5 and a 6. And Caroline, your low score is a 4.83. And Zoe, your low score a 3.
Yeah, so definitely some work to be done on a few of the backup scores. Who's this? A little bit in the glare. That was Caroline up and out.
And looking to drop that 4.83. She didn't see anything that she liked. And it is the youngest competitor in this round, in this heat. Of course, we do have Vahiti Itso, who's younger again, but in this particular heat, it is the youngest surfer who is leading the charge with that 7.5 and a 6. The US Pro champion in the juniors. That is Zoe Benedetto on screen there, looking to get rid of a 3. And Lakey and Katie. That's Lakey there, number 3 in the world, battled all year for that world title with her fellow Americans, Carissa Moore and Caroline Marks. Zoe sitting patiently.
Coming up next, Tati and Brianna up against Alyssa and Samantha. And you talked about it, both of Samantha the winner and Tati the runner-up from last year. So little redo, but with the teams.
There they are, getting ready. Got some good supporters.
Team Kauai.
Yeah, and all smiles throughout this entire event. Looking very happy to get back in the water for their 3rd heat today. And they are coming up against Alyssa Spencer and Samantha Sibley, who will be wearing the red. 6 minutes and 20 seconds.
Ooh. Wow,
Time is
so
ticking down. How is the combined
yeah, we got to
scoreline?
start now looking. We're at 21.73 to 18.23, so sounds about like 3 points where White is in the lead, but not much in it. With a few low backups, Zoe going to work on that 3. Caroline's got the 4.83, and Lakey's got the 3.5. So,
yeah, this is still anybody's win here.
I think
because
Caroline,
it's between 3 and 4 points. And here goes Caroline up and riding on a backhand. Nice slash on the inside, and again gets it up. And a foam climb. She's opting to hang closer to the pier and get some rights. And that's Lakey. No, that was Zoe. Zoe just got another score. We'll see if it improves on a 3.
And Caroline looking to better the 4.83 mark.
Yeah, so chipping away. Let's take a look.
Good first turn. Connects on the whitewater. And she'll kick out. So is that bettering a 4.83? They need about 3 points and change on a combination at the 5-minute mark. It's a 4.7. So Team White holding on to that 3-point plus some lead. Anything can happen because look at the conditions have definitely gotten a bit more inconsistent with the tide dropping out. So you're going to have to hunt down the good waves a little more.
Yeah, but you know we're only talking between 3 to 4 points between the two surfers right now. And with 4 minutes and 20 seconds remaining, plenty of heats today have come down to that. In some cases, the last 30 seconds.
And well, there is possible lines out the back. We have gone through a short 6-7 minute lull, so it's bound to turn around with 4 minutes remaining. Katie Simmers sitting on the 7.5 and the 6. They're leading with Team Lakey on the 4.73 and the 3.5. But Caroline Marks and Zoe Benedetto have something to say about it here in this last 3:45 with lines approaching. Priority with the white team, though.
Let's see what happens here in this set. There's still Zoe and Lakey both holding some low scores.
Ooh.
But priority is with Lakey.
And these waves a bit walled. I thought there was going to be a corner right there, but no one really even moving. They're all just very patient.
Yeah, and just realizing that these walled up waves are not going to give them an opportunity. 3 minutes and 5 seconds to go. Lakey currently sitting in 4th position, but she has priority. And she put up a 9 in her heat in the last round. I think that was Caroline. Took a look at that right-hander.
Yeah, she's got Katie kind of hovering by her. But yeah, Caroline was about 2 strokes just too far outside. She read that right. She knew she could sneak in and backdoor it.
Wow, talk about drama building. Okay, who is this?
Caroline.
It's Caroline Marks up and riding. Big slash on a forehand. And doesn't get an opportunity for a second turn. Her low score is a 4.83. She will get back up out into the lineup in time for another shot. So the danger here for our leaders is that Lakey has 2 low-scoring rides, relatively. A 4.73 and a 3.5. She has priority. Zoe could improve if she takes a wave and gets more than a 3.47.
Minute 45, more waves approaching. We see some speedy paddle. Looks like, is that Lakey or Katie?
Or is it Katie? I think Katie may have Caroline Marks covered.
It's Lakey.
It's Lakey in position. Bang! Off the bottom. Second hard turn. Will she get round the section? She does. 3 and a 4th turn. This could be the nail in the coffin with 1 minute 22 remaining. She's still going. Up again, Lakey Peterson.
Let's hear it for her.
Wow. Pressure, high pressure surfing, 1 minute and 5 seconds left. That is definitely going to change the situation.
Let's watch this. She had to go. It was a beautiful long left, good first turn. This one was even better. More torque up and over. And then when you have done that and you see the wall stretching out in front of you, you're feeling good. And, well, sorry, I got was watching Caroline out the back there as we watched the end of that wave for Lakey.
30 seconds remaining, 30 seconds. So those last 2 waves will determine what happens here.
Yeah, who will wear the cape? This was Caroline. Take it, Mark.
Well, she set this up well. It was looking good. Nice first turn, plenty of speed. And then looked to be setting up for something big. Gets loose and incomplete. So if you compare that to Lakey's wave.
But we're counting it out.
3, 2, 1.
Scores dropping in for Lakey. And like you said, that will do it. 7-0-7. So Team Lakey is your 2020 Nissan Supergirl Teams Champion in the 2-person team. They will wear the cape. And now we have to decide the overall teams in these last 3 heats.
Yeah, so the rivalry will continue, but Caitlin Simmers still wins that heat over the world number 2 and 3. The 14-year-old Katie Simmons from Oceanside makes a clean sweep, takes victory yesterday, and is going to back it up and wear the Supergirl cape at the end of today. And they have also given Team California some more points in the team's competition. Wow.
21-13 now with 4 points. So it's not over with 12 points on the line. It needs to be a clean sweep from Team USA in the next 3 heats, though.
Well, as we see,
there they are,
our Supergirl Pro team champions. Congratulations to them. We're going to take a break, and we'll come back soon with Zoe McDougall and Courtney Conlogue.
At Paul Mitchell, we believe in the beauty of giving back, protecting our forests and waterways, feeding families in need through sustainable community gardens, and ensuring that our products are always cruelty-free. Big or small, there's beauty in making a difference every single day. That's what connects all of us together in a deep, meaningful way. Join us. Live beautifully.
The Nissan Supergirl Surf Pro is being brought to you by Nissan. Choose Nissan today, and for great offers on their most exciting lineup ever, go to nissanusa.com. And welcome back to Oceanside in California. We just saw an incredible heat, but this one, heat 2 of round 3, fireworks again. Tatiana Weston-Webb and her teammate up against Alyssa Spencer and Sam Sibley. And can we look here? Looks like Alyssa Spencer there, starting off strongly again, just as she concluded in the last heat. And Tatiana, for her, surfing with Brianna Cope, this is almost like a repeat of the Supergirl Pro final last year when she came up against Samantha Sibley, and young Samantha taking her down for the Supergirl title last year. So we're 3 minutes in. Tatiana has one score on the board, a 2.17. Alyssa has 2 scores on the board. Alyssa, this is Tati's first wave. That's a 2.17. And Alyssa scoring a 5.33. A 5.33 and a 1.33. Let's take a look here at Alyssa's ride. Has been surfing so well today. Lots of flair. Board performing really well in these conditions. And very smooth surfing, but with power involved as well. Finished off that ride strongly. And a second wave yet to come in for Tatiana Weston-Webb. This is Brianna Cope, also from Kauai. He's got a fast runner here, not able to get around that section, but we'll get a score on the board. And let's go down to the team winners from that very significant heat. Rosie, you have some champions with you.
Have our champions, Lakey, Katie. I mean, you guys have been formidable all day, but Lakey, you guys actually started in second place this morning, had to make up points, had to make up ground on Caroline's team. Give us a brief overview of that heat.
Yeah, today was really fun. The waves got way bigger and better today. Obviously, there's a little hurricane swell, so Katie just went local knowledge and told me where to go and helped us out there. But there was a ton of opportunity. I think that always is good for surfers, just when everyone can kind of get waves. And I feel like both Katie and I caught a lot of waves and had a lot of chances. And yeah, we just sort of gained momentum the whole day, didn't we? We just sort of had fun. And the last heat was a bit trickier. It was harder conditions with a dropping tide, but we managed to get a few.
Well, Lakey, you've been very, talking a lot about Katie and the way that she's been surfing. A lot of people on the beach have been so impressed with her. What do you think the future holds for Katie?
Oh, very bright. If she wants it, if that's what she wants to do and go for, obviously. I think, yeah, she's a phenomenal surfer, and everyone just saw it, and a really, natural talent, and so it's really cool to see. You're ripping and surfing well, so keep it up.
And Katie, what did you think when you teamed up with Lakey?
I don't know. I was pretty nervous because she's really good, so I was pretty nervous, but she's a cool person, and it's cool to have her as a teammate.
Yeah, guys. Well, it was awesome to watch you guys compete together and also putting on another point for Team California. That's also something that's going to count towards the end of the day.
Awesome. Thanks, everyone, for watching. We're stoked. Good job.
Yeah, team. Back to you guys.
Got a smile out of Katie there, so she was focused every interview through the entire competition, but she has had a clean sweep, winning the QS side of the draw yesterday in the man-on-man competition, and then today her team representing California will end the day with the highest point score, no matter what happens in these other heats. But now we are into the regional team competition, USA versus California. The points continue to matter, as well as pride on the line. And is this Brianna? And it was up and riding.
Yeah, and conditions getting a bit trickier with the lower tide. You can see her last two waves a bit running and closing out. So we referenced that 2 heats ago where it was just a bit more difficult with the low tide, but luckily the wind staying down with just the lovely California afternoon conditions. 23 minutes remaining in this heat 2 of the last round. Coming up next, Team Zoe McDougall and Gabriella Bryan up against Team Courtney Conalog and Mia Collins.
And up and riding.
Looks like Tati.
It is Tati. There's the speed. Down the line, linking up onto the inside. So not a bad ride.
Small inside wave, but she really surfed that well.
A little different to her, was it the 8.67 that we saw when they came up against Courtney?
Well, she's had some really showcased waves, Tati, on it. That big left behind Lakey in that previous heat, right?
Yeah.
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 In the second round, Lakey got the 9, and then Tati got the 8.83. So let's see where this score goes. It's a 4.27, solid, well-surfed wave, kind of a smaller one on the inside. 4.27. So still have to hash out the overall team points between Team USA and Team California. And we'll get an update after this heat. I'm not really sure where we stand. I don't want to do the wrong math on the overall points, so we'll let someone do that for us. And this was that last wave. Okay, so it is Team USA 13 and Team California on 21. And so I was correct. They got 4, where they went from 17 to 21 with the 4 points. And so that's why the USA team needs to win heats 2, 3, and 4 would give them 12, and then it would end 25-21. So they know what they need to do for the Team USA to come back and steal the overall team championship from Team California.
And interestingly, at the start of the day, California was way behind the rest of the USA.
Yep.
And so they've had a strong run, of course, well helped by the first victory of round 3, 4 points, and that was Lakey Peterson and Caitlin Simmons, who will finish on top for the highest points as a team of 2. And coming up in Heat 3, we'll come back to that because we have a rider up and riding. And is it Sam?
Yep.
Sam Sibley, the defending Supergirl Pro Champion. He's got a nice run here. Nice turn, nice re-entry, but not able to ride out of that one. But Alyssa Spencer has the lead. That was Tati further down the beach. So we're going to see a lot of waves ridden here. The tide is dropping out. We've got, after this heat, another hour of surfing time as the tide drops out. Plenty of swell around. Certainly not diminishing. Let's take a look at this, Ryan.
Yeah, this was Samantha, last year's champion. A little bit behind on that first section. Out onto the open wall. Nice slash there. And then, yeah, trying to release the fins there and just misjudging that ride out a little bit. So she'll just have a couple small scores, but with just under 20 minutes, so much time left. But then Tati behind her got another pretty good wave, and the score dropped 6.5. So just like that, the Tour veteran goes 4.27, 6.5 for Team USA. And they need it. So now Brianna looking to replace her 2 scores. She had just those 2 waves that were sort of closed out, stuck behind. But in this afternoon, lower tide conditions, you're right. You're going to see more waves ridden because that's the theory, I think. Be a little more aggressive, and you don't know which wave's going to pan out and end up being a good score. You can see the ones that are really good, but you can also manufacture mid-range scores on some waves out here. So I think the call to be a little more aggressive could work out in your favor.
And we saw that yesterday with the dropping tide, that it got a lot harder to read the waves, and just started to run a lot more. And we expect to see the same today. You can see the water moving around,
and
we've still got a pull on the current. And over at the pier, Tati, wow, oh. Big turns, and there was a turn before that one as well, right next to the pier. So she saw something over there, deciding to go to her backhand, and that may well pay off. She has a 6.5 already, but also a 4.27. Powerful surfing.
Yeah, and you can see why. She's number 6 in the world at the end of the last year rankings. She can manufacture, and there it is, 5.77. So just like that, she goes from having 6 points with a 2 and a 4 to a 12.27 Tati, 6.5, backs it up with a 5.77. And the Hawaiians out of Kauai surfing for Team USA, trying to take out the youngsters here in Team Alyssa and Samantha. Tati, you get that? 5.77 and a 6.5 on those last 2. There you go. Having a jog. There we go. So finally someone got out because of the current, and she's doing a nice run down the beach to the south end. And that was the end of the first turn. And then straight into that. So solid 2-turn combo. Couldn't really tell the steepness of that pier bowl from looking down on the pier angle. But we're stoked we have that camera on the pier for the down the beach, take away the glare. There it is. Ladies sitting out the back. Priority with Team Red. The red team.
Yeah, they have certainly looked very strong today. And if you look at the earlier rounds results, Team Tati did win the first round and then lost on the second. Alyssa Spencer and Samantha Sibley have looked really strong throughout the entire day.
Yeah, in the first round they took out the Team Carissa, and then in the second round that was the battle between Zoe, Gabby, Alyssa, Sam, and could have went either way, down to the wire. I think it came down to the last wave.
Yeah, it really was the last few minutes, and
Gabby Bryant's 7, right?
Yeah.
That kind of turned the tide.
That made the difference at the end, but with 15 minutes and 55 remaining, there's plenty of movement in the scoreline here, but Tatiana Weston Webb definitely has the stronger scoreline. The only combined score of over 12 right now. All of the other scores are actually underneath 7, and more challenging conditions as the tide starts to drop out. But Alyssa Spencer knows this place pretty well. She's from Encinitas, just up the road, or down the road, just south of here, and has been surfing so well today.
Yeah, you know, if you're from around this area, so she probably frequents Seaside Reef, Oceanside, and Lowers, you know, sort of the main breaks in the area. Seaside's got a nice little hotbed of talent down there. And then obviously you can come up and surf Oceanside Pier or Harbor area where the sandbars are fun and sort of mimics a lot of the QS waves around the world. And then obviously when the Souths are in, you hit Lowers and you work on your technique and you dial down your boards. Looks like we have a paddle.
Yeah, taking a look at this.
I think it's Alyssa.
Up and riding it. It is Alyssa. There's that turn that we've just seen all day. Wow, getting loose at the end.
Is she ride out?
And she didn't ride out. It looks like the bounce.
Yep.
The bounce of the wave as it exploded. They're just bucking her off at the first turn. She's been doing that all day long. There's no such thing as a setup turn for Alyssa Spencer. It's just straight into it.
Yeah, let's break it down. Rolls in on this. Found the one kind of breaking in the rip tide. So at the low tide, you want to look for the rip. Nice rail gouge and just sort of overextending. The board kind of just got sucked away from under her feet.
That was really close. Brianna Cope just getting another score on the board. You saw her riding out at the end of that wave, so that wave was behind Alyssa's.
Okay, so Brianna's got a decent score. That was a quick turnaround. We were watching the replay, and Brianna got the wave, and it's a 4.33. Here it is for the folks at home. Two nice backhand turns, finding that running left, and then finishing. So solid surfing from Cope there. And if you want to see her story, she's got her movie, Surfing to Cope. Check it out. I'm sure you could just put it in the line there, and it'll pop up for you. Google search, yeah.
Google it. I'm sure we'll do it. And she's had good results here in the past third at the US Open Juniors back in 2014. So even though doesn't live here, lives over in Kauai, very familiar with these waves. There's so many important particularly junior events and QS events that happen here on the Californian coastline. So, and of course, most of the sponsors are here.
Yeah, and you know, how cool is that for the Pro Junior Series, for them, the younger surfers under 18, to get the stepping stone and surf the QS format, the judges, and so when you get on the QS, you have a little more, you know, comfortability with the format and the judging and the venues. So it's really cool.
And of course, getting to compete against surfers that you look up to. That's how in any sport people improve. It's by competing against people better than them. Oh, big turn there.
Sam. For
Sam Sibley. We haven't seen Sam go right as much. And that was, maybe she needs to.
Well, she does have a great backhand. Let's watch the replay. Deep bottom turn up through the lip. Wow, really through the lip. So pretty solid, but unfortunately just one turn, but it's going to be a decent score. She just had a 2 on the board, so that'll feel good. A critical maneuver. Feels good. Ooh.
And this is Brianna Cope, has a good-looking right-hander. Big first turn, drops down with the lip. Carves a turn in the pocket. Now working it through into the inside, hoping it's going to line up, but that first turn was where all the damage was done.
Yeah. We'll call them team having too much fun. Brianna and Tati, that was a sick turn. Look at this.
Oh, and
I think it's Alyssa, Mark.
Alyssa up and riding, has a lot of momentum. Big turn. And these waves.
Where's Tati?
Where is she in the lineup? Some powerful overhead sets here.
Oh, Tati did the run, so we'll see. Is she way on the south?
Yeah, you've definitely got to be in the right spot for these. So Brianna Cope, a 4.33.
On the previous wave, and that last wave just dropped. We're watching the replay. Big first turn. I love it. She's got a really good off the lip front side, cutting back. It's a 5.37. So Tati, 12.27. Brianna now on a 9.7, putting them on 21.97. Alyssa just got a 5.1. Hold that thought.
Sibley up and riding on a forehand now. Wow, getting loose. And one turn, but what a turn it was. And a lot of speed, really pushed it round. Yeah.
Yeah, and there's part of Team USA coming up next. Zoe McDougall and Gabriella Bryan. If they can sweep heats 2, 3, and 4, they can pull out the ultimate comeback. So Brianna, let's watch this last one, the 5-1-0 of Alyssa. Beautiful frontside gouge. And just due to the way that the lip had already broke, she just sort of had to climb it and place it on that second. She didn't get that fin release like she did on the prior one, but it's a 5-1-0.
And she did ride out cleanly.
Yeah.
So there are changes. Tatiana Weston-Webb in the lead with a 6.5 and a 5.77. Alyssa Spencer now in second, a 5.1 on the last ride and a 5.33. In third position, Brianna Cope with a 5.37 and a 4.33, and Sam Sibley in fourth.
Sam on this replay. Nice off the top. And her waves just aren't really cooperating. But with 840, right now it stands 21.97 the black team, 17.06 the red team. So that's just under 4 points separating. So looking at Sam with that 3, she adds 2, and Alyssa adds 2 to the 5-1-0. That's what we're looking at. Or Sam with that low 3 could drop over a 7. Who's this? Probably Tati.
This is Tati flying down the line. Oh, that speed turn. And again, big floater. Second in a row. Oh, and finishes so powerfully. Whips it up into the pocket.
I love that late float climb when it's already broken, but you have so much speed and you just have to force it. And actually, maybe one of the better turns since it was long float, but those floaters were pretty sick.
Yeah, the first one, it was almost like she was going to go for an air.
Yeah.
And just drifted across that first section. And this is Sam.
Yep.
Up and riding. Nice turn. And again, some clean face. Oh, and through the pier.
There you go.
And
let's make sure she's okay.
Let's see, out the other side. There she is.
Okay.
She cut out of that one. You don't want to tangle in there too much. So, 7 minutes and 10 seconds remaining.
Yep. Just under 4 points separating Team Black in the lead. Okay, this was Tati's. Still waiting on the score. Yeah, look, she was really eyeballing this first section. Tap, float, builds board speed. And then that was sick. When you float over the barrel and then the late climb over it's a 7, extending the lead and putting Team USA right where they need to be going into these last 2 heats. So a 7 and a 6.5 for Tati. Brianna, you have a 5.37 and a 4.33. And this was Sibley's last. Close to the pier. Probably one of the closest waves we've seen going left into the pier. 2 nice snaps. Oh, and she kicked out right there.
Out. Yeah, we didn't see that at the beginning. Now, this is interesting here because given that Team Lakey beat Team Caroline in the last, if Team Tati wins this, they actually move into second position. Now, there's no capes for second, but
we'll have to see on the podium.
There's likely still some reward, and of course there's a lot of pride on the line.
Yeah,
so
you're right.
In a strong position right now to move from third up into second. There's Team Courtney, and incredible surfing by Courtney and Mia in their last round heat. The 9.6 single wave by Courtney. Really powerful surfing, so looking forward to seeing them coming up. 5 minutes and 20 seconds remaining here. And Alyssa Spencer still holding in that second position. A 5.1 is her low score. And Brianna Cope looking to drop a 4.33.
Yeah, that 7 for Tati has just put them a few more points ahead. So it looks like it's round about 6 points ahead now.
That was a quick in and out by Sam Sibley.
Just went through the 5 minute, 4 minutes 45.
And last year, finished the year on the World Qualifying Series as number 19. Came out of this event at number 6 with that 6,000 points that she got for the win here.
No.
Now 4 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. 4 minutes and 20 seconds. And a significant lead by the black team. The 2 surfers from Hawaii representing the rest of Team USA. 4 minutes as our next heat in the water gets ready, and that is going to be Courtney Conlog, Mia Collins up against Zoe McDougall and Gabriella Bryan.
I was just telling you.
Plenty of surfing left here.
I gotta do everything.
And lots of pride on the line.
Yeah, 4 power surfers in that next one. Zoe, Gabby, Courtney, Mia, all regular foots.
And then we'll round out the day with Carissa Moore and Vahidi Inso up against Sage Erickson and Tia Blanco.
All right. What a great finishing heat.
Incredible surfing that we've seen the last 2 days. Yesterday was the one-on-one bracket, separated into World Qualifying Series or Junior side, and then World Tour competitors against each other.
Yep.
And that was Caroline Marks taking the victory and Caitlin Simmers on the QS/Junior side. And Katie, of course, wins again today with Lakey Peterson. The 2 team. It's not a bad weekend for a 14-year-old. She'll probably be pretty relaxed about it. Go, yeah, it's just a regular weekend for me. Incredible talent, and it's just been great to see the energy.
Yeah. And I know the surf community's been stoked. I got a lot of feedback after yesterday. People watched the event. It's been so long, and getting back into it. We've got a better grasp on what we've been dealing with over this year, and so feeling a bit safer. And as long as we go through the protocols, why can't we get it moving on, and let's get this world back to work. So with 2:10 remaining, Tati in the lead and Brianna in third, but they've got the team total edging out Alyssa Spencer and Samantha Sibley. Hopefully we'll see a nice flurry here in this last 2 minutes. Look, it's still sheet glass.
There's something happening. The other thing is it's been a great hit out for all the surfers because at this stage the World Surf League planning on kicking off the first event. This year it's a reverse. It'll be in Maui for the women in November. And, obviously it's a little more complex for the World Tour because surfers have to travel from all over the world. And different countries have different rules.
Yeah.
Australians aren't allowed to leave the country at all right now. You're not getting back in. So unless you are resident in another country, you actually cannot leave the country. So every country is different, and so we do know that the precautions around COVID-19 are going to need to change between now and then. But we're still planning on it at this stage. Up and riding.
Sibley.
And
just in and out.
In and out. She's got 2 threes in her scoreline. Okay, here we go. Priority being used here.
Looks like Brianna.
It is, and
because she's the only regular foot in the water, so easy to call it. 50 seconds, ladies.
Especially at this time of the day, a lot of glare on the water, and difficult for the judges and us, but particularly for the judges to be able to clearly spot the colours sometimes in the Californian afternoon.
I don't know, little less vibrant today with the sun. I got fried in that afternoon sun. Well, we were here a little later because of the half-hour fog delay, so the sun went down lower. So right now we're protected a little bit by the scaffolding. Wow, down to 15 seconds. It looks like Team USA needing the points is getting the points unless some miracle can happen, but we're going to count it out right now, and it's the Kauaians 3, 2, and 1 wrapping up that second heat. It's over. I don't know if I heard the horn, but it's Tati anyway. I don't think this wave is going to count after the heat.
Tearing it apart, though.
Yeah.
Look at this all the way through into the pier.
Air.
What's she got?
An air.
Oh,
speed
wow.
jam.
That is the way to close out a heat.
Yeah.
And so Team Tati gets 4 points. That improves Team USA edging a little bit closer. And when we come back, we're going to have another great heat on our hands.
Well, look at this.
It's going to be heat 3.
17-21. As we said, USA needs to win this, Zoe and Gabby over Courtney and Mia, and it'll be 21-21.
So we're going to come back with all the action from the Nissan Supergirl Pro from Oceanside, California. Stay with us.
So I'm gonna hold on promoting you this quarter. Cool?
Drop the taco. Get in the car. Does this Sentra feel like a compromise to you? Wait, what? The handling, it's good, right? No compromise there.
Nope. Watch this.
Breathe.
Rear automatic braking.
So if this Nissan Sentra isn't going to compromise, why should you?
You're right. Atta girl.
The all-new Nissan Sentra with more standard safety features than any other car in its class.
White Claw Hard Seltzer. A wave of refreshment.
And welcome back. And the Nissan Supergirl Pro is proudly brought to you by the US Marines and the US Air Force and Islands. Fine burgers and drinks. Great food, great people, great service. And here we are. And we are back. This heat has started, and in the purple, Gabriella Bryan and Zoe McDougall, and they are up against the Californians, Courtney Conlog and Mia Collins in the green. And that looked like Mia Collins on the left. And we've got a couple of scores already have come in. Gabriella Bryan of Hawaii starting strongly with a 5.83. And Ryan, there's a lot of water moving out here, and Team Tati, they're celebrating.
Good job, ladies.
It looks like they may have finished in second place on the team's competition behind Team Lakey, getting that 4 points. And
might be something extra.
Yeah.
You never know.
Ending up with 10 points. So here we are, round 3, heat 3. Zoe McDougall, Gabriella Bryan, Courtney Conlog, and Mia Collins. And Courtney Conlog, we saw drop a 9.6 earlier today.
Here's the replay of them. Yeah. Talking story.
Definitely happy. And as all the surfers have been throughout this entire competition, there's a little bit less pressure.
Yeah.
Because it is a teams event. It's a specialty event. There's no points on the world rankings, but all of them have been using it as a serious hit out, and so it's got that perfect mixture. So let's take a look at the replay.
Oh, that was that 5.83. Gabby Bryan just hammering the end.
And it's just been surfing so powerfully. And so that solid turn at the end. It was a short ride, but really finishing strongly, putting the exclamation point on that ride for the 5.83. Very early days here, and a great matchup. If you look here, Courtney Conlog definitely has the edge on the experience. Been on the World Tour a long time. Has battled for the world title. And here is a wave up and riding.
I think it's Gabby.
And that looks like Gabby. And just ducking under that wave.
So they use their priority mark.
Yeah. And we're able to tell them apart through the nose stickers on the surfboard. Other than that, they're wearing the same color.
Yeah.
And pretty much the same outfit.
Well, I think in the first heat they had the same color bottoms on, so
Yeah.
it was difficult. And then they switched in round 2, but they had the same jersey color, and they almost look similar. So we're breaking it down though.
Both regular footers, both from Hawaii, and Gabriella possibly a little more power in her turns, but when Zoe gets going, when she gets that good wave, really sharp, smooth surfing. And 25 minutes remaining. We're only 5 minutes in.
Well, that backhand snap for Gabriella Bryan, 3.67. So a 5.83 and a 3.67 has her out in the early lead. And Team USA, who they are a part of, the 6 Hawaiians and the 2 Floridians up against the Cali girls, the 8 girls from California. How cool is this? If Zoe and Gabby can get the win, they'll put the team's event exactly tied, and it'll come down to everything.
Final.
Team Carissa and Vahiti up against Sage and Tia.
Wow.
So, I mean, I'm not going to, but it'll be cool.
Yeah. Yeah, that's how you want to end out a competition. Coming down to the last final, but it's an opportunity as well for Courtney Conlog and Mia Collins to they
shut that down, right?
Shut it down. They didn't have a great day yesterday, being eliminated early, but they have been surfing so strongly today. Couple of wins
with such high totals. I don't even want to say it, but they're going to have to tap into that strategy again to pull out the stops, because you've got the youngsters in Zoe and Gabriella who will do anything for the heat win.
And with the dropping tide as well, it does definitely make it a little bit harder. So while we've got a lull here, let's go down to the beach and Rosie Hodge.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, tuning in.
Over to you, Rosie.
Hey, you guys.
Really?
You guys went into second.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, you guys. I'm going to let you in on this. We're just catching up with Tati and Bree, and obviously they've just taken second place, so they are pumped. Bree, how was that heat, girl? Give us an overview.
We're just pumped. Yeah, we just had a lot of fun. We knew it was the last one, so we figured it out, how to play the tactics. Coach Tati was gnarly, so I just had to do what I had to do.
You said bring it closer. Oh, bring it closer, sorry.
And Tati, how's it been for you? I mean, this weekend's been so much fun, and just like having a women's event. I know we've touched on it a lot, but I just think it's so important to reiterate how awesome it is to be competing again.
Yeah, it's so fun, and I told Brianna, like, there is definitely no one I'd rather choose than her to be my partner, because we have so much fun together, so much history. And yeah, she gets me psyched.
Just gotta psych her up.
And it is funny though, because like the teams are based on ratings, so it's not like they were just like, oh, there's 2 ladies from Kauai, like let's put them together. Like this is meant to be.
I know.
You owe me a Coke.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's been pretty cool watching you ladies through this event. I know it's been a tiring day. How you guys gonna decompress, and what's next?
I'm definitely gonna decompress. I'm exhausted. I don't know, like, I really don't know how I felt like this heat for me was better than the last. The last one I was like, Bree, I'm dying.
I'm back out there.
Yeah. Yeah, gonna drink some electrolytes for show.
Well, ladies, thank you so much. You've been
Thanks,
super
guys.
entertaining and great surfing throughout this contest. Back to you.
And thank you to all our competitors for being so fantastic through this competition and having fun and sharing their experience here and what they've been doing over the last 6 months of lockdown. And it's just so great to see the smiles and the fun that they're having while still competing. Let's take a look, Ryan, at this replay here.
Yeah, and it came in at a 6.83 for Court. She hammered it. And the intense competitor that she is, not feeling good about just having a 1 in the score line in the first 9 minutes. So she drops the 6.83, and Team California, if they get the win, it's over for the teams. If Team USA, Gabby and Zoe win, it's a tie, and it's all on the last heat. Obviously, that's what we want to see, but we can't root for anybody. We'll just watch and see how it plays out.
Well, Gabby is in the lead right now with a 5.83. She's got a 3.67. Courtney obviously has the highest score. That's 6.83. And looking to drop the 1.27. Zoe, 3.1. And Mia really doesn't have a scoring ride yet. So Mia Collins.
So Courtney might have to do a little pep talk like she did in the last heat. Remember, Mia only had like a 2 and a 3. They got together. They had a little tea party down on the south corner, and you could see Courtney kind of psyching her up. I could see with some hand signals like, calm down, do this. Oh, look at this on the south corner.
Oh, lining
Nothing.
up. Didn't quite deliver on that one.
But, yeah, it would be cool if you didn't have good scores to have your teammate kind of bolster your confidence. Well, here we go. Mia way to the south. And, yeah, you're maybe seeing a little fatigue. Some of the surfers, we talked about it. This is their third 30-minute heat in the day. It's been warm. Are you staying hydrated? Are you snacking on the power crunch?
Yeah, they've been here since 8 o'clock was the first heat kicking off. So a lot of hours on the beach, and they are hiding out under the sun bum umbrellas. But it is hot, and particularly early in the day when we saw all of that current moving around, the paddling was also demanding.
Yeah, the work that had to be put in to stay in position. And I don't know, a lot of the times when it's like that, you really have to hold the position and do the extra work to get the payoff. And here we go. This was Mia down the beach. Like, if you let the ocean own you, you're not going to get the right waves, right? So you have to be in control of what's happening. Yeah, so we've broken it down. Team USA needs to win this heat, get the 4 points, and then we go into the last heat, 21-21 in the teams event. If Court and Mia can solidify the win, it'll be Team California taking away the teams event.
Otherwise, it come down to one. Now it's cleaning up again.
Yeah, look at this.
So, just paddling for that one, not able to get
look at how good
into
that wave is,
and that
too.
was a really good wave, but just pushed in a little bit further.
You know what happens on these hurricane swells? You almost have to be a little inside under, but here we go. No, so because it's so side angled, it looks like it's going to break out, but you almost have to be inside the sandbar a little bit. Okay, no one going out the back.
Yeah, there was a bit of paddling there. So priority is sitting with Team Zoe.
Yeah, let's
Team US.
Okay, Zoe, she only has a 1.33 and a 3.1, so you figured Zoe and Mia, they're needing to get to work here.
And priority just changed. Priority just changed. Up and riding.
That's Mia.
Oh, Mia, massive backhand slash. And she rides out of it. That is going to be a good wave for Mia Collins. Huge first turn with a lot of speed.
Nice floater finish and riding out through a tricky section. So that's exactly what they needed at that point. 17 minutes remaining.
Yeah, Mia really didn't have a decent score at all, and really 2-1. So that is definitely going to change that, and really committed too.
Let's watch it. Clean, glassy left down on the south corner. Really good connection through the lip right there. And nice floater over a dumping closeout. So waiting on the score. There it is, 4.3. 4.3, Mia. So that'll put them on 13.5 to 13.93. Talk about a tight heat here.
Yeah, absolutely nothing in it.
Nope.
And moves Mia up into third position. Gabriella Bryan still holding down that top spot. Got that high score of a 5.83 on the board very early.
Right on the horn pretty much during the break. Where we went to the break, we started the heat, came back in, and the score was there.
And we have one more heat coming up, and it is the world champion, Carissa Moore, up against Team Sage. And that'll be a fiercely competitive heat.
Yep.
And a beautiful day here again in Southern California. The water is unseasonably warm. We haven't been getting much wind at all, which keeps the conditions as good as they can be.
Yeah, it would probably be pretty tricky and poor-ish if there was that afternoon northwest breeze. So staying glassy. I mean, it almost glassed off. We had the wind kind of act up about an hour ago, but it died back down again. So a little lull in the action here. Tide dropping out, nearing the bottom of the tide. So you're going to see that like we saw yesterday, 8 minutes. But then it'll flurry because we have the hurricane swell in the water.
And it's great to see Jessie Miley-Dyer down here from the World Surf League.
Where'd she get those shades?
Yeah, she's got like full face covering there, like the full Oakley blade shades and the face mask. And great to have Jess on the World Tour. Really experienced, both competitor and now on the administrative side of the sport. And in between, actually while she was surfing, studied law as well. So another example of a great female surfer who is committed not just to sport but to life in general. And
well, you know, you got to have some academics to fall back on if you don't have a trade or something like that. So for all of those young kids watching, make sure you stay in school, study hard, and if you don't make it in the professional surfing world, you can fall back on the studies or a trade work. And look at this. Here's those southern hurricane swell. And there is some long lefts if you can be in the right spot that are really good still.
Yeah, it's obviously it's going to be harder to pick, out there in the lineup. But we've just seen 2 lefts very fast, and a big kind of set further down south. So it's almost like where the surfers are sitting right now is in between those 2. But there is a left. It's going to be fast moving. Is anybody going to be able to get it? Is it Courtney?
No, it's Zoe.
It's Zoe. Big turn on the backhand and a blast and lands it. Well done. Zoe Benedetto.
No.
Oh, Zoe McDougall, sorry.
It's okay. It's been a long weekend with a lot of waves ridden.
It's just been such exciting surfing.
Yeah.
Just the commitment. And just like Zoe saw there, 1.33 in a scoreline. Zoe McDougall from Sunset Beach, very used to riding powerful waves. Gabriella Bryan, let's take a look at here.
Yeah, Zoe here. It was like I love that. It was like a lipper into the floater.
Okay, up and riding. Over on the right. Oh!
Mia there.
Mia going for a little bit of air. And looking forward to that score of Zoe's and the way that she just curled down and just really maintained her balance as that wave closed down around her.
And the ability to turn the lipper into the floater. Mia on this front side, up and through the lip.
And over the fall. So you can see the sand being churned up there.
Oh, yeah. So Zoe's score dropping in. She's looking to better the 1.33. It's a 5.0. Now she's looking to better a 3.1. And so 9.5 and 8.1. That's 17.6 to 13.5. So Team USA needing the win to stay in the hunt, to tie it up and put all the pressure on Team Carissa and Team Sage. It's unfolding how they want right now. Courtney and Mia both have low 1s in their account, so they could change everything if they better those backup scores.
Yeah, it's pretty rare that you see Courtney Conlog holding down a 1-point score. Being very patient, 10 minutes and 50 seconds here on the clock, but that committed turn by Zoe McDougall putting Team USA into the lead right now.
Okay, so it sounds like a priority change. So priority shifts to green. Priority to green.
And I think the call there is that there was a wave on offer.
So purple had priority, and they're saying that purple paddled. So green with priority now, and that shifts right into Courtney and Mia's hands.
With 10 minutes to go. And looking at the score line, every team has a lot of room for movement here. Okay,
I think
so
that's Zoe.
to give you the result here of your last wave, Zoe, it was a 5, and you have a 3.1. Gabriella, you have a 5.83, a 3.67. Courtney, that big 6.63 and a 1.27. That was live action.
Yeah, Gabby Bryan down the beach.
Gabby Bryan looking to get rid of her 3.67. And both Mia and Courtney, you have a 1 in your score line.
Yeah, green team, they both have backups as 1 and change. And purple team, she just bettered a 3.77. That's a 3.77. She bettered the 3.67, but they both have 3s. So interesting here with 9 minutes remaining. Zoe and Gabby looking to replace 3s, and Mia and Courtney looking to replace 1s.
And priority with the team in green, Courtney's team.
So this was Gabby way to the south on that last wave. A little bit behind, up in the lip there, floating. And a nice finish. So it was the 3.77, and she got a tenth of a point on top of her low. Maybe it matters.
Yeah, with 8.5 minutes.
Probably see a few more flurries, yeah.
Yeah, Courtney waiting patiently. The green top and the red wetsuit legs.
Priority still with green. So this is exciting because it's one of those like we saw where all 4 surfers. Well, there's is that Lakey and Caroline for Team California.
Well,
I'm sorry, Caroline's Team USA because she's Florida and Hawaii.
So that was the decider between those two teams.
Yeah.
And
the first heat of this round.
For everybody at home, just so you know, when you see the teams and the surfers getting together and talking, every surfer was tested for COVID coming into this competition and all cleared.
Yep.
And but still lots of protocols in place for the entire crew to maintain that social distancing. Thank you to ASA Entertainment for working hard to make this event happen for the 13th year in a row. And what an unusual year, but the surfing has been no less spectacular in this new format. And great to be able to bring it to all of the fans at home, no matter where you are watching. 7 minutes remaining, 7 minutes. Surfers in the water. Priority is still with green team.
So holding on to that priority. Purple, they've ridden a few waves. Gabby got that last wave. Under priority. She was kind of down to the south, so no one was really messing with her. But now looks like, 3 girls kind of in a similar zone. And then I think we have to the most north, Zoe. Well, it looks like the green team have set up camp on the south end. So it looks like it goes Courtney and then Mia. And Mia looking here. She's got priority, so watch out, Purple, and that's exactly what she did. And so Team Green uses priority on that, and that'll shift right into Team Purple's hands as more waves approaching.
Wow. And now the tactics come in. Up and riding. That was Courtney.
Yep.
So Courtney gets a ride, another score in, looking to drop the 1.27. I think that'll happen.
And Zoe was over here also getting a single backhand snap. Going to have to go to the replay if we get him to dial it down. Judges will be working on the scores. And it looks like just hurricane sets, pouring through at the 5.5 minute mark. Priority to purple.
Okay, this is going to matter.
Gabby.
And Gabby up and riding. Big backhand slash in the pocket. And again, this wave lining up well onto the inside. Finishes strongly.
Beautiful surfing. Gabriella Bryan.
Well, she had a 5.83 already. She was looking to improve on a 3.77. Great surfing there and holding onto the priority when she needed it. Now priority switches with just 5 minutes remaining.
Wow.
To the Californians.
5 minutes, didn't take long. 8.33, Gabriella Bryan, and Zoe drops a 4.27. This is the replay. Deep bottom turn. You know, and when she gets set and gets clean entry into her maneuver, she's always dropping a big score. Gabby Bryan, 8.33. Zoe, you got a 4.27. Courtney, you got a 4.9. So now we're going to have to do some quick math as things have changed. 23.43 for Team Purple to about 17 and change. So it looks like Team Purple 5 points and some change ahead. And so Mia really, but with the 1.1, if she gets a 6.5, that could be the difference. So with 4 minutes remaining, Green is not out of it, and they hold priority to Green. But Gabriella Bryan, Mark, with the 8.33, and Zoe with her last two, a 5 and a 4.27, doing what they need to do.
Yeah, such great surfing there by Gabriella Bryan, and waited for that wave and delivered when she needed it, throwing a huge amount of spray. Okay, who have we got here?
I think it's Court.
Taking off, Courtney. Can she get around the section? She can't, so now priority will shift. So with 3 minutes, 30 seconds remaining, Team USA here have a chance to tie it up on the point score, and then it will come down to the last heat of this round to determine whether it is Team California or Team USA. Now, we still do have 3 minutes remaining, so it's not over yet.
Nope.
But priority
switches again. So Mia took that one, switched it. Gabby got the wave, and then Courtney gets that wave, and now hands the priority back to Team Purple. Could that be the deciding factor?
And here we go. This looks like Zoe.
Yep.
And she's looking to replace a 4.27.
And just the one backhand. Quick snap, probably not going to go in the top two, but more waves approaching. Priority back to Green now, so a quick shift back. So they lost it, and then they gained it, and then they lost it, and now they gained it back. Oh, pure ball right.
2.5 minutes.
Let's watch that last of Zoe. You know, thinking this one's going to run the sandbar, gets the down-the-line hook, looking to project, and then just stuck behind it with the low tide afternoon running conditions.
And that score doesn't change. The situation comes in at 2.03, 2 minutes remaining.
It was Gabby.
Was
Quick
Gabby
little layback snap, yeah, right in front of us.
So Courtney and Mia. Courtney holding a 4.9. Mia still has a 1.1 in her scoreline. 1 minute 45 remaining.
Yeah, Courtney can throw away the 4.9.
Here comes some
Here we
waves.
Go. Priority with Green.
All right, it's in their hands. Team California has the priority. They have the opportunity.
Oh, look
with
at
1 minute
this.
30. Can they take it back?
It's, I think, Mia.
Big bottom turn by Mia. Comes out clean. Gets the one turn in. It's got to be better than the 1.1.
And somehow Courtney got this wave. Backhand snap behind her. Floats it. So with 1 minute remaining, they needed a score. Both of them trying to better.
They needed a combined improvement of 5. Now priority switches by 6. Zoe McDougall, Gabriella Bryan now have priority with 45 seconds, and they still likely have the lead. 35 seconds.
So this was Mia. Nice bottom turn, good turn there in the lip. And then just like we've seen with the low tide afternoon conditions, a bit racy. So with 20 seconds, will Team Purple try and hold off green? But over here by the pier, it is Zoe up and out, so that might have been tactical. 15 seconds. Pier bowl right. Someone paddling. It's Mia. Nice bottom turn. And floats it. And on the horn. We're going to wait for some scores, but I think it's going to stay Team Purple, but let's let the scores drop, and that could set the stage into this last fourth heat in round 3. If things don't change, it's going to be 21-21, but we will wait for the scores.
Wow, you couldn't have planned this any
you
better.
couldn't have scripted it, huh?
Let's see what the scores are when they drop. We're going to keep an eye on these scores for you at home.
Yeah, it looks like all the scores are in, and it's going to be Zoe McDougall and Gabriella Bryan with the win, sitting on about 23-plus points to Courtney Mia's just around upper 19.
And so the stage has been set for the final battle between California and the rest of the USA. It's going to come down to this final heat. We're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, let's see who takes the victory. The Nissan Supergirl Pro is being brought to you by Paul Mitchell, Professional Salon Products, a pioneer in cruelty-free hair care since 1980. And by the United States Marine Corps, since 1775, winning battles for our nation and for all our people. And what a battle that we just saw, and it was Zoe McDougall and Gabriella Bryan keeping it alive for the final heat is going to determine which regional team wins, Team Carissa or Team Sage. Ryan, we couldn't have asked for a better finish. The regional teams are tied up. Who do you like the look of?
Well, I guess it's about fairly matched up. You've got Carissa, the 4-time world champion, the best in the world, and her protege, Vahiti, the youngster. And then you have Sage and Tia. So I guess you have like the top seed and then the low seed and then some mid seed. So I guess it's fairly matched up. But I guess if I have to decide, I'm going to go with Team Carissa.
All right. So
you made me
lay
pick.
it down.
You made me pick.
The call. So you that means that I need to pick Team Sage, and that is because of that competitive spirit that we've seen throughout the entire competition. So no matter what happens, ladies and gentlemen, this heat will determine whether Team California or Team Rest of USA goes home with the overall regional victory for this weekend.
And how cool. It started out where Team California started to run away with it early yesterday. Team USA came back, and it's been a seesaw battle, and we end up 21-21. So I guess whoever picked the teams, hats off to them, because it came out perfect.
Yeah, they did it really well. And interestingly, and this was a comment made earlier, is that the teams weren't picked. It was kind of based on rankings, and so it was somewhat random to make sure that they were as fair as possible. But this final, 30-minute final, we've got 26 and a half minutes, and the waves right now are looking pretty good for this final heat of the Nissan Supergirl Surf Pro for 2020. What an incredible 2 days of competition it's been.
Truly amazing. I'm super thankful to be a part of this with all of the crew and to be able to see these ladies, and it just gets me even more excited. I'm such a fanboy for the Women's World Tour. I love the men's side, but like we've been seeing, the women level just continues to get better and better, and I'm super excited for the start of the season, hopefully in Maui in November, and can't wait for all those tour events.
And Carissa Moore gets a second score on the board. The first one just an in and out, clean re-entry to finish that one. And just a reminder who is in this heat: Carissa Moore, the reigning world champion, and her partner Vahiti Inso, the national under-12 champion, coming up against Sage Erickson from Ventura County, California, and Tia Blanco, a two-time ISA world champion from Puerto Rico, but also in the blue. So Team California, Team USA, 25 minutes to go.
This is exactly what we wanted. Coming down to the last heat, pressure is on, guaranteed. Looks like Carissa's second, 3.33. And even though we're at the low tide, you called it, there's some really good waves out there. So they have to weed through the closeouts and then find the good ones.
And Carissa, one of the few surfers this year who's got a win under her belt when competition finished back in March. The final competition for her was the Sydney Surf Pro, which she won for the third time. And that's pretty much it for competition for her and for the rest of the year.
And not often you have the top five-ish surf the QS events because they don't need to. But it is lovely, and I know, a lot of the QS surfers, when the CT surfers surf down, they don't like it because it's tough to beat the CT surfers. But for the spectators and the fans, it is great to see them surf the QS.
Yeah, and also for the young surfers who get that experience, as we saw earlier today, Katie Simmers in their final round, beating the world number 2 and 3.
Alyssa Spencer able to beat Carissa a couple times. So that helps her. Carissa, she has to deal with that. Everyone wants to bring you down when you're number 1, and it's not going to affect her confidence at all. But it will help the youngsters when they can beat the top seeds.
Yeah, once you've done something once, you have belief that you can do it again. And even though this is a special event, but up and riding on her backhand.
I think it's Sage.
Looks like Sage. Very quick. She has started off really strongly in every heat today. That wave rolling fast, and this is going to be Tia.
Yeah.
And
little hung up on the drop.
Yeah.
Well, and there's Zoe and Gabby taking that win. They're going to go talk with Rosie, and they set the stage for Team USA to have a chance.
So this is Sage.
Nice turn, and then just the closeout.
Yeah, so not her traditionally strong starting wave, and really interesting to see this come down to deciding the team scores, because you've got 2 regular footers and 2 goofy footers.
Yep. And 1 and 1 on each team.
Yeah, both goofy footers are the younger competitors, and then you've got the very experienced World Tour competitors. And it was great to hear earlier Sage talking about how she feels that she's probably the surfer that's fallen off the World Tour and got back on the most times, but that it's really a lesson of resiliency for her, and she learns something each time.
Yeah, well, here's something for Sage to think about. Andy Irons fell off the tour in 97 and requalified in 98. And what did he go on to do after he got back on tour? He only won 3 world titles. So I think it'll fuel the fire. And for those surfers that have fallen off, gotten back on, fallen off, gotten back on, I think you don't take it for granted and you cherish that CT experience. So I bet you'll see that in Sage this year.
Yeah, and the other thing that Sage said is that, a lot of surfers do talk about how the World Qualifying Series is just, it's a lot of competition, it's a lot of travel. But she actually loves that. She loves the opportunity. Okay, up and riding, out the back, pulling into the barrel.
It's got to be Courtney. No.
It's got to be Carissa.
Yeah,
I think.
Carissa.
She has been sitting further down, and just that style, pulling into the barrel and almost coming out. That's Czech paddling back out. And while we wait for those scores, we'll throw down to Rosie Hodge. Rosie, down to you.
Yeah, guys. Well, I got to thank these ladies for keeping it exciting for us. I mean, you guys are tie break now with California, which means that going into this final heat, there's big stakes for Team USA. Zoe, let's start with that heat, though, because it was a battle. You guys are going back and forth with that lead.
Yeah, we talked before the heat, and I think we kind of switched up our game plan a little bit. We were trying to keep Courtney and Mia off of those big waves because we know that they love those, and we talked it over, and we were like, yeah, let's try and get those big ones. And I kind of changed my plan up from going for the more open ones, trying to look for just bigger, maybe even one-turners, which is all I ended up getting. But Gabby hammered it out and got some crazy scores, of course.
Well, let's hear from the hammer, Gabby. I mean, the 8.6 was sick. And also, we've got, well, tell us about the 8.6 first of all. Let's start there.
Yeah, it kind of just worked out. I got really lucky that one wave came right to me. It was really hard to find the open ones, and I kind of just, I don't know, I was just super happy to get an open face wave. I just wanted to hammer it, so I'm glad I didn't fall, and it paid off, so I'm happy.
You stomped it. Well, we've got Carissa and Vahidi for Team USA in the water at the moment. You guys going to pay close attention to this heat and root on that team?
Yeah, Carissa and Vahidi have both been so strong through the event, so hopefully they can hold it down for the win in the end.
Well, guys, we'll be watching closely as they perform in the rest of the heat.
Thank you very much, Rosie. And you can see the excitement there with the win, and what their win did is level it out 21 points each.
Yeah.
For California and USA. It's a dream finish.
And we saw during the interview, Tia Blanco had a pretty solid frontside snap. Air drops down, 5.6. Carissa, you have a 3.33 and a 193. And this is for the fans at home, the replay. Whoa, heavy airdrop. You saw it bottom out, elevator drop for Tia, netting the 5.6. So I guess that's the best wave of the heat. So it shifts in their favor as of yet, still early days.
Priority is with the Californian team. 18.5 minutes remaining in this final heat of what has been a fantastic 2 days of competition at the WSL specialty event, Nissan Supergirl Pro. There they are.
Yep, walking back to the dugouts. Oh.
The surfers responsible for tying it up on the team points and performed so well today. Just looked really smooth and powerful throughout the entire day.
You know, and we can't discount how important that win was for Zoe and Gabriella to make this final heat be the tie. So it would be over right now in the team, and that was such a tough heat to get through Courtney and Mia in these conditions. And I loved how they were admittedly keeping them off so they strategized and it paid off.
Yeah, there's been some great teamsmanship that we've seen throughout this event in a unique and new format. And of course this format was brought in because of the COVID situation and having to move from what is normally a 96 surfer and 30,000 people on the beach into a 16 invitation only, and keeping it controlled, keeping it safe for everybody, but still being able to bring some amazing action.
Ooh, look at
everybody
this.
around the world who is watching, and thank you for watching and supporting no matter where you are. And up and riding now, this is Vahiti Inso, the young surfer from Hawaii, and getting a good turn there and just stepping off. She's only got a small score, a less than a 1, so she needed that in her scoreline. Sage Eriksson now with priority, and she also uncharacteristically has a 3 and a 1.1. Carissa Moore, a 3.3 and a 1.9.
So let's watch the youngster here, Vahiti, with the running down the line snap, and she's going to just have to tap into the youth. You know, she's probably a bit nervous, having the least amount of experience, but the talent level is there, so she's going to have to go gain some self-confidence out here and be able to help Carissa get the job done for Team USA.
Yeah, she did get a 2.77, and now up and riding again. Here she goes, 2 waves in succession, and that is a stronger ride, but not able to come out as that wave exploded, but looked a little more dynamic on that wave.
We've got these running lefts up here on the south end, but with that lower tide, bit more stretched out. That's Mia looking on. She's rooting on Team California, getting a snack, maybe a Power Crunch bar. 15 minutes 20 remaining. So about halfway through the heat right now, Fuely. Let's watch this last wave of Vahiti. Wise to take this wave over by the pier. Little setup turn. I thought there was going to be a nice big finish, and uncharacteristic fall there from the youngster. But we've got more waves approaching. Priority is with the blue team.
Oh, and here goes Carissa. Big bottom turn, straight up into the lip.
Yeah.
It's one turn, but it's one big turn.
Yeah, good timing too. Oh my, this thing's got an end on it. Is this Tia?
It is. Tia on her forehand, slashes it in the pocket, lines up, another big float. Wow. Yes. And comes out clean. Tia Blanco, the current heat leader, 2 big turns in a row.
Yeah, solid gouge on the open wall, and then floating it, and then kind of riding out the airdrop for T there.
And that's powerful surfing. Very tricky to maneuver yourself out the way that these waves are breaking really hard on the sandbank there. Pretty shallow. And putting her board in the lip and riding down with the lip, but then being able to ride out and complete the maneuver. Just under 14 minutes remaining.
So really just Tia with 2 solid waves right now. We're going to wait on that last score for Blanco. 13:40. Oh, and look at this.
Oh, wow.
Sage.
Up and riding. Sage Eriksson from Ventura County. Nice first turn. Powerful second turn. Recovers well and completes the maneuver. Looked like she was going to set up for the third, but the wave just shutting down in front of her, so able to recover.
So a great exchange from Team California right there. Who's that? Sam. Hey, Samantha. You.
Last year's Supergirl Pro champion.
So waiting on 2 scores for the Team Blue. Tia Blanco on the first, and on the second exchange, Sage Eriksson. Probably see some decent scores. They had really low throwaways. So this was Tia gouging and then sort of riding out that dumping section. Solid. She'll throw away the low. Who's this? Carissa. 1 quick hit, she's out of it. Not liking the looks of that wave, but we're going to get possibly Sage's score first. Judges sometimes, even though it was ridden second. This was Sage's wave. Nice first turn and then hollowed out section, and actually pretty tricky to get up in the lip. And now Sage is up right in front of us. And we'll flip back to live action here. And so stand by for a few numbers. Team California looking to lock it up. Yeah, so there you go. Last of Sage, 7-2-3. Tia's score dropping in. And it looks like Carissa. So it looks like Carissa had a wave that we might not have seen. A 5-9-3 drops for Carissa. Sage got a 7-2-3. And Tia's score now dropping in. And then we'll look at the totals and we'll try and break it down. So, Carissa, you have a 5-9-3 2 waves ago, and a 3-3-3 is the low. Vahiti, you have a 2-7-7 and a 1-6-3. There we go. Tia's score, 5-6-7, backs it up with a 5-6-0. Here's the replay of that wave of Sage. She's looking to throw away a 3 and does with a 4-5. So let me do some quick math. 11.7 plus 11.27, that's 22, 23 points for Team Blue, and Team Yellow a bit behind, sitting on about 14 points. So some work to do for Carissa and Vahiti. 10 minutes 30. Samantha cheering on the Cali girls. And we've got some good ones, looks like, coming on the south end. Priority is with Yellow right now. So Carissa and Vahiti need to strike right now with some good scores.
Yeah, Sage with that 7.23, really giving a good lead. It's the only wave over a 6 in this heat so far, and backed it up with a 4.5. No doubt looking to get rid of that. And
that was a paddle by Blue,
yeah,
but Yellow's got priority.
So that won't change the priority situation. And so much pride on the line here. Up and riding. Carissa Moore on the right. Hard off the bottom. And just didn't give her a lot to work with. It almost looked like the wave folded in towards her. Had a good drop on it. And then it rapidly diminished in size. But it will be a score, and looking to replace the 3.77. But a big lead here for the Californians.
Let's watch. She was down the beach looking at these rights, and she went for the snap float, and then the whitewash climb, trying to throw away her low, and I think she did with a 3.77. So Carissa, 3.77. And now really Vahiti with just a 2.7 and a 1.6. She's going to have to tap into the talent here. Put the mind aside.
And interestingly, if you look at these two teams, the final for which regional team is going to win is the two teams that had the greatest challenge in scoring points through the entire competition, coming in with 2 points each into this, and now they are going to decide the result for their teams overall. And a big lead with 8 minutes remaining. Team California 11.73 plus 11.27.
Just an even 23, Mark.
Yeah, 23 up against 9.7 and 4, call it 10-14. So,
yeah, 14.1,
so
right?
9 points. 9 points are the difference right now.
Wow, so 7.5 remaining, but we saw what Caroline did in the final yesterday, so this thing's far from over. A lot of people watching online. Who's this? We got the teams down here. It's like Mia and her mom, her +1. And then I don't know who else we have down there. Can't see. I'm blind.
It's been great to have everybody down here, and
yeah, you guys are on right now.
The teams and their family and supporters in their pods. Coming down to 7 minutes remaining here. This is for the regional title. Will it be California or will it be the rest of the USA? Sage, just under 7 minutes remaining. Your low score is a 4.5. Tia, your low score is a 5.6. Carissa, a 3.77. And a 1.63 for Vahiti in the low score. So certainly a lot of movement available with 6.5 minutes here.
And I don't know if that's a win line or a big set, but I think we have some opportunity on the way. Heads up. Priority with blue, but yellow really needs some good scores here. And it looks like,
oh.
So
wow.
Yellow looked, but blue didn't flinch, so no change on priority. And look at this have some corners, some possibility.
Wow, is anybody going to be in position?
Carissa's trying to get the priority to slide back into her hands, kind of fainting, looking at those waves, but blue, Team Blue, rock solid. And where's Vahiti?
Well, she was just on the inside.
Okay.
So all the surfers are close by. 5.5 minutes remaining for the regional team title.
Down to the last 5.5. Here we go. Sage Erickson, Tia Blanco, pretty solid lead, but Carissa Moore and Vahiti Inso will try and change that here in this last 5 minutes. Hope you've been enjoying the show. Everybody watching at home, good to have surfing back on live.
Yeah, it certainly is. And it's interesting, this is, with 5 minutes to go, almost like a bit of a reversal of the ISA events where Hawaii gets to be counted as its own country to bring their own team.
Yeah, in the juniors.
Yeah, this time it's California.
Yep.
That gets to have its own team, and the rest of the US made up of Florida and Hawaii.
4.5. Hopefully we'll see at least one, if not two more big sets. So the total's 24 to the 14-1, so it's 10 points, but with Vahiti on not much and Carissa able to really improve on that 3.77, it could be done. If they each better by 5, that's the 10.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yep, it's still within reach.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
So looking at Vahiti, looking at a mid-6, and then Carissa, obviously she can get anything, but looking at like a 7 or 8, and that could flip the script with 3:45 remaining.
Yeah, because they are actually holding 3 scores underneath 4 points right now. Whereas Tia and Sage in a much stronger position, and that's 7.23 of Sage Erickson.
Yeah.
Really the big defining score.
Yeah, especially in this afternoon low tide where we've seen it's very hard to find the upper good, excellent range scores now in the half hour. It almost seems like it just has to happen sort of organically, like, oh, I'm in the spot, I'm going. Yep. There is no rhyme or reason right now. Not like it was earlier where you could kind of sit in one area and know, like, oh, there's a good one coming in here. But here we go. 3 minutes remaining. Some medium-sized runners stacking. Love to see a nice exchange where everyone betters their low score. Oh, and this thing's got a corner.
And you got to think that Team California is...
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, it looks like Vahiti. Maybe... No, it's...
Carissa.
Carissa Moore. Big backhand blast. Another. The world champion going to town here. 3 turns in succession.
And that
Carissa Moore.
First one up and under the hollow section, Fuely. Well, there you go. She isn't a 4-time world champion for no reason.
and still potentially has time to get back out the back.
Where's the rookie? Where's Vahiti?
Yeah, Vahiti now in a position because her top score is only 2.77. She just ducked under that wave then, that set.
Kind of caught inside a little bit. She's got to get out with 2 minutes remaining. There you can see on the overview from the pier angle where they are in the lineup. Priority with blue, though, so are we going to see those tactics we talked about?
Yeah, and that's probably why Vahiti was a bit further on the inside, because likely she knew that any of the two surfers on the Californian team were not going to give her a shot. Look, she's sandwiched between the two Californian surfers as we wait for Carissa Moore's score to come in.
Oh, wait, I can't
read. We know it's going to be a solid score.
No signs yet.
We have seen similar waves. Let's take another look.
Well, we got Carissa on this replay, just solid, and you can see how hollow it is at the low tide. 2 big turns, and was never easy to get the late float finish. Waiting on the score with 60 seconds remaining. Vahiti's going to have to slide away and better that 163. It might be a lot less needed. 50 seconds, priority with Team Blue. Still no signs of the score.
35 seconds remaining. Who will it be? Team California up and riding here. This is an earlier wave.
Yeah, I think
Carissa.
It's in. It's a 9.63, and that puts Carissa in the lead. 19.96 to the 24, so it's about 5 and change. So Vahiti with the 163, call it a 7, could turn the tide, but it's 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1, and it seems like Team California is going to take the win in the overall, Fuely.
Wow, but Carissa Moore takes a huge 9.63 score, an incredible wave, and gave it her all. And what a way to finish up 2 days of incredible competition with an innovative format here at the Nissan Supergirl Pro. And look, you can just see Sage Eriksson and Tia Blanco
breathing a sigh of relief.
Yeah, and just fired up to be able to take it for Team California.
Call you.
Well done. You can just see how thrilled the Californians are. And it's a clean sweep.
And
there's see Lakey Peterson and Team California. It's a clean sweep by the Californians. And when we come back after the break, we are going to have the awards ceremonies. So please don't go anywhere. Plenty of smiles on hand here. When we come back, and earlier this week, we had Lakey catch up with US Air Force surfer and surf up there at Lower Trestle. So when we come back, we've got more to come, the presentations. We'll talk to all of our surfers. But let's take a look at Lakey surfing earlier in the week.
Hi everyone, I'm Major Moore. I'm a pilot in the Air Force Reserve, and today I get to go surfing with pro surfer Lakey Peterson. So how has COVID affected the tour for you?
It's been actually really nice to have some time off. I don't know, just having a moment to decompress and regroup. Last year was pretty intense with the world title race for me and stuff, so I felt like I actually needed a bit of a break, and I got it, so a bit of silver lining. It's been, in ways, really nice for me. How about yourself, though? Have you been flying more or less, or what does it really look like in, I guess, the Air Force and military side of things?
Last year I did a lot of, because I fly cargo, so I flew a lot of missions around the world. And this year those have decreased for obvious reasons. Been grateful to slow down, and I've been fortunate that I can still work.
I grew up in Santa Barbara, you grew up in San Ynez. So what was it like for you kind of growing up there and surfing and all the rest?
It was awesome. I kind of grew up playing water sports, swimming, water polo, which led me to spending time with friends who surfed and becoming interested in surfing. You know, little fun waves with friends until eventually I could do it on my own and get into bigger and bigger waves, and here we are.
Well, should we go do it?
Absolutely, let's go.
Let's go surf.
I never really thought of myself as a role model, or never came into this with the idea of searching out being a role model, but with about 6 to 10% of the pilot force being women, I do think that that just naturally happens. I love what I do, flying C-17 and flying cargo and people and medevac all over the world, but it's turned out really awesome.
It's really been fun for me just to learn more about what all of you guys do in the Air Force. I would love to learn to fly one day. I definitely admire what you do. It's amazing, especially as a female. It's really inspiring to see what you do.
So, Supergirl Surf Pro, are you ready?
It'll be really fun. The Supergirl is an event I've done for a really long time now, and I just love what they stand for, to kind of empower young women and women of all ages, really, to just be the person that you want to be and be strong and bold and beautiful. I'm just really excited to have a contest to look forward to, and it's going to be a super fun time.
You're setting awesome examples out there showing that women can surf in what traditionally was probably a more male-dominated sport, and you guys are out there. I know you're going to crush it.
Thanks so much for surfing with me today. That was so much fun. You were ripping, and I hope we get to do it again sometime. That was awesome.
Me too. You hosted me today, so I'll have to take you out and get you in the sim or bring you out to the plane in the future. Can't wait.
So I'm gonna hold on promoting you this quarter. Cool?
Drop the taco. Get in the car. Does this Sentra feel like a compromise to you? Wait, what? The handling, it's good, right? No compromise there.
Nope.
Watch this.
Breathe.
Rear automatic braking.
So if this Nissan Sentra isn't going to compromise, why should you? You're right.
Atta girl.
The all-new Nissan Sentra with more standard safety features than any other car in its class.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world. Always connected, but somehow alone. Trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
White Claw Hard Seltzer, a wave of refreshment.
Surf Pro is being brought to you by the US Air Force, inspiring heroes to aim high since 1947, and by Beach Break Cafe, great food, great friends, and great service. And we have seen some great competition over the last 2 days, Ryan, some really inspiring performances.
Yeah, and all I can say is, wow, the level that the girls are attaining, and I'm just looking forward to more events, you know, once we get underway in the new season. But before that, what an incredible finish to where it came down to the last heat, you know, for the team, the overall, tied up. That just shows you how evenly matched both teams were, and California outlasting Team USA.
Yeah, ASA Entertainment did a fantastic job keeping this event alive during a year when most competitions have had to go by the wayside. So really a fantastic couple of days. For you, Ryan, what was your favourite moment?
Wow. I mean, there were so much good surfing all weekend. I mean, my favorite moment, I guess it was the exchange of Lakey and Tati in that one heat where it went 9-8-8-3, and it just seemed like the level of the weekend, that was the crescendo. Even though it wasn't the deciding factor, it just felt like that second round was gnarly. Every heat was insane. They were surfing their best, and then you saw a little bit of fatigue in round 3, but you saw they had to clutch up and get the job done. So I just think, yeah. What about you, Mark?
I think for me, it's just, as often is the case here at the Supergirl Pro, it's the general vibe. But also I love to hear from these competitors, the fact that they've kind of been locked down for the last 6 months, and to hear what they've been doing, and just to see the elevation in their fitness and in their maneuvers and the speed at which they're surfing. It feels like they've all taken this moment, this difficult moment in time, and they've used it in a positive way, and they have come back absolutely firing. So I am so psyched for what is ahead whenever we can get back to the World Tour.
I mean, and I love the interviews. You know, Rosie's able to dig deep, you know, and I love the different personalities, and that's what we get in surfing. It's an individual sport where you can't try and be someone you're not, and none of these girls are. They are themselves, and they truly are pioneers of the sport, all of them.
Yeah, and the other thing that we did see again this year, like we've seen in other years, last year was Samantha Sibley, you know, coming up as a 17-year-old and taking out the whole thing. This year we saw the emergence of Caitlin Simmers.
Yeah.
Yes, she is the US Junior Champion, but the way that she surfed here, I don't think it'll be long before we start to see her on the World Tour.
Well, now they're going to have to get to work and do the hard work to prepare her for the tour.
Yeah, no, Ryan, thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
It's been absolutely fantastic to have you here, and we're going to go down to Rosie Hodge for one last interview. Over to you, Rosie.
What a way to end the day. I mean, such an exciting finish. A clutch performance from you ladies to clinch it for Team California. Sage, you got to be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, gosh. I mean, Tia should be the one speaking. She just did amazing under pressure and ripped and did this huge turn so close to me, and I was so happy that she made it. And, you know, Krista seemed to kind of struggle this event, and so we knew that she was going to want to get some big scores in a heat win, and unfortunately I gave her that 9 because we had priority at the end. But yeah, it was great.
All's well that ends well. Tia, I was going to say, just such a solid performance. I mean, starting out this morning until this last heat of the day, you know, everyone that's come in has just said, you know, it's work out there. It's a lot of paddling, but yeah, how have you maintained the energy?
Yes, it was definitely a lot of work, but I had such a blast today. I am so happy that I got paired up with Sage. I'm honestly going to miss her out in heats. Like, she was so calm, and she made sure I felt confident the whole time, and I loved competing with her, so that was a lot of fun.
That's so awesome. Well, I feel like you guys should maybe start like a little Cali band of women surfing a couple heats together just to get the ball rolling. And I mean, lastly, I mean, the Supergirl Pro has been so awesome just to get everyone back together. What has this event meant to you guys?
Yeah, I think we're all just so grateful that there has been this event, and it's been awesome to just like prepare for something. And the Supergirl is one of my favorite events. It's all about women empowerment, and it's always a good time.
Yeah, well, Sage, you know, we've got Hawaii coming up pretty soon, so this was a good warm-up for you.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Hawaiians rip, right? I mean, Krista was amazing, and it was so cool to see her, you know, teaching her teammate what to do, and she's so well also. And I can't get over how much pressure it was on us to win that heat for California. And it felt cool to have kind of that Hawaiian-California rivalry or against the other U.S. girls. And the format was awesome, and I think the structure was so different for us. And so it was a nice preparation for Maui, because Maui's going to feel a little bit odd after not, you know, competing too much for a year. But the WSL is putting such great efforts to get us back in the jersey. And I think both Tia and I felt really normal in ways, again, being able to compete. And so, yeah, thank you guys.
Yeah, well, on behalf of surf fans and myself, thank you ladies so much. That was so entertaining. We're going to send it back to you guys.
Thank you so much. And what a great spokesperson for the sport. When we come back, we are going to have the awards ceremonies. So we will be handing out the awards and, of course, that coveted Supergirl cape that will go to the winning team of 2. We'll come back with the awards ceremonies in just a few moments. Please stick with us here at the Nissan Supergirl Surf Pro for 2020.
So I'm going to hold on promoting you this quarter. Cool?
Drop the taco. Get in the car. Does this Sentra feel like a compromise to you? Wait, what? The handling, it's good, right? No compromise there. Nope.
Watch this.
Breathe. Rear automatic braking. So if this Nissan Sentra isn't going to compromise, why should you? You're right. Atta girl.
The all-new Nissan Sentra with more standard safety features than any other car in its class.
Hotel, a tapestry collection by Hilton.
Power Crunch protein energy bars, light, healthy and delicious. And Nissan. Choose Nissan today, and for great offers on their most exciting lineup ever, shop nissanusa.com.
Hi, I'm Sean Mirabal, Regional Vice President of the West Region at Nissan North America. We at Nissan are a proud sponsor of the Nissan Supergirl Surf Pro in Oceanside, California. Nissan has grown our partnership with this event over the years and continue to be impressed by the hard work, dedication, and passion each of these young women bring to the sport of surfing. This year's competition did not disappoint. While I wish we could all be together in person to celebrate your achievements, the performance of each and every surfer at this year's event is not diminished, and we truly appreciate your continued support in empowering the next generation of females in surfing. From our family at Nissan, congratulations to all of you. Now I will hand it back to Rick and our partners at ASA Entertainment to announce the winners of this year's Nissan Supergirl Surf Pro, brought to you by the all-new, redesigned 2021 Nissan Rogue. Rick, take it away.
Incredible weekend. I mean, the whole reason we put this event together was to provide positive experiences for people all over the country that need hope and inspiration, and this weekend absolutely delivered on that. I mean, it was just an incredible weekend of surfing. It was just picture perfect for the whole thing to come down to not only the last heat, but it was basically the last wave of the whole weekend to decide Team California or US was kind of just a dream come true, and it was really the cherry on top of the sundae for an amazing weekend that had phenomenal conditions, a ton of smiles out there. I know the format really worked for people. I mean, it was a lot of fun to follow. And we're just exceptionally grateful to everyone who is involved in this, especially to our dear friends at Nissan. I mean, we could absolutely not have pulled this event off without your undying support, and especially during a pandemic, it means even more to us and to all of the surfers and the surfing community that Nissan was there to support us. The same thing with our friends at the Air Force, at Power Crunch, at the Marines, and Paul Mitchell, and Sunbum, White Claw. I mean, everybody who really easily could have said, "No, we're not going to have an event with crowds. We want to be there." Instead, we buckled down and said, "This is too important not to be a part of," and for that, we are eternally grateful. You know, most importantly, we could not have done this event without the surfers, and so you know, these 16 amazing women and another 8 phenomenally inspiring women from the adaptive side just completely, you know, brightened up my weekend, and hopefully all of your weekends as well. It was just a phenomenal experience, and as you can tell, I couldn't be more jazzed about everything that happened. So thank you to all. Also, thank you so much to the entire staff at ASA and Kilowatt who worked just night and day to put this thing on over the last really, we tried to pull this off in a 6-week period, and normally you have 6 months to do it. So thank you so much to everybody at ASA and Kilowatt to making this dream a reality. So without further ado, I know nobody wants to hear from me, but you are going to want to hear from Mark Fuel, who's going to come up and handle the awards. So without further ado, Mark Fuel.
Thank you very much, Rick. And thank you very much to Rick and the entire team at ASA Entertainment, without whom this event couldn't happen, and also to the collaboration that went into this alongside the World Surf League and also the City of Oceanside, and of course all of the surfers who came here who made this happen. So right now it gives me great pleasure firstly to welcome up from the adaptive heats the surfers from Heat 2, Alana Nichols, Sarah Bettencourt, Quinn Waitley, and Eugenia Wittenberg. So these were our competitors in the second heat, the prone and assisted. And really, let's hear it for these young ladies. Inspiration to burn. It really was an incredible performance, and first place goes to the legend, Alana Nichols. Well done, Alana. And an incredible performance once again, and it was great to have the adaptive surfing contingent here for the second year in a row, and we look forward to seeing you next year. Thank you very much. Let's hear it for all our competitors, and the winner of the Heat 2, Alana Nichols. And then we're going to bring up Heat 1, the stand-up upper limb. And if the following surfers could come up, it's Darian Hayes, Faith Lennox, Leary Donnelly, and Liv Stone. And again, just inspiring performances, and great to see these ladies out there, and in challenging conditions, I have to say. These were not by any means small waves today, and in first place, reversing the situation from last year where she came second. In first place, Faith Lennox. And Liv Stone in second position. Well done, Faith, and thank you very much for coming and competing and showing us all a good time, and we look forward to seeing you next year. Let's hear it for our champions. And now, it came down to the final heat of the day between Team California and Team USA. It was the dream finish that we all wanted, and it was a huge result at the end of the day for Team California. So please welcome up Lakey Peterson, Courtney Conlog, Sage Erickson, Sam Sibley, Alyssa Spencer, Tia Blanco, Mia Collins, and the local girl, Katie Simmers. And it came into the final heat of the day, 21 points tied. And when we started out this weekend, we really couldn't imagine that it would come down to the final heat of the day. An incredible performance, and the first time that we've seen this unique format here at the Supergirl Pro, and we really want to thank everybody for taking to this unique format in a year where regular competition just hasn't been possible, and it's certainly been a great sharpener for all these young ladies as they look forward to the rest of the year, and hopefully competition and the World Tour kicking off again at the end of this year in Hawaii. And to all our surfers, congratulations. California takes the win. Well done. Yeah, get Rick in the middle there. Without the hard work of Rick and his entire team, this would never have been possible. So thank you to everybody who's been involved in this event, everybody who's competed, and all the sponsors, of course, and all the supporters. Thank you very much. That is the team competition taken out by Team California. Okay, and now the most important moment. This is where we award the coveted Supergirl Cape, and we'll start with third place. This team came into the day in the lead, but at the end of the day, they take home third position. Team Caroline, Caroline Marks, and Zoe Benedetto, representing Team USA, originally from Florida. Well, Team Caroline, you can come up and take your third position here. Well done. Absolutely ripped all weekend. That's in third place. The bronze medal goes to Team Caroline. In second position, it was a hard fought towards the end, but in second spot, Team Tati, Tatiana Weston Webb and Brianna Cope from the island of Kauai. Put in a valiant performance. Ripped and had a good time the entire weekend. And first place. And the first time ever that 2 Supergirl capes have been awarded at one competition. Team Lakey from California, Lakey Peterson, and from Oceanside, California, just 14 years of age, Katie Simmers. Let's hear it for our Supergirls. And here's the big checks. Just write the number you want on there, you'll be fine. Let's hear it for our Supergirls of 2020. Well done to Katie Simmers and Lakey Peterson, your Supergirl champions for 2020, and incredible performances throughout the entire 2 days. And thank you, ladies, for not just the way that you surfed throughout this competition, but all the attention that you gave to us and the fans in the interviews and sharing your knowledge and just sharing your stoke here at what is a magnificent event. Thank you. Let's hear it for our champions. And we want to thank you, the surf fans, of course. Thank you to all our sponsors, Nissan, and all of the other sponsors. We couldn't have done this without you. ASA Entertainment, Rick Bratman and your team. The WSL, Jesse Miley-Dyer, here today. Echo Entertainment, and everybody who worked on this event. My co-commentators, Ryan Simmons and Rosie Hodge. But most importantly, to you, the surf fans, thanks for joining us. And we'll see you next year for the 2021 Nissan Supergirl Pro. Join us then.